This is your program, Moscow Mailbag. It's mailbag time again, and here's Joe Adamov to answer your questions. The first letter today comes from Dan Gendron of West Warwick, Rhode Island. What will happen if the SALT II is rejected here in the United States?
Well, very unpleasant things will happen. It's something I'm sure that the absolute majority of people in your country do not want, and certainly nobody wants it to happen in my country. There'll be the loss of the most elementary trust between us, and I'm afraid we'll go back to the dark days of the Cold War. There'll be the continuation of an unbridled arms race that'll cost billions. Incidentally, did you know that the world spends $1 billion a day on arms? As if inflation isn't enough in the West, or that you haven't had enough of it. Then what will happen? New monstrous weapons and weapon systems will be developed, and certainly the danger of a nuclear holocaust will be much greater than it is now. Not to mention the fact there'll be a general worsening of the international situation. So I think it is absolutely in the interests of your people, no less than it is of ours, to see that SALT II is ratified.
And now we have a question from Carl Borg of Miami, Florida. Is there a station in the Soviet Union that broadcasts time signals?
There's no special station that broadcasts nothing but time or the weather. Of course, in Moscow, you can dial any time of the day and night, dial 100, and you'll get the exact time. But our home service stations regularly give the time signal, 5 bips, like bip, bip, bip. They give that almost every hour. Then on television, for instance, before the nightly news program, which we'll call Vremya, which is the Russian for time, goes on the air, you see a big clock and a second hand which gives the exact time. Then very often when the announcer announces something in between the programs, you see a light-emitting diode clock giving you the exact time down to the seconds. That sort of thing we do have.
In the Soviet Union, is there an upper, middle, and lower income bracket?
Well, we don't officially separate people or divide people into these 3 brackets, but I suppose you could if you wanted to, because, well, if you were to analyze incomes, I suppose you'd say that perhaps the bookkeeper in a condominium would be in the lower paid bracket, so would a cleaning woman, say, in the office. A worker at the lathe most probably would be in the middle income bracket, and say a worker like a coal miner, or maybe even a cotton picker, yes, and a journalist would be in the higher paid bracket. That, yes. Mind you, we are equal before the law, and we have equal opportunities, but certainly no one has ever said that under socialism we would be all equal as far as pay is concerned. That is the goal to which we're working, but that is something that certainly which we have not achieved as yet. We pay today according to the quality and quantity of work done. And the difference in pay between one worker or one employee and the other may be 2, 3, and even 4 times greater. You get paid more in jobs that are scarce, or more in jobs that are very much needed by the economy, or you get more in remote areas of the country.
How does one get into the upper income bracket?
If you ever become a Soviet citizen and come to live in the Soviet Union, I'll give you all the know-how and brief you in great detail on the subject. Well, how do you, seriously speaking, get into the higher paid bracket? Well, first of all, the simplest way is to raise your skill. We have free courses at all the major enterprises. You can go to a college. I don't have to tell you that's free too. To get into a college, all you need is to pass competitive entrance exams. Or while working, you can attend evening college or correspondence courses. You can switch over into higher paid jobs. All the roads are open, and when I say that, I mean it. Well, if you're, say, in research, you can work for a degree, and we have what we call a candidate's degree. That's roughly equivalent to your PhD. We also have a doctor's degree, which you have no equal, because you have to do quite a lot to get a doctor's degree, very, very much more, and I mean it, than you would to get a PhD. Well, you can work your way up if you're on the job from the simple rank-and-file worker to head of a brigade to shop superintendent to chief engineer and, president of the enterprise. Now, these are not empty words, because 7 out of every 10 cabinet ministers in the Soviet Union today began their career as just ordinary rank-and-file workers on the job. Mind you, another thing that's very interesting, higher pay doesn't always go with a top job. For instance, this is off the record, a news analyst here at Radio Moscow will earn more than, say, the editor-in-chief. Or, for instance, a coal miner at a coal mine may earn more than the head of that particular mine. So you see, there's quite a lot to it.
And now a question from Russell Gill of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Where do you in the USSR get money to run the country if no one pays tax?
Well, we do pay taxes, but the sum that we pay percentage-wise is, much smaller than what you pay. The maximum that we pay is 13%. Then pensioners don't pay any taxes. Students and vocational and technical college students, or technical school students rather, do not pay taxes. And we will gradually abolish them altogether. Taxes on wage and salary earners here make up no more than about 8 or 9% of the revenues in our state budget. You may ask, where does the money come from? Well, it comes from the incomes from state-owned or public-owned economy. Mind you, we don't have any Westinghouses or General Motors or Lockheeds. It's all publicly owned, so the state gets the income. But the income goes, again, to better the living standards of, Ivan the citizen in one way or another. By very cheap housing, through, say, medical services, free education, and so on. He benefits from the incomes that the state makes. In fact, official figures tell us that 3/4 of the national income goes in one way or another to benefit the average citizen.
Here's a letter from Canada. Tony Amateur of Starbuck, Manitoba, wants to know, is there religious freedom in the Soviet Union?
Yes, there certainly is. If you want to go to church, or if you yourself want to teach your children religion, you're absolutely free to do so. As I've said on many occasions, if you want to baptize your children, if you want to get married in church, there are no obstacles whatsoever to that. Mind you, constitutionally, in the Soviet Union, the church is separated from the state. That means the church does not participate in any political activity. We have heard in the West many times people that have come from the Soviet Union, former dissidents, trying to prove to the people or the mass media in the West that they were persecuted for their religious beliefs. You can take it from me, as a person that's lived all his life in the Soviet Union, that no one has ever in the Soviet Union been persecuted for his religious beliefs. Now you may ask, well, what are these people talking about? I will explain to you. You see, they use religion as a screed for their political activity. If a person preaches a certain type of religion or cult where he does not allow his children, for instance, to go to school, he agitates or tells servicemen not to serve in the army, or he tells young people not to go serve in the army when service in the army is compulsory, that is going against the law, that is against the laws of the country. Then they're in for some trouble. But no one, I will repeat again, has ever been prosecuted or persecuted for his religious beliefs or for going to church or for believing in God.
Is a person considered innocent until proven guilty?
Yes, he is. There is, in our Soviet legislative system, the presumption of innocence. This is one of the pillars of our legislative system. Any lawyer in the Soviet Union knows that if there is no proof, if there is no evidence, there is no crime, there is no criminal. A defendant in the Soviet Union can refuse to give evidence, and he's not held responsible for it. The court has to prove him guilty, if it can. And what's more, under Soviet law, a defendant is not held criminally responsible for false evidence, whereas a witness is. Of course, there are cases when a defendant who is absolutely innocent would want to shield his relatives, to shield his friends, and take the guilt upon himself. And even if he admits his guilt, that is not enough. The court, through evidence, through witnesses, has to prove him guilty. There has to be 100% proof of his guilt. The fact that he's admitted himself guilty is absolutely not enough in Soviet courts.
Can a civilian be tried by a military court?
No, he cannot. Of course, there's an exception. In cases where a civilian has committed a crime together with, say, a group of servicemen, say 4 servicemen and 1 civilian, if they commit a crime together, then they'll all be tried in a military court, but not otherwise. The only exception are foreigners or those without citizenship. If they engage in espionage, then they're tried by a military court.
Now we have a letter from Cheryl Crowleys of Stamford, Connecticut. She writes, people in America can't help getting the idea that all these communists are stockpiling these awful weapons and just waiting for a big enough margin of safety until they can make everything go bang in one atomic blitzkrieg. I'd like to know, what is your thinking behind making all kinds of bombs that we have to make more of?
You see, Cheryl, it is not you who are following in our footsteps. It's the other way around. It is we that have to keep making new weapons just because you have developed something new, not the other way around, my friend. It is the United States, after all, that was the first to make the atom bomb and use it. It was the first to make nuclear subs with rockets. It was the United States that was the first to equip the rockets on these submarines with MIRV warheads. It was the first to start work on arming its long-range bombers with dozens of cruise missiles. Today it is again the first to start all this talk about the neutron bomb. So you see, it is unfortunately the United States and its allies that stimulate the arms race and makes us constantly counter something that they had done. Our policy is not aimed at either the first or the second strikes, Charles. It's aimed at preventing war as such. Today we are ready for the most radical and far-reaching measures, including general and complete disarmament, under strict international control, that is. We are also ready to agree to partial measures, and there is no type of weapon on which we're not ready to come to an agreement. If we were what you say we are, Cheryl, or if we did what you say we're doing, certainly it would not be on our initiative that so many international agreements had already been signed.
And now a question from Anita Stover of Monroe, North Carolina. How do you choose which students will go to universities?
We choose the student with the highest marks at the competitive entrance exams, as I've already said. That is the only criteria, and the student himself decides on what university he wants to go to.
Approximately, how long does it take a worker to buy his weekly groceries?
In one of the previous shows, Anita, I explained in great detail that unfortunately we spend more time than you do in North Carolina to buy things at a supermarket, because very often after we've selected the products we want, we have to stand in long lines at the cashiers because of bad organization in the stores. Sometimes there is a lack of this or that consumer item or product because of bad planning. I'll have to admit that.
The next question comes from John Brush of Cecil, Ohio. Are there any amusement parks for the Soviet people?
If you mean the Coney Island type, you know, with Ferris wheels and roller coasters and these machines that gyrate in the most awful manner, something teenagers like, yes, we have that type of park, not only in Moscow, but in other cities too. I personally prefer the type of park where you can enjoy the rustle of the leaves, the landscape, and the quiet. I don't know why, maybe it's age.
And there we end today's mailbag. If you want Joe Adamov to answer your question, address your letters to the North American Service, Radio Moscow, Moscow, the USSR.
Radio Moscow presents a program about Vladimir Lenin, founder of the Soviet state, about his dreams of total literacy, advanced culture, and how that dream of his has come true long ago. Half a century ago, Russia was one of the least literate countries in the world. Close to 900 out of every 1,000 people could not read or write. This was revealed in a population census at the end of the last century. Those who drew up the statistics said it would take 250 years under the best of conditions to educate the nation. But when Russia accomplished its revolution in 1917 and became socialist, it wiped out illiteracy 10 times as fast as was expected. Not only do we have no more illiteracy today, but we graduate 3 times as many engineers and 4 times as many doctors as the United States. The man who launched all this progress was the founder of our country, Vladimir Lenin.
Lenin himself was highly educated in many fields. He was a lawyer by training, but he can just as well be called a historian, philosopher, writer, natural scientist, military expert, and art critic. He knew English, French, and German perfectly, besides his native Russian. He could read and write Polish, Czech, and Italian. He had learnt Latin and Greek as a child, and has also studied Swedish and Bulgarian. His personal library contained 10,000 books, magazines, and newspapers in 19 languages, and he read most of them in the original. Prominent people in the West who knew Lenin believed there had never been another statesman so highly cultured, educated, and erudite.
This man, who led the socialist revolution in Russia, maintained that one of the chief tasks of the new system was to wipe out illiteracy and provide the broadest opportunities for education, which should first of all be completely free. On the fourth day after the revolution, Lenin wrote in a message to the nation,
"Any really democratic government in a country where illiteracy and ignorance reign must set itself the primary task of fighting the darkness. It must achieve universal literacy in the shortest period."
That began the Soviet Union's offensive on illiteracy, led by the teachers, of whom there were still too few. Everyone who could read and write was led into it. Schools were set up in town and countryside for the worker and the peasant. Old folks opened ABCs for the first time in their life. The national slogan was, "Down with illiteracy." That was a difficult time, with starvation, ruin, and disease on the rampage. The revolution had won, but the struggle was still going on. Counter-revolution refused to accept the new system, and a civil war started, with a large part of the country in the flames. 14 countries, including the United States, came in to help the counter-revolution by armed intervention. Even in those days, Lenin found time for serious attention to the problem of illiteracy. He issued a decree compelling the entire population between the ages of 8 and 50 to learn to read and write, either in Russian or in their native language. Even soldiers began to study between battles. The ordinary Russian people have always sought avidly for knowledge, but education had always been a privilege of the rich. The revolution abolished that privilege, and learning became accessible to all. It was difficult, but they did study. Lenin said,
"We are an impoverished and uncultured people. But that's no tragedy if we're only aware that we must study. There must be the desire to study, and we have it. And so we're going to study, and we will learn."
Learning became issue number one. Anyone who was not studying something somewhere was considered both backward and a poor citizen of the new society. When there were not enough premises, we studied under the open skies. When there was no paper, we wrote with charcoal on whitewashed walls. When there was no ink, we wrote with beet juice. And we used goose quills when there were not enough pens and pencils. The whole nation was studying. 5 million people learned to read and write in just over 2 years. Pre-revolutionary Russia had not done anything like that in half a century. When the Civil War and the devastation by the foreign invaders was over, Lenin set a new task.
Reconstruct the economy ruined by 7 years of war and launch out on big plans of industrialization, developing all branches of national economy. Literacy is not enough for that. It requires cultured, educated people. We need engineers, agronomists, and doctors of our own.
Tuition of every kind was free of charge, the government shouldering all its expenses. 1/4 of the entire national budget was dedicated to education. All Russia's colleges and universities opened their doors to the workers and farmers. Those who were kept out before the revolution could now come in. But there were far more who wanted to study than it was possible to accommodate, and the government had to start building schools. It begrudged no money. We needed specialists to industrialize and electrify the country, to raise our farming and transportation up from the ruins, and to advance science. By the beginning of the Second World War, there was already no one in the country who could not read and write. We were graduating more specialists than most other countries. The Soviet Union had accomplished in less than a quarter of a century what Tsarist Russia had expected to achieve in 250 years.
Lenin urged us to study, study, and study. His behest is a guide for us to this day. Here are some facts and figures.
We have 800 universities and colleges in the Soviet Union. They graduate over 300,000 specialists every year. 120 of those graduates are engineers. That's 3 times as many as the United States trains.
There are 42 million school children in the Soviet Union, and not a single child of school age out of school. An 8-year education is compulsory.
1 out of every 4 Soviet people is engaged in some form of systematic study. 1 out of every 100 goes to college. These are not only young people. Older workers and farmers also study, gaining greater skill and knowledge in their chosen fields. There are evening and correspondence courses for them at all higher educational establishments, and schools right in their factories or close to their farms.
Education has remained free of charge since the revolution, and 90% of all students receive monthly maintenance allowances from the government. This year, the government will be spending some 3 billion rubles for education and science. That's 100 times more than was spent for the same purpose right after the revolution.
2,000 research organizations are doing exploration in every field of science and engineering. Entire scientific towns are either in construction or already in operation. One of the new ones is in Siberia, consisting of a university and 14 research institutes.
Such is the state of education in the Soviet Union today. Mr. William Benton, former United States Senator and Assistant Secretary of State, visited this country last year. His conclusion was that education is the Soviet Union's mightiest weapon.
Illiterate Russia, as it was half a century ago, has gone forever. In its stead, a country stands today with a claim as the world's biggest economic power. The Soviet Union is regarded as a country of advanced science and engineering, the country of the first Earth satellites and spaceships. This is a country where all conditions have been provided for education and for developing the talents and every endeavor of its citizens. That is the way its founder, Vladimir Lenin, wanted to see it. This program about Vladimir Lenin, founder of the Soviet state, came to you from Radio Moscow.
And now it's time for another issue of What is Communism? Many listeners have asked about the history of Soviet society and the Communist Party. Mr. Larry Lane of Crown Point, Indiana, notes in his letter, "The only information I can obtain in this country about the Communist Party is slanted, to one degree or another, to the negative side of communism. There have been requests for information about the Russian Socialist Revolution of 1917, the development of a Soviet society, and other aspects of our history from Miss Julia Page of Concord, Massachusetts, Mr. David Owens of Baltimore, Maryland, and 4 students of Young Harris College, Georgia, Mike McFarland, Michael Smith, Barry Giesling, and Heinrich Duval." Our first talk in this series has been prepared by news analyst Alexander Yevstafiev, and this is what he writes. As October 1917 came to a close, Russia was in a ferment. The anger of the working people had reached the explosion point. The hated Tsarist autocracy had been overthrown in February, and Russia had become a republic. But there had been no improvement in the conditions of the industrial workers and peasants. Big business and the landed proprietors were still virtual rulers of the country. As in Tsarist days, they owned the lion's share of the nation's wealth. They exploited the working man and forced the Russian soldier to go on fighting in World War I. The national economy was deranged and exhausted. Famine was developing, and the provisional government that had come to power after the overthrow of the Tsar was taking drastic action against political opponents. On November the 6th, the workers and the soldiers in Petrograd revolted. In one night, all the government offices were occupied, and the Winter Palace, where the provisional government had taken refuge, was surrounded. The uprising was well organized. Guards were posted outside factory buildings, and a council of workers, peasants, and soldiers' representatives kept order in the capital city. Late in the evening of the following day, the cruiser Aurora, standing in the Neva River, gave the signal for an attack on the Winter Palace. Within hours, the palace was captured and the government arrested. This was the beginning of the socialist revolution in Russia. The revolution that completely changed the life of the working man and exerted a major influence on developments all over the world. Power in Russia passed into the hands of councils elected by the people. The revolutionary leaders, as one of their first moves, called for an immediate stop to the World War and the negotiation of a fair and democratic peace. The land in Russia was taken away from the landed proprietors and given to the peasants, the people to whom it rightfully belonged. An 8-hour working day was introduced. It had been 12, 13, and 14 hours long. Industry was put under workers' control, and decrees were issued nationalizing the banks, railroads, merchant fleet, and big industries. The Soviet government also announced the equality and independence of all the nationalities in Russia. It abolished all restrictions and privileges, and accorded to every nationality the right to self-determination, even secession. The organization and leadership of this popular revolution was in the hands of the Communist Party of Vladimir Lenin, the man who became the first Soviet Prime Minister. The Russian Communist Party came into being in the late 19th century. It brought together followers of that German philosopher Karl Marx, who had foreseen civilization's advance to a higher form of society, which he called socialism and communism. Marx was no mere prophet. He proved scientifically that communism must one day replace capitalism. Guided by this theory, Russia's communists helped the people of their country to understand the possibilities for liberation from the rule of the wealthy classes and for development of a society of the people, by the people, and for the people. The history of the Russian Communist Party is a history of devoted efforts to better the economic position of the common man and give him political rights. The communists suffered the greatest privations. The Tsarist autocracy jailed, exiled, and tortured and executed. But in time, out of a small group there developed a mass working-class party, the party that was to challenge the old world in November 1917 with a great popular revolution. There was fairly little bloodshed at the time of the uprising in Petrograd, and the takeover later in other cities of Russia. The people and the communists had no wish to exterminate their enemies. What they wanted was to restore historical justice. It was only fair that the masses of people should rule the country and own its wealth. But the classes that had lost their dominant position had no intention of giving up without a struggle. They started a bloody civil war and appealed to at least 14 foreign powers to help them. They called on Britain, France, Germany, the United States, and Japan, among others. Many in the West expected the revolution to collapse. But with the communists in the lead, the workers and the peasants of Russia suppressed the counter-revolution and drove out the armies of invasion. It was a hard-won victory in a brutal class war. One class wanted freedom, the other its old privileges. The first class won. It had fought for the freedom and happiness of the majority. The second class lost. It had sought to keep men divided into haves and have-nots, into masters and slaves. When the last gun fell silent and the invasion armies had left, Russia lay in ruins. The Civil War and the invasion had wrecked industry, agriculture, and the transportation system. Factory buildings stood idle. No trains ran. There were neither raw materials nor fuel. A loaf of bread, a bar of soap, and a yard of calico were worth their weight in gold. What could the newborn republic do? The desolation was appalling. But the victorious nation and Vladimir Lenin's Communist Party believed in the vitality of the new way of life. They felt certain it had a vast potential for development. First, the party took emergency measures to breathe some life into the national economy. Then it set about laying the foundations of an independent socialist economy. Priority was given to developing the basic industries, persuading the peasantry that cooperative farming was the best, and carrying out a cultural revolution so that the then semi-literate population could learn to run the country knowledgeably. It was the Communist Party that initiated the 5-year development plans, which were so effective in mobilizing society's resources for the building of socialism. During the Civil War, the Communists were in the front ranks as fighters. Now they became leading workers in industry and agriculture. They gave people a feeling of confidence and helped them to cope with the many difficulties. And in teaching others, they taught themselves. The political institutions of the new society were also developing. Laws were enacted to promote the interests of the common man. The councils, on which millions of people sat as representatives of the nation, grew in strength and experience as the nuclei of a new kind of democracy. It was no easy course. The Soviet Union was pioneering. A great social experiment was under trial. It had its shortcomings. If it could be done over again, a great deal would probably be done more rationally and effectively. Still, the main goals set by the Communist Party were correct, as later developments showed. By the end of the 30s, the country had a strong economic foundation. Soviet government had made it clear it had come to stay. The social changes had wiped out the barriers that divide people into antagonistic classes. What the revolutionaries of old had dreamed of had come to pass. Life had become much more secure and richer for the mass of people than it was before the November 1917 uprising in Petrograd. They could look into the future and see the time when the new way of life would begin to give full measure for all the work invested. But at that very moment, Nazi Germany attacked. For us, the war was more than a bitter struggle against a strong and cunning enemy. It was a major test of the socialist system, which Hitler, with encouragement from quarters in the West, was eager to wipe from the face of the earth. It was also a test of the people's attitude toward socialism. Americans today hear all sorts of far-fetched pronouncements about communism and communists. If only they could have seen how the Soviet people fought to protect their revolutionary achievements in the war against Nazi Germany. No words can describe the people's heroism and their devotion to their country and the new way of life. It was the Soviet people who smashed the bulk of Hitler's army, battling with it single-handed for a long time, and finally hoisted the flag of victory in Berlin in May 1945, the first to reach the Nazi capital. The war put a strong brake on the Soviet Union's economic development. It wiped out 1,710 cities, reduced 70,000 rural towns to rubble, and demolished 32,000 factories and mines. The country's material losses ran into 2,600 billion rubles. Its losses in human life topped the 20 million mark, and among these were the flower of the nation. 12 years later, the Soviet Union launched a man-made satellite of the Earth. This was a landmark in the history of civilization. It was also a symbol of the remarkable social system the communists had developed. It pointed to a new stage of maturity in the socialist society of the Soviet Union, and indicated its potential and dynamic spirit. This progress is closely bound up with the party that stands at the head of Soviet society. The history of the Communist Party is inseparable from the history of the nation. The communists have proved that the society Karl Marx foresaw is no myth. It is a natural historical development that advances quickly and benefits the working man. You have just heard the first of two talks about the Russian Socialist Revolution of 1917, the development of a Soviet society, and the role of the communists. The second talk, also arranged in response to listeners' requests, will give more details about Soviet society. What is Communism is on the air every Tuesday and Friday at 8:15 and 10:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the 25, 31, and 41 meter bands. This is Radio Moscow.
We present Meet the People. Everything began with that ordinary plywood box that arrived by mail at the Chemical Research Institute in Kharkov, the Ukraine. Actually, it was no ordinary parcel. At least, it was much heavier than most parcels. It contained rocks. To an outsider, this parcel of rocks meant nothing. But for the chemists at the Institute, it was a real treasure box.
All right. Let's have that box on the table here. Oh, over here. Now, careful with it.
Hey, it's from Armenia. Sure took a long time getting here.
Well, let's have that crowbar, quick.
Diatomite. And what if it's what we're looking for?
Oh, keep quiet. You always say that, and each time it turns out the other way.
Well, there's got to be an end to our search sometime. We can't go on like this forever.
For years, the chemists at this research institute in Kharkov searched for diatomite. Not ordinary diatomite, but a special kind of this mineral with specific properties and of a specific composition. Diatomite is used for baking filters, which in turn are used in the production of synthetic nitron fibers. Up till now, chemical plants in the Ukraine had used imported filters for this purpose. But the rapid advance of our chemical industries called for more filters than we could buy abroad. This meant only one thing. The Soviet Union had to start making its own filters, and for this, it had to have diatomite. The Soviet Union has numerous diatomite deposits. This mineral can be found on the Baltic coast, around the Black Sea, along the Volga River, and in Siberia. But all the diatomite found in these deposits does not meet the required standards. And then, one day, while the Kharkov chemists were leafing through geological archives, they came across another diatomite deposit, a small place called Nurnus in Armenia, a Soviet republic in the Caucasus. A letter marked urgent was dispatched personally to the director of the diatomite mine in Nurnus. The chemists asked for specimens of diatomite for analytical tests. And here at last was that parcel from Armenia.
How do you like the way this box is packed? I can see where the Armenian Postal Service needs to learn a thing or two. Take a look at these nails in the box, almost as big as railroad
Well, I can
spikes.
tell you one thing, this box was packed by no professional.
Wait a minute. Look, here's the letter.
It's signed Zhora Aganesian.
Well, who is that?
Don't know. I'll tell you in a minute. Let's see what the letter says. It says here he's a fitter.
A what? A fitter?
Yeah, that's what it says here.
Well, come on, read the letter.
Kharkov Research Institute to the director or to whom it may concern. Your director's letter was received by the manager of our Nurnus State Farm because the diatomite mines here were closed down 22 years ago. I was in his office by chance when your letter was being read. They were at a loss what to do with it because no one here knows much about geology to help you in your request. They wanted to send your letter back, but I asked them to give it to me. I don't know too much about geology either, but I know what diatomite is. My father once worked at the diatomite mine here in Nordnus, so I decided I would do what I could to help you.
Hey, he's talking about diatomite.
That's right. And he says there's a lot of diatomite in Nordnus, but it's deep down under the surface. It's hard to get at because all the entrance tunnels have caved in. But I took my younger brother along to help me, and so we're sending you this small box of specimens. Since you don't know me, my name is Jora Ganesian, a fitter, yes, fitter by trade. I live in the village of Nordnus, Armenia. Wishing you the best of luck in your work. I remain yours truly, Jora, that's right, Jora Ganesian.
This is really something.
And again, the chemists rolled up their sleeves and launched another series of tests and experiments. The rocks that came from Armenia were crushed to a powder. Then it was put into a boiler and finally into laboratory flasks and test tubes. The results of the tests exceeded all expectations. This was exactly the kind of diatomite the chemists had been searching for. Out of sheer joy, they congratulated one another with handshakes and slaps on the back. And then someone remembered that fitter in Armenia who'd sent them the valuable parcel. The Institute staff then decided it would send someone to Armenia to find Jora Oganessian and thank him personally for what he'd done. At the same time, the Institute's envoy would be able to survey the mine to see how much would have to be done before it started producing. And one of the workers from the Kharkov Research Institute did go to the village of Nordnus, about 1,200 miles from the Ukraine, in the southernmost corner of the Soviet Union's southernmost republic, Armenia. The village of Nordnus stands on the edge of a picturesque but awesome canyon. The houses are squeezed in on all sides by huge cliffs. Boulders 2 and 3 stories high can be seen in the streets and gardens of the villagers. The cliffs press directly against some of the homes, which from the front are covered by greenery. In one such home lives Jora Oganessian. Early one morning, a chemist from Kharkov rang the doorbell at his house. A young man of about 28 or 30 opened the door. Though his face looked as if it was hewn out of rock, it was a handsome one, and there was clearly a twinkle in his hazel-brown eyes.
How do you do? I'm looking for Mr. Jora Ganesian.
Well, that's me. How do you do? What can I do for you?
Well, you see, I'm from Kharkov. I've come to thank you for the parcel which you sent.
Oh, yes. Did it come in handy?
Oh, very much so.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that.
I'd like to give you this small gift from the staff of our institute.
Why? There's really no need for that. I didn't help you because of any gift, but because I was in a position to do so. If you had written, I would have sent you another box of such rocks.
Well, thank you, but I'm afraid we need much more than just another box of rocks. We need the whole mine. By the way, could you show me where the mine is?
Of course, of course. I'll be with you in just a minute.
The entrance to the 22-year-old ghost mine was almost completely caved in. The only way to get in was through a very narrow crack in the side of the mountain wall. But above this crevice was a colossal boulder weighing perhaps thousands of tons. It seemed to be hanging almost in midair, ready to fall if anyone even sneezed. One false move, and it most certainly would come tumbling down.
How in the world did you ever get inside that mine?
Well, at first I wanted to go down the air shaft by rope. I took my younger brother to help me. He stayed up on top to make sure of the rope, but after the shaft caved in, I had to give up the idea.
Well, what do you mean? The shaft caved in?
Yes, when I was going down. You see, I knocked a rock out of the wall of the shaft by accident, and it started a landslide.
But look, that means that you were inside when it caved in.
Yes, but the landslide started beneath me, so I wasn't hit by any rocks. But the dust it raised nearly choked me.
I can imagine.
A good thing my brother was up on top. He got me out of there none too soon.
Well, what happened after that?
After that? Well, after that we had a rest and I went down again. Only this time through this crack.
Now look, isn't there any other entrance to the mine?
No, there isn't.
The chemist carefully made his way up to the narrow opening and looked inside. A cold, damp breath of air hit his nostrils. Even the bright morning sun never shone inside the cave. The flashlight beam, which pierced the darkness of the entrance, revealed mounds of rubble and sharp rocks obstructing the passage.
I guess you had to crawl on your belly to get in.
Yes, well, you see, that's the only way you can get in.
It's dark down there. How far would you say the diatomite is?
Well, I don't know. It's hard to judge distance in the dark, you know. I'd say maybe 50 yards, maybe more. I don't know.
50 yards or more? Well, how did you get out of there?
Well, I had to crawl again. Only this time it was a bit more difficult.
I can imagine.
You see, there's not enough room to turn around, and I had to crawl backwards like a crawfish. And besides that, I had to drag a bag full of rocks along with me.
The chemist from Kharkov looked into the dark entrance again. And suddenly, the rock that he was leaning on gave way and crashed down. Jora and the chemist had just enough time to get out of the way of the huge overhanging boulder which came tumbling down over the entrance. This triggered a whole landslide. The entire wall of the mountain seemed to tremble, and from inside the cave came a loud rumbling.
Well, you know, Zora, all that could have happened while you were inside looking for the rocks.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't think of it at the time. I knew that you needed the dynamite. You wrote that you needed it badly.
You've just heard a true story about a young Armenian who risked his life for people he'd never even seen. The story, which was carried in one of the latest issues of the Soviet government newspaper Izvestia, was printed on the request of the chemists at the Kharkov Research Institute in the Ukraine. And that brings us to the end of Radio Moscow's feature program, Meet the People.
This is your program, Moscow Mailbag. It's mailbag time again, and here's Joe Adamov to answer your questions. The first letter comes from James Scott of Dunrobin, Ontario, in Canada. The CIA has again said that Soviet oil will run out in the next decade. What are your comments?
That's a lot of wishful thinking on the part of the CIA. Back in 1977, they put their foot into it when they said that Soviet oil production would reach its peak in '79. This was criticized by oil experts and oil specialists in the United States and also by West European intelligence agencies. With our socialist allies, we've drawn up a long-term program of cooperation in the area of fuel up until the year 1990. And our West Siberian oil fields alone, the newest, increase their output 30% annually. And we pledged in the next 5 years to increase the supply of oil to our socialist friends by 20%. How could we do that if we were to run out of oil? And we're also planning to build new and big oil pipelines. What will flow through them if not oil? You may ask, why does the CIA say such things and make such statements? I don't know. Maybe it is an excuse for future military intervention in the Persian Gulf or in the Middle East to say that, the Russians have no oil, they're after the Arab oil, or something of that nature. Ask them, I don't know. Basically speaking, we are not hit by the fuel crisis. I know the West is, but of course our supplies are not endless. That's why in the future we will lay greater stress on coal as a fuel, and we will use oil more for such things as the chemical industry.
Are battery automobiles in use or being developed in the USSR?
We've been working on them for some time, and I know that today in Moscow there's a big garage that runs a small fleet of micro trucks. They have a payload of something like half a ton. They deliver small packages, milk and that sort of thing. Their batteries are pretty heavy. They weigh 1,500 pounds, and these batteries have enough juice to allow the truck to run 40 miles. Unfortunately, not more so far. The speed of the truck is around 37 to 40 miles an hour, and they're made in a town called Ulyanovsk on the Volga. You may be interested to know, James, that we are also working on using hydrogen for automobile engines. Well, something the United States is working on too, I know.
Now we have a question from Chris Michael of Butler, Pennsylvania. Does the USSR regret selling Alaska to the United States?
Well, Chris, the USSR never sold Alaska to the United States. It was the Tsarist government, Tsarist Russia, that sold Alaska to the States. You ask whether we regret it? Well, what's the use of crying over spilt milk? That's my answer to you. But I doubt whether the Tsarist government at the time could have held Alaska. This is a very complicated problem.
And now a question from Miss Lucille Long of Richmond, Virginia. Where does all your Russian money go to? Arms for another war?
Lucille, I'm afraid you've been influenced by your mass media. I'll give you the breakdown of our budget, then you'll see where the money goes. I hope I won't bore you. This is our budget for this year. We're spending 144 billion rubles for our economy. What does that mean? That is for construction, for the light and food industries, for agriculture, for housing, for transport, and so on. Then 91 billion rubles for social and cultural needs. That includes education, television, press, the libraries, hospitals, theaters, sports, and pensions for our people. And mind you, only 17 billion rubles for defense, and that sum has not been increased in the past years. And we spend 2.3 billion on administrative needs. That gives you the breakdown of our budget and answers your question. Americans that come here very often say, why are these Russians always talking about peace? And I remember when I did 5 shows here in Moscow with Mike Douglas, he asked me the same question. Why do young people bring flowers onto the grave of the unknown soldier and so on? The answer to that is very simple. Lucille, you see, we lost 50 times more people than you did in the past war. We suffered occupation. Practically the whole of the European part of the country was occupied. Enormous suffering, hardships, and deprivation. Thousands of cities destroyed. You should thank the Lord you hadn't gone through that. You should thank the Lord that you don't know what the siege of Leningrad was, where 900,000 people died of hunger. That's why we're so conscious about preserving peace. That's why this problem is always on our minds. And believe you me, we would like nothing better than to achieve complete and general disarmament. We would want nothing better than to scrap every single gun, every single tank, every single missile that we have if our partners of the other side, if the NATO, alliance would do the same thing.
Now, here's an excerpt from a letter from Robert Martins of Sarasota, Florida. He writes, I've heard that the Russian cuisine is unsurpassed anywhere in the world. I'd like to hear more about this.
I don't know whether it's unsurpassed anywhere in the world or not. Some think the French cuisine is tops. Although I have heard from many people that the Russian cuisine is world famous. In my opinion, I think a lot depends, Robert, on how the food is cooked and by whom it is prepared, in what restaurant and by what housewife. A lot depends on that. But as I've said from time immemorial, Russia has been famous for its good and healthy food, although some Americans that come here believe that it's a bit on the rich side. Of course, Russian gourmets are included in the world's best cookery books. Did you know that Alexander Dumas, the author of The Three Musketeers and The Count of Monte Cristo, was in Russia in the middle of the last century, and he got acquainted, among other things, with the Russian cooking. And he wrote down a lot of our recipes, and later these recipes he published in a book called The Grand Cookery Dictionary, although we believe that that was not a comprehensive cookery book on Russian cuisine. Be that as it may, we are, I will admit, great eaters. We like to sit down and make a 3, 4, 5 course supper, luncheon, dinner, and what have you. We don't believe in this business of buffet eating, standing up. That's why whenever you come into a Russian home, they'll sit you down at the table and you've had it.
And now a question from Miles Edwards of Troy, New York. Will the majority of tickets to the sporting events be sold to Soviet citizens at the Moscow Olympics?
Well, about half will be sold to Soviet citizens, but 30% will go to visitors from abroad. That is exactly the same percent as at the previous Olympic Games. But let me say this. The total number of tickets that will be sold will be greater than both at the Munich and Montreal Olympics. And as for the number of tickets allotted to the United States in Moscow, it'll be much greater than the number allotted at the Munich Olympics. The number of tickets allotted to Canada will also be very much greater than at the Munich Olympics. For instance, at the Munich Olympics, Canada got 22,000 tickets. Here in Moscow, Canada will get 54,000 tickets. So I think that's fair enough.
And now here's a quotation from a letter from James Olson of Sacramento, California. I'd like to know what the KGB is. From what I read, they run around spying on everything everybody does. And when someone does one thing wrong, they're sent off to a hard labor camp in Siberia. I can't and don't believe this is so.
Well, I can't and don't believe this is so either, because I've done so many wrong things, I'd be in Siberia long ago. But here I am still sitting at the microphone. Now, if you want to know what the role of the KGB is and what it does, I think I could summarize it for you. Their job is to reveal, to anticipate, and to nip in the bud forces, for instance, that may want to overthrow the existing system, or anticipate subversive activity of any kind. It is also their job to guard classified enterprises and to guard our borders. Of course, I should have begun by saying that it is also their job to protect the Soviet Union from the actions of foreign intelligence services. To conclude, I'd like to say that the people working in that organization today are being taught and brought up, if I may use these words, in a spirit of the very strictest observance of the law, and this is very important.
Bob Martin of Franklinton, Louisiana has a question. What kind of subjects are studied in Soviet schools?
Well, I'll give you all the subjects studied in our secondary schools, which is 10 years and not 12 like yours. The native tongue, it could be any of the major languages spoken in the Soviet Union, literature, mathematics, history, social science, natural history, geography, biology, physics, astronomy, mechanical drawing, a foreign language, it's usually either English, French, or German, chemistry, the fine arts, singing and music, in the lower grades, that is, physical culture, and manual skills. That is, they study manual skills because on leaving secondary school, every student has a job or some sort of skill that he knows. If he doesn't go into college, he can go right on to work.
What kind of facilities are you preparing for the 1980 Olympics?
Well, quite a lot, you know. I'll just name some of the major facilities. Well, we've rebuilt the Lenin Stadium, which now seats 146,000, and it's already in use because it was the main arena during the recent Spartakiad. This is a sort of national Olympic games that we've just held. Then there's the indoor cycling track at Krylatskaya, not far from where I live, only about 7 minutes by car. One of Europe's largest indoor sports arenas is going up on Peace Avenue here in Moscow. It's to seat 45,000, and it's big enough for a soccer match. Then there's the Equestrian Sports Complex, which was recently visited by the Duke of Edinburgh, and he had very high praise for it. And a lot of things are going up in the capital of Estonia, Tallinn, where the sailing regatta will be held.
And now a question from Jeff Ahrens of Ames, Iowa. In what is supposed to be a classless society, wouldn't you consider the Supreme Soviet a ruling class?
I don't see how you can call the Supreme Soviet a ruling class. It is our top legislative body, our parliament. It has about 1,500 members, and about a third of them are just ordinary rank-and-file workers on the job. So if you call them the ruling class, I guess they are the ruling class, but their job is to pass our legislation. It is our parliament, as I've said. 20% of the members are rank-and-file collective farmers. 10% of the members are scientists, writers, people from the art world. 5% of the deputies are engineers and technicians. Isn't that an excellent cross-section of the public, of the people as a whole? I think it is. So the only conclusion to be drawn, I think, is that it is the people that are in power. They are the ruling class, the people.
Are there any film festivals in Russia?
Well, we just had an enormous film festival in August here in Moscow. It was the 11th International Film Festival. The motto of the festival was for humanism of cinema art and for peace and friendship among nations. It was a forum for a very wide exchange of ideas. Among the competitive films, there were feature films, shorts, and children's films, this being the Year of the Child. Something like 100 countries were represented at this festival, also the United Nations and UNESCO. Over 1,000 movie makers came to the festival, both from the developed countries and the developing countries and countries that are old hands at the game. From the States, one of the representatives was Francis Ford Coppola, who brought such films as The Godfather and The Apocalypse. Among the other American films that I personally saw was The China Syndrome. Canada was also represented. Its competitive entry was Fish Hawk. America's competitive entry was The Children of Sanchez. Unfortunately, the Motion Picture Association of America has for some time been actually blocking the participation of United States movie makers at the festivals held in Moscow. Francis Ford Coppola is not associated with the Motion Picture Association of America. The United States, you see, wants to sell us films advocating sex and violence, not the films we would like to buy. And when it buys our films, like the film Liberation, for instance, the film does not find its way to wide distribution on the American market.
What do you prefer to be called, the Soviet Union or Russia?
Well, I know you call us Russia in the West. What can I do about that? Of course, it's more correct to call us the Soviet Union because Russia is only one of the 15 major republics that go to make up our country. It's like calling the United States Texas.
Miss Dale Schrock of Pontiac, Illinois, writes the following. To what degree has the USSR perfected the laser for use as a weapon? This has been a question brought up in my high school physics class several times.
Dale, I have not heard anything about it. You know, several months ago I was asked whether we have a handheld laser. Now this. I wonder why you're so weapon conscious and constantly depicting us as the bad guy. In my last show, I pointed out that practically all new weaponry of today was first evolved by the United States, not by us. We want to put a stop to this spiraling arms race. That's why we back SALT II. I think a good subject for a physics class would be not some mythical laser weapons, but the very real neutron bomb, and how to stop its production, thus preventing another spiral to the arms race. Dale, let's ban radiological weapons, let's ban chemical weapons, nuclear weapons. Let's ban the making of new weapons and weapon systems. You know, you may call us atheists, although we are atheists, but we feel that beating swords into plowshares is a reality.
And there we end Mailbag for today. If you have any questions that you would like Joe Adamov to answer, don't hesitate to write. The North American Service, Radio Moscow, Moscow, the USSR.
Хода килгән ялгына, килгән йөрә халгына, хода килгән ялгына, килгән йөрә халгына, күргән көнне авыр микән юасаһы адгына, күргән көнне авыр микән юасаһы адгына. Безнең кыза халдикан, юасаһы балдикан, безнең кыза халдикан, юасаһы балдикан, ышанмаһаң ашап кара шәкердән дә тәмдикан, ышанмаһаң ашап кара шәкердән дә тәмдикан. Hay ötürdü, ötürdü, tışta bir yetkirdi. Hay ötürdü, ötürdü, tışta bir yetkirdi. Kulağıydın yuvasahı tamağımda bitirdi. Kulağıydın yuvasahı tamağımda bitirdi.
This feature has been prepared by Radio Moscow to acquaint you with the life and work of Alexei Tolstoy, the ex-count who became one of the most popular Soviet writers.
Some 60 years ago, a tall young man with an outgoing manner made his appearance in the literary salons of St. Petersburg. He was introduced as Count Alexei Tolstoy, a relative of the eminent Leo Tolstoy and a poet. No one could have dreamed at the time that some 15 years later the young Count would take the side of revolutionary Russia and become a Soviet writer, in time a distinguished writer. Alexei Tolstoy received government decorations for his contributions to Soviet literature. In 1937, he was elected to the National Parliament. His books were translated into all of the Soviet languages and into many foreign languages. When he died in 1945, world literature, to quote the British writer H.G. Wells, suffered a loss. The Count spent the First World War as a correspondent in frontline service. He wrote later that it was then he saw real life for the first time. He saw the common people and their suffering, self-sacrifice, and heroism. But the socialist revolution of the common people in 1917 seemed to him too bold a move. He emigrated to France. Far from his country, he soon realized his mistake. A revolutionary spirit crept into his writings, astonishing and angering other Russian émigrés. For the Count, these writings denoted a sincere and resolute break with the old world. In 1923, he returned to Soviet Russia. Between 1923 and 1945, he wrote his most significant works. The themes were invariably the socialist revolution and the Russian people, but the genres were many. He wrote plays, historical short stories, detective stories, science fiction, tales for children, and epic novels. He was the author of the historical novel Peter I and the trilogy about the Russian Socialist Revolution known as The Road to Calvary. Alexei Tolstoy was chiefly preoccupied with the workings of the human mind. His hero was the Russian common man. Of him he wrote, "I admire him. I admire his courage, willpower, and strength of character." This admiration is perhaps best expressed in his last story written in 1945. We now present a radio version of the Russian character by Alexei Tolstoy, a story founded on fact.
The Battle of the Kursk Bulge raged in the fields of World War II. Thousands of Soviet and Nazi tanks were locked in one of the most titanic engagements of history. When the tank exploded, Lieutenant Dryomov and his second man were but a few yards away, and both fainted. The soldier came to first. As he fought his way back to consciousness, he remembered he had pulled his wounded lieutenant out of the blazing tank and dragged him to safety just in time. But the lieutenant's uniform was burning. Had he managed to put out the flames? He turned to look at the man lying next to him, and the flames had spread all over the body. He dug into the ground with his hands and heaped earth on the lieutenant's head and clothing in frenzied haste. Finally, the fire was out, and he could drag him back behind the lines. Lieutenant Dryomov remained in the hospital for 8 months. On the day he was to be discharged, he was examined by the head surgeon.
Doctor, will you brief me, please, on the patient's case history?
Yes. He was brought to the hospital in a state of shock, and with first-degree burns. The face was so burned that the forehead and cheekbones could be seen. We've performed 6 plastic operations. We've restored the nose, lips, eyelids, and ears. His condition is now satisfactory.
Well, we'll see in just a minute. Remove his bandages, please. Well, Lieutenant, can you see us?
Yes. Thanks, Professor. Everything's all right. Could I have a mirror, please?
Nurse, bring a mirror, will you? You know, Lieutenant, you may not like yourself very much at first.
Well, I'm not so very terrible. Worse things can happen, can't they?
Yes, I suppose they can.
But I suppose I can live with it.
Oh, without a doubt. Don't worry, Lieutenant. Everything will be quite all right. For the present, we're giving you a 20-day leave to recuperate. Go somewhere and rest. Where are your parents?
On the Volga, in Saratov. I'll go see them. But with this face... Oh, I suppose Mom and Dad will understand. They've got hearts of gold.
I'm sure they will understand. I suppose you haven't seen them for quite a while.
Haven't seen them since the war started. In fact, I haven't written them for 8 months. So, you see, they don't know what happened to me. But I'll go see them just the same.
Who's there? Who is it?
It's Lieutenant Ivan Gromov. I'm from your son from the front.
From our son? Come right in. Come in. Father, somebody's come from Yegor.
From Yegor? Well, how do you do? I'm very glad to see you. Won't you sit down here, please, and tell us something about him? How's our Yegor getting on?
Oh, he's all right. Still fighting at the front.
Mother, put some food on the table, will you? Our guest must be hungry. Yes, and tired, too. He's just off the train.
I'll do that. I'll do that right away.
Are you a tank man, too, like Yegor?
Yes, I also drive a tank. In fact, we're old friends with Yegor. We're in the same tank crew.
You must be a tough crew, all right. I see you have a hero star on you.
Your son has the hero star, too.
He hasn't written for a long time.
Why, you don't happen to know when they'll give him leave to come, do you? I haven't seen him for 3 years. Why, he's probably all grown up and has a beard. And every day he faces death. And his voice is probably heavy now.
Well, of course he's changed. That's only natural. Maybe you won't even recognize him when he comes.
Eat, son. Eat. You remind me so much of our Yegor. You hold your spoon in the same way.
He asked me to find out how Yekaterina Malisheva was, his sweetheart. Does she still live in the village?
Katerina? Oh, she's a teacher now. She's finished courses. Oh, what a beauty she is.
I'd like to meet her. I've got a message for her.
Well, she'll be coming here soon. I sent the neighbor's boy after her as soon as I heard you were from Yegor. Why, here she is. Are you from Yegor? How do you do? Oh, what happened to your face?
Nothing special. Just got it burnt in the tank, that's all. Yegor sends you his best wishes. And he says that I should tell you that he thinks of you very often.
And I think of him, too. I think of him day and night. Tell him I'm waiting for him.
should have told them the truth. After all, they're my people. But I simply couldn't. When I saw Mother, her sweet face all wrinkled, and when I saw such a sadness in her eyes, I felt I simply couldn't tell her. Couldn't frighten her. I wouldn't be able to stand it if I saw tears roll down her cheeks. No, I couldn't tell her that this was her son. A freak. And Katerina didn't recognize me either.
Sometime later, back in his regiment, Lieutenant Dryomov received a letter from home.
My dearest son, I'm almost afraid to write. I don't know what to think. A man came to see us from you. A very nice man, but he had an ugly face. He wanted to stay, but then he suddenly picked up and left. I haven't been able to sleep since then, son. I have a feeling it was you who came. Father scolds me, says I've lost my mind. Says if it was our Yegor, he would have said so. Why should he hide it? Why, such a face, Father says, is something to be proud of. But I have a feeling deep down inside that it was you who came. I took his greatcoat outdoors to brush, and I began to cry. I could see it was yours. It was yours. Yegor, dear, write and tell me, so I'll understand.
I should write Mother at once and beg her forgiveness. I shouldn't have tortured her like that. She doesn't need my face. She needs me. But I can't. I must write and say, "Forgive me, Mother and Dad. It was me. Me, your son."
What have they done to you?
Don't cry, Mother. I'm still alive. Dad, forgive me.
I'm proud of you, son. I'm proud of you.
I've come too, Yegor.
Hello, Katerina. Why did you come? You promised to wait for the other Yegor, not this one.
Don't say that, Yegor. I still love you, and I will love you forever and ever. Don't send me away, Yegor.
You have just heard a radio version of the Russian character, the last story written by Alexei Tolstoy before his death in 1945. This feature about a distinguished Soviet writer was prepared in the studios of Radio Moscow.
"20 years ago, the city of Leningrad broke through the blockade imposed on it by the Nazi forces during the Second World War. Leningrad was cut off from the rest of the world for almost 900 days and nights. It was one of the worst blockades in the history of the world. But the Leningraders held out and won. This program is dedicated to their heroic stand. It was extremely important for the German command to seize Leningrad and the Baltic area. It therefore hurled against the city 43 German and 21 Finnish divisions, supported by more than 2,000 aircraft and about 1,500 tanks. The enemy forces were overwhelmingly superior. The Finns attacked the city from the north and the Germans from the south, locking it between the Gulf of Finland and Lake Ladoga. The fascists hadn't the slightest doubt that they'd take the city. Hitler issued orders, including the date for the victory parade on Palace Square in Leningrad. Every man, woman, and child in Leningrad came out to defend the city. 500,000 women and school children dug trenches and anti-tank ditches on the approaches to town. On the streets and squares, they put up barbed wire entanglements and barricades. Every first floor and show window was protected with sandbags. Every house was turned into a fortress. Almost every man took up arms. Hitler issued orders to wipe the city from the face of the earth. He wrote, "All forces shall blockade the city tightly and level it to the ground by artillery fire of all calibers and steady bombing from the air. Any surrender induced by these measures is to be rejected." Thus ordered Hitler. Hundreds of thousands of tons of shells and bombs were cast on one of Europe's most beautiful cities, widely famed for its masterpieces of architecture. There were 5 or 6 air raids every day. Shellings lasted as long as 9 hours at a stretch. There was danger not only from bombs and shells. Starvation came in to help the Nazis. Rations were cut to half a pound of bread a day per worker. Others received only a quarter of a pound. The bread was poorly baked and had to be adulterated. All supplies of coal, oil, and wood were consumed. The power stations had to stop work, and the streetcars and trolleybuses stopped running. There was no fuel, and plumbing systems got out of order. The cruel 40 below weather of the winter of 1941 worsened the desperate situation. Here's an eyewitness story by Mrs. Maria Klokova, who lived through the 900-day blockade.
О том времени страшно даже вспоминать, сколько горя принесла нам война. На наш родной Ленинград каждый день сыпались снаряды, бомбы, вой сирен, крики раненых, грохот падающих домов. Все это встает в памяти. В городе холодно, темно. Люди идут изможденные от голода. Так гитлеровцы хотели задушить нас.
It's horrible to recall that terrible time. How much misery the war brought us. Shells and bombs hit Leningrad every day. I remember the screeching of the sirens and the rumble of crashing houses. It was cold and dark in town. People, weak from starvation, walked like ghosts, moving their feet with difficulty. They fell dead right in the street, standing in line for their bread rations. Even women and children went to the factories, working 15 hours a day. They fought fires, dug the wounded out of the ruins, and helped the sick and the young. I worked at a factory, Mrs. Klokova continued. All the window panes in the shops were blown out, and our fingers froze to the metals at the slightest contact. We swayed with fatigue and were dizzy with hunger. And all around us were explosions. We used to go to work and never know whether our house would be there when we came home, or whether the children would still be alive.
The front reached Leningrad in September 1941. The only way to get in or out of the city was across Lake Ladoga, which was unsuitable for shipping. Fascist aircraft hung over the lake constantly and aimed at all boats and barges afloat. If it wasn't the Germans, then frequent heavy storms smashed the boats and cast them on the rocks near the shore. It cost immeasurable effort and sacrifice to deliver every ton of food over the lake. When the lake froze over, a road was laid across it. First, horse sleighs went, and when the ice grew stronger, trucks set out. Fascist guns a few miles away fired at the lake road. Their planes bombed it. Defying it all, loads crossed the lake in a steady stream night and day. There were drivers who drove their trucks 48 hours at a stretch. When spring came and the ice could no longer hold up heavy weights, the truck drivers carried their loads on their backs, wading through water knee-deep. They delivered sacks of seeds to be planted in the city and 60 tons of onions. This was a priceless gift to the civilians and soldiers in Leningrad who suffered from scurvy. Mail began to arrive from Leningrad. It was delivered across the ice or the water of the lake, and sometimes by blockade-running planes.
Dear Victor, I've gone through a terrible winter, but I'm quite well. Our house was completely demolished while I was at work, and our neighbors were killed. I've moved into the cellar. It's still there. Now I have my own individual bomb shelter. Don't worry about me. The factory gives us some cereals every week, and I get my bread rations, so I won't starve. Write more often. Your loving wife.
Dear Papa, why haven't you written so long? I have sent you 2 letters already and have received no answer yet. We are all well. Mama works in a hospital and I still go to school. Our school has moved into a bomb shelter and classes are held 3 hours a day. I'm very brave now. At night I go up on the roof to fight off incendiary bombs. I've put out 3 of them already. I'm not afraid at all. All our boys do duty up on the roof. Your son, Kola.
My dear son, I received your letter and I'm very proud that you've been awarded a medal. We have a new member in our family, Nina, from across the way. Her parents were both killed during a shelling. Father is well. He's repairing tanks at a factory. Sometimes he doesn't come home for a week at a time, and it's hard to get home anyway because there's no transportation.
That was life in Leningrad during the blockade. Existence itself was a heroic exploit, but the Leningraders lived and worked besides for victory. Factories in the besieged city built and repaired 2,000 tanks and 1,500 planes. They made hundreds of thousands of shells. A famous man who lived in Leningrad at the time was the composer Dmitri Shostakovich. He worked on his great 7th or Leningrad Symphony in an unheated apartment to the rumble of enemy shell fire. This symphony was first performed in besieged Leningrad in the winter of 1942. The premiere was announced a long time ahead. The Philharmonic Hall was packed, and soldiers from the city's defense lines mingled with the civilians in the audience. Artillery forces protected the hall throughout the concert, attacking the German batteries and preventing them from beginning their bombardment. The orchestra sat in coats and fur caps, and when possible in gloves, playing this heroic composition. A war correspondent recalls the situation. He was in blockaded Leningrad in 1942, and this is what he tells us.
I reached Leningrad in the spring. I remember a German newspaper wrote that Leningrad was a dead city and that corpses filled the streets. It added that the German command had to suspend the advance on the city because of the stench. But it was no dead city I saw. It was badly shelled, and many of the houses were demolished completely, but life was teeming in the half-wrecked homes. Plywood substituted for window panes with pipes poked out of them releasing smoke from homemade iron stoves. There was laundry on some of the windows. I was surprised to see spring buds in flower beds. It was not flower beds, however, but radishes and carrots. Young onion shoots showed green among the surviving antique statues in the parks, and there were potatoes growing on the streets stripped of asphalt. There were no epidemics. On the contrary, hundreds of Leningraders, lean and pale, came out on a warm, sunny day to clean up the yards and streets. Old men, women, and children, moving with difficulty, collected junk and garbage and carried it to trucks in their shopping bags, lacking the strength to carry bigger loads. Every once in a while a shell would burst in the street, but little attention was paid to it. As if to refute the German claims that this was a dead city, a big soccer game was played at the municipal stadium. That was on May 6th, the traditional opening day of the National Championship Series. The local garrison played the Dynamo Club, several members being brought in from the front for the occasion. There were a few thousand fans in the stands, making a fantastic scene. Lean, exhausted men playing the national game in a besieged city. The game was radioed to the front lines. It testified that Leningrad and its defenders were still alive.
In the summer of 1942, an oil pipeline and cables were laid across the bottom of Lake Ladoga to supply the city with electricity. The streetcars began to run, and public bathhouses and laundries began to work. The food supply improved noticeably. In January 1943, the blockade was broken on one sector of the front, and then, a year later, Leningrad launched a full-scale offensive all along the line. The tranquility of the January morning was shattered by the roar of 600 guns. At first, no one in town paid any attention. They were used to it. Then it became clear that this was an offensive. It meant the end of the blockade. People ran out into the streets, embraced and cried with joy as a steady stream of troops passed on the way to the front. The fighting moved farther and farther away from the city. The shooting grew muffled by distance as the Soviet soldiers advanced irresistibly. Sergeant Nikolai Abuzov was among them. Today he works at the Electrosila plant in Leningrad. Here's how he remembers it.
Когда мы, советские солдаты, вступили в пригороды Ленинграда, то не узнать было этих мест. Фашисты превратили в руины знаменитые памятники, парки, фонтаны Петродворца. Разрушили Пулковскую обсерваторию.
We couldn't recognize the suburbs when we got there. The fascists had wrecked all the monuments and spoiled the parks and the fountains of Petrodvorets. They demolished Pulkovo Observatory. It looked as if 1,000 savages had held a bloody feast everywhere.
During the blockade, the Nazis hurled 250,000 bombs and shells at Leningrad. They destroyed 3,000 houses completely and 7,000 partially. Bombs hit the world-famous palaces, the unique Hermitage, the Russian Art Museum, and the Winter Palace. Bombs, shells, and hunger carried away over 500,000 citizens. Years have passed. The traces of devastation have long disappeared. Leningrad has been restored and doubled both in extent and in housing facilities. Its population has grown too. Leningraders come to the War Memorial every January 27th. There's a blue eternal flame at its foot, commemorating those who perished during the 900 days of the blockade. Engraved on it are the words, "No one and nothing has been forgotten." That program was dedicated to the 20th anniversary of the breaking of the blockade of Leningrad during the Second World War.
You are tuned to Radio Moscow.
This is your program, Moscow Mailbag. It's mailbag time, and here is Joe Adamoff to answer your questions. Lawrence Principi of Cedar Grove, New Jersey. Can a Soviet worker be fired from his job? If so, how is this done?
A worker can be fired from his job, but there have got to be legally valid reasons according to the labor code. What are these reasons? He could be fired, for instance, if the enterprise or office closes down, or if there's a cut in staff. He can be fired during that. He can be fired for incompetence or lack of qualification. In case of ill health, for instance, if he's an airline pilot or a cab driver, he'll be shifted over to another job. He may be fired for non-fulfillment of duties or non-fulfillment of internal rules of an enterprise, or in case of previous disciplinary measures that were applied with little effect. He can be fired for absenteeism or for coming to work in a state of intoxication. Well, there are many reasons, of course, but the main thing, I think, is that no person can be dismissed by the management without the consent of the trade union committee. But you know, there's another snag to the whole business, and that is that there's a great demand for labor power in the Soviet Union. And sometimes a person is fired for this or that reason. What does he do? He just gets another job at another enterprise. That is the problem. And this is the problem which is very often discussed in our papers.
Is there any horse racing in the USSR? Can you bet on horses?
We do have horse racing, and you certainly can bet. We have a totalizer. There are over 100 tracks all over the country. We go in for such things as the steeplechase for flat races, you know, where the harness is in a harness, and the driver sits on what is called a sulky, a thing with what looks like two bicycle wheels. We have trotting races, cross-country races, and competitions in horsemanship. I'm sure you'd be interested to know that every year we hold an international auction at which we sell excellent racehorses, thoroughbreds. And we have many farms up and down the country that go in for breeding thoroughbreds of such well-known breeds as the Orlov or the Ahaltekin in Turkmenia. It's an Arabian-type breed.
Can the Russian-made car, the Lada, be purchased in the United States?
Well, not so far. I have a feeling it may be sold in the foreseeable future. They're working on this possibility at present. I know that they're being sold in Canada, and the price is something like $4,000, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less. It's an excellent car. Most of the private drivers in Moscow drive it. You'd be surprised that you can easily start it at minus 13 degrees Fahrenheit. That's minus 25 degrees Celsius. It's around 80 horsepower, European horsepower, very economical, and has excellent acceleration with, I think, all the latest things like, you know, disc brakes and what have you, an excellent system of ventilation and heating.
Harry McDonald of Olney, Illinois. I've learned that only 1 person in 4 is a party member. This seems a little low for me. Why doesn't everyone join the party? Are they apolitical or forbidden to join?
To begin with, Harry, it is not 1 in 4. If you take the total number of people working in our economy, it's about 1 in every 6 persons is a member of the party. But to understand why that is so, I think you have to know what it means to be a party member. It is not enough to sympathize with the party, to share their policy. That is not enough. You have to be an active worker within the party. You have to be, in other words, an activist, a leader of men, an example to others. You have to be the best man on the job. So you see, if 1 in 6 is a leader of men, if 1 in 6 is an activist, I think that's a very good percentage, don't you? Another thing that I'd like to stress is the fact that there's a common misconception in the West that a party member has some sort of privileges, that some sort of privileges go with party membership. That is not so. He has no special rights or privileges. The only thing that he does have is a lot of duties, a lot of extra public work. That, yes.
Joe Cherney of Garfield Heights, Ohio, and Richard Colgan of Austin, Texas, both want to know whether there will be any live broadcasts via shortwave of Olympic events.
I don't think so, because what is the use? First of all, there's this 8-hour difference between Moscow and Eastern Standard Time. When it's noon here, it'll be about 4 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. You're not going to sit up and listen at that time, are you? Then we don't have the transmitters to North America at that time. But why do you want us to broadcast it via shortwave when NBC will be giving it to you in color on television? And let me say that since NBC has bought exclusive rights for the Moscow Olympics, Another thing I'm sure that will interest you is the fact that NBC will have more cameras at the Moscow Olympics than America had, say, at the Montreal Olympics. I'll show you what I mean. Out of the 116 cameras in Montreal, the United States ran only 9. And in Munich, out of 150 cameras, only 7 were handled by American cameramen. So you see, they'll be getting very much more at the Moscow Olympics. And the picture that'll be offered to all the television companies of the world by Soviet television will not be based on preferential treatment of athletes of any one country, or countries for that matter. The picture will be objectively covering all Olympic competitions, the winners, and the most interesting moments.
James Voiles of Grove City, Ohio. What is the origin of Moscow?
Officially, Moscow was founded in the year 1147 by Prince Yuri Dolgoruki, whose statue stands outside the Moscow City Council. But archaeologists tell us that the place, which is the Kremlin today, and which was a village that belonged to Prince Yuri Dolgoruki, was populated many, many centuries before by man. Be that as it may, Prince Yuri Dolgoruki in the 12th century had an estate where the Kremlin stands today. It was called the village of Moscow, and he built a wooden palisade around that, and that was the beginning of the city of Moscow. In the 14th century, the citadel was extended, and Prince Ivan built an oaken palisade around it. And he also built the first 2 stone buildings within the new enclosure, the Cathedral of the Assumption and the Cathedral of the Archangel, which stand to this day. Walls of white limestone were erected around what is today the Kremlin in the 14th century. But in the 15th century, the white stone walls were replaced by powerful brick fortifications, which we see to this day, with twin embrasured battlements and mighty towers. And let me say that many of the towers and structures within the Kremlin were also built by Italian masters. And a thing I'm sure many people do not know, that the word Kremlin in Russian actually means a fortified city. And there are Kremlins not only in Moscow, but in other Russian cities too.
Does the average Soviet citizen approve the SALT II Treaty?
The answer to that is yes, definitely. The average Soviet citizen believes, that it is a very good thing indeed. He received news of the signing of the treaty by President Carter and President Brezhnev with great satisfaction, with a hope for further steps in that direction. The average citizen here believes that it will definitely lessen the chances of a nuclear holocaust. He believes that it is a sane compromise that limits the arms race both quantitatively and qualitatively, in which neither side gets any advantages. This is very important. Generally, I think it makes him feel good because it proves that we, that is the United States and the Soviet Union, can get along. I think that's very important. And I have a feeling that the absolute majority of citizens in the United States approve of it too.
How many shortwave sets are there in the USSR?
That's hard to say. There are about 60 million sets in our homes, radio sets, and I'm sure that most of them do have a shortwave band.
Paul Kretschmer of Mitchell, South Dakota. We have what is called a gasohol, a mixture of 90% gasoline and 10% grain alcohol. It stretches gas supplies and is easier on the environment. Do you have something similar?
No, Paul, I haven't heard anything about a gasohol, but we do have, I know in the city of Kharkov, down in the Ukraine, 3 makes of Soviet cars that have for months been running on gas with a hydrogen additive, gas plus 10% hydrogen. There's still much work to be done along these lines. As a result, the exhaust is very much less toxic and there's fuller combustion. Hydrogen is produced from hydrids, this being less dangerous, a less dangerous way of storing it. You realize what hydrogen is when you remember what happened to some of the airships in maybe several dozen years ago.
Paul Kretschmer and Tim Riley of Concord, California, both want to know about the use of solar power in the USSR.
Oh, well, down in Tashkent, capital of Uzbekistan in Central Asia, we have a special institute working on problems of solar energy. I know we've produced solar kitchens and solar refrigerators, and the institute has produced solar water heaters and mobile solar electric stations. We have some homes cooled and heated by solar energy. All told, there are more than 50 solar electric stations working up and down the country. They're not too big in size, the stations. In the Karakum Desert, there are desalination stations working on solar power. But the president of our Academy of Sciences tells us that in the future, when cheap means of transforming solar energy are found, solar energy may account for a certain percentage of the total energy produced in our southern areas. But he says there's little hope of economically profitable large solar installations.
Tim Riley again. How many subway trains run during the rush hours in Moscow?
Tim, I don't really know how many trains all told there are, but I do know, this is an official figure, that during the rush hours there's a train every minute and 20 seconds, and that our subways carry anywhere from 5 to 7 million people a day. That's in Moscow.
Now, problems of energy seem to be very much in people's minds. Mitchell Taylor of Riverdale, Georgia, writes, what types of energy are being developed in the Soviet Union as alternatives to oil?
I've already mentioned solar energy. We also use, not on a big scale, mind you, but we do use the heat, the underground heat, and the heat of the underground hot waters in a place called Kamchatka on the Pacific. Of course, we're working on various forms of energy, but the answer to your question is the alternatives that we believe in, the alternatives to oil, are nuclear energy and coal. You see, if all our electric stations were switched over tomorrow to nuclear power, that will only give us a saving of 10% in oil. That little. Why? Because most of our electric stations burn coal. We are seeking new areas of applying nuclear energy, such as heating our cities. That is, using nuclear energy in our central heating plants, which pipe the heat to the residential areas. And such a form of heating cities, we believe, will be twice as cheap as fossil fuels. We've already begun building such stations. Then we believe in using nuclear energy for various technological processes at industrial enterprises. That is, wherever energy is used, in metallurgy, in the chemical industry, and other areas of production. Now, as for coal, I've already said it's burnt by our electric stations, but we believe that it should be burnt by electric stations only in sparsely populated areas, from where electricity will flow along extra high voltage lines to the European part of the country. I also have in mind not just simply high voltage lines, but direct current high voltage lines. We will also process coal with hydrogen or steam, and will get carbohydrate products in a gaseous or liquid form. This will serve as fuel for metallurgy and chemistry, and also for all forms of fuel and lubricants for transport. Thus, with time, we'll be using nuclear energy and the energy of coal, and we will release oil and gas as sources of energy. Oil and gas will be used as chemical raw materials and raw materials for the production of fats and proteins. And we believe that in the next, say, about 30 or more years, we'll be able to completely go over to the, as I've already said, the use of nuclear energy and of coal as the basic sources of energy in our country.
And there we end Mailbag for today. Joe Adamov will answer your questions if you drop him a line at North American Service, Radio Moscow, Moscow, USSR.
Radio Moscow presents The Man Who Swam in Space. Half a century ago, the founder of astronautics looked into the future, and this is what he wrote.
I see a vehicle following in orbit in space. A door opens, and out steps a figure in a spacesuit and white cape. The rest of the crew press their faces against the portholes of the craft as the figure pushes off into space, the cable unwinding as he floats away.
This was the picture of man in free space described by Russian scientist Konstantin Tsiolkovsky half a century ago. Today, we know how man really took his first swim in space.
This soundtrack was taped as the Voskhod 2 blasted into orbit on the morning of March the 18th. Two men were in its capsule, 39-year-old ship skipper Pavel Belyaev and 30-year-olds. As astronauts Belyaev and Leonov shot upwards by elevator to the rocket capsule, the crowd with switches, radio knobs, and telegraph key. Containers for food and water were fastened to the walls, and each couch had its own porthole. The one big difference was the door leading into the lock chamber, through which one of the men would slip out into free space. March 18th broke gray and windy. Low-hanging clouds poured down as slanting snow. The two astronauts, dressed all in white, from helmet to boots, to protect them from the sun's rays, said goodbye to their friends and the launching executives. The launching executives said they felt sure the craft was in reliable hands and everything would go well. Everyone wished the men a good flight and speedy return, and the two astronaut Alexei Leonov. Newsmen visiting the launching pad the day before takeoff had a look at the inside of the capsule. The day was quiet, but when they stepped out of the elevator that took them to the top of the stationary rocket, the height was so great there was a real gale. Except for a few details, the capsule looked no different from the vehicle that took an airman, scientist, and doctor into space last October. The inside was upholstered with a synthetic material. Along one wall there was an instrument panel with a tiny globe, clock, and other equipment. Next to the skipper's couch, the control stick stood out black. Nearby was an elongated control panel to control headquarters deep underground to view the takeoff through the green lens of a periscope when the launching button was pressed at 10 a.m. Moscow time. The rocket shot through the gray blanket of clouds, trailing the tail of fire. It sped up and up to an altitude of some 300 miles before laying on orbit just under the Earth's first radiation belt. The crew contacted ground stations at once.
Я Заря-1. Доложите показания приборов кабины самочувствия. Самочувствие отличное. Давление в кабине.
Ship skipper Colonel Belyaev reported the crew felt fine. The temperature in the capsule was 64 degrees Fahrenheit. Pressure and humidity were also normal.
Colonel Belyaev will be 40 this summer. He can look back on a childhood in a village lost in the forests of northern Russia. His father was the village doctor, and, like most of the other men in the community, a crack hunter. The boy Belyaev learned to shoot foxes and hares, set traps for ermine, and hunt bears. When the war broke out and he was turned down for the village detachment of ski troops because of his youth, Belyaev got a job as a factory mechanic. He wanted, in some way, to help the nation's war effort. Volunteering again 2 years later, he was sent to a school for flyers, and at the very end of the war, saw action in the Far East. In the astronauts group, Colonel Belyaev is considered a cool and collected person with remarkable stick-to-itiveness and a readiness to work. He's been a member of the Communist Party ever since the end of the war. The colonel has flown all types of craft, from the slowest to the fastest. A graduate of an Air Force academy, he joined the astronauts group as a major. But his 22nd parachute jump almost proved fatal for his space career. Leaping in a strong wind, he landed awkwardly and broke his left leg. The doctors warned him he might not be able to remain in the Air Force. But Belayev was determined to continue what he had dedicated his life to. After nearly a month and a half in the hospital with his leg strung up, he returned home to do what his father had always advised village patients in such cases. He gave the leg all possible exercise. His persistence had its effect. When Colonel Belayev made his first trip in space in March, our reporter interviewing his wife and 2 daughters learned what his hobbies are. Mrs. Tatiana Belayeva said this.
Есть увлечения, причем такие разнообразные. Он любит очень музыку, причем не только любит, он любит даже сам разбираться.
He has a variety of interests. He's very fond of music and likes to follow the musical score when he listens. Last year, he got interested in photography when the girls gave him a camera for his birthday. Lately, he's become a keen motorist. But his greatest passion is space travel.
As the Voskhod 2 started on its second orbit of the Earth, Soviet televiewers were surprised to see a figure crawl out of the hatch of the racing spacecraft. The figure waved a hand, slowly looked around, and then, freeing himself of the vehicle, explored its shell with his hands and switched on the movie camera. That done, the figure moved out into free space. Televiewers could see him studying the Earth and looking at the stars. All of his movements were ordinary and methodical. The astronaut was outside of the vehicle for a whole 20 minutes. For 10, he raced alongside of the craft for a distance of just under 3,000 miles.
Soviet science and engineering has made the wildest of dreams come true. Space exploration has moved into a new stage. The man who took the walk in space, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Leonov, feels the astronaut has a special calling in the modern world. He puts it in these words.
Космонавт не только разведчик природы, но и посол, как бы представитель человечества. Ему первому предстоит встретиться с разумными обитателями других миров.
An astronaut is more than an explorer, Alexei Leonov maintains. He's an ambassador of humanity. He will be the first to meet the intelligent beings of other worlds, if there are such beings, and they will judge the people of Earth by him.
30-year-old Alexei Leonov comes from a Siberian miner's family. Today, the head of the house, at the age of 73, has retired on a pension, and his 9 sons and daughters have all secured an education and hold jobs. Lieutenant Colonel Leonov is married and has a 4-year-old daughter. Jolly and witty, Leonov is a favorite in the astronauts group. Everyone, right up to the chief designer, takes his jokes in good spirit. The astronaut's wife, Mrs. Svetlana Leonov, told our reporter the following.
Это очень веселый, общительный, находчивый человек. Ну, он обладает какой-то и не только внешней симпатией, но какой-то внутренней.
He's very jolly and sociable, never at a loss for words. He's a pleasant person and has a lot of charm.
As the Voskhod 2 passed over the Soviet Union on one of its orbits, national leaders contacted the crew by radio.
Мы с нетерпением ждем вас в столице нашей Родины, Москве. Ваш подвиг служит целям мира и прогресса человечества.
The group of leaders applauded the spacemen, and Communist Party First Secretary Leonid Brezhnev said on their behalf, We are looking forward to seeing you in Moscow. What you've done promotes peace and progress. We embrace you and wish you a good landing.
As the spacecraft was doing its 8th orbit of the Earth, the Moscow TV studios arranged a news conference to answer some of the questions that people were asking about the flight. At the conference, the questions came from newsmen in the studio and from televiewers who phoned in. Scientists and astronauts did the answering. One of the experts and astronauts who spoke was test pilot Anatoly Molotkov.
Юрий Гагарин сделал первый шаг в космос. Герман Титов был первым, совершив уже многовитковый полет вокруг Земли в течение...
Astronaut Yuri Gagarin ushered in space exploration, said the test pilot. Herman Titov was the first to orbit the Earth several times. Andrei Nikolaev and Pavel Popovich were the first to make a group flight. Valery Bykovsky was the first to spend 5 days in space. Then there was the first 3-man crew last October. It comprised Vladimir Komarov, Konstantin Feoktistov, and Boris Yegorov. Now astronaut Leonov is the first man to swim in space.
One of the questions asked was whether the capsule had compressed when Leonov crawled out through the hatch. This was the answer.
No, the astronaut's exit produced no changes inside the capsule. The composition of the air, the pressure, humidity, and temperature remained the same.
Astronaut Leonov swam 16 feet away from the capsule. One of the questioners wanted to know whether that was the limit in general.
For this first swim, the astronaut could go no farther. He was attached to a strong lifeline. But in the future, man will be able to do more than swim. With a portable jet engine, he will be able to travel in any direction.
Isn't it dangerous for an astronaut to leave a craft in flight? Could not meteorites damage his spacesuit?
Investigations done here and abroad indicate that meteorites are no danger. The astronaut has only the slightest chance of meeting one.
Did Belyaev and Leonov wear a new kind of spacesuit, or the same as the other Soviet astronauts have worn?
Theirs was a new kind. For a swim in space, it had to be equipped with an autonomous life-sustaining system and had to have protection from cosmic rays.
Will it be possible to walk about the moon in such a suit?
Yes, it will. Not only the moon, but Mars and Venus too.
These answers were given at a TV news conference while astronauts Belyaev and Leonov were still in space. A few days after they returned, another news conference was held in Moscow at which the two spoke. The president of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, Dr. Keldysh, also answered questions. You'll now hear some of the questions and answers. The first to answer was astronaut Belyaev.
The first question is from Stuart Lurie of the New York Herald Tribune. He asks, where is the Voskhod 2 capsule now? Has it been removed from the landing site, and how?
Космический корабль «Восход-2» находится на космодроме. Убрали с места приземления средствами и силами авиации.
The Voskhod 2 capsule was removed from the landing site by aviation techniques. The next question comes from the Moscow correspondent of the New York Times, Mr. Shabbat. On previous occasions, it was stated that spaceships could be used again after their flights. Does this apply to the Voskhod 2?
Да, относится в полной мере.
Yes, this does fully apply to the Voskhod 2. Was there, in fact, a collision between the spaceship and trees before the spaceship actually landed? And if so, was the spaceship damaged as a result?
Посадка была очень мягкой, корабль не имеет никаких повреждений.
No, it was a very soft landing, and the spaceship is not damaged in any way.
Here are some questions which were put to astronaut Leonov.
The next question is from Peter Tempest, the Moscow correspondent of the London Daily Worker. How and where was the cine camera mounted on the spaceship, and has the film suffered exposure because of cosmic radiation?
Кинокамера крепилась на обрезе шлюза на кронштейне.
The cine camera was mounted on the hatch sill.
Кинопленка проявлена, и никакой засветки не обнаружено.
Film has been developed and suffered no exposure during the flight as a result of radiation. Will a man or woman reach the planets in our lifetime?
Я думаю, что должны они сделать это вместе.
I think that a man and woman should do this together.
The president of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, Dr. Keldysh, also answered questions.
A question from the correspondent of the New York Times. What alternative systems for leaving a spacecraft are there besides the lock and chamber system, and what advantages has this system?
Ну, в прессе еще обсуждается вариант полной разгерметизации кабины, как другой возможный вариант. Ну вот я так бы сказал, какие преимущества имеет вариант шлюзования? Переведите.
There has been some discussion in the press of an alternative system involving the depressurization of the cabin. As for the advantages of the lock and chamber system,
вот такое, наверное, сравнение русскому человеку особенно доступно. Разгерметизацию кабины я бы сравнил с избой, которая не имеет сеней. Когда вы раскрыли двери, то все неприятности сейчас же ворвались в помещение.
I would describe the advantages of the lock and chamber system in this way. The absence of a lock and chamber could be compared to a hut without a vestibule. And once you fling open the doors, the inclement weather outside immediately rushes in, and all the adverse effects accordingly.
Не исключено, что вариант разгерметизации кабины может целый ряд неприятностей за собой повлечь.
And I would not rule out the possibility that in view of this, depressurization could have quite a few untoward effects. Will it be possible in a flight of the near future for a group of cosmonauts to leave the spaceship?
Ну, в принципе, если вышел один, так может выйти целая группа.
I think that in principle, if one person has been able to leave a spaceship, a group will be able to do so. Will cosmonauts in future space flights be able to change from one spaceship to another?
Ну, я думаю, что будут.
I think they will be able to do this. What other problems will have to be solved before it is possible to assemble big orbital stations?
Ну, я думаю, что много проблем, но главное из них это сближение различных космических кораблей.
I think that many such problems will yet have to be solved, and the most important of these is bringing spaceships close together in space. Could you tell us about the cooperation of the Soviet Academy of Sciences and the American National Academy in space exploration on the basis of existing agreements?
В основном это касается совместной метеорологической программы с помощью спутников и программы исследования магнитного поля Земли, а также в обмене другими научными материалами.
This cooperation at present centers around meteorological studies by means of satellites and the study of the Earth's magnetic field, as well as other problems. This is our 6th press conference with cosmonauts speaking. Can we hope to have a 7th this year?
Ну, если приятно встречаться, то нужно надеяться.
Well, when meetings are pleasant, one looks forward to having more of them.
That was an actuality recording from the news conference held in Moscow when astronaut Leonov returned from his remarkable swim in space. You've been listening to The Man Who Swam in Space, a feature arranged by Radio Moscow.
Shah Haro жвайналда
Pallakiyo, pallakiyo, sa
sas nare tarang degalelo sas naramon sarhat tarayanta sas nahon zalo yavakhatalo sas nadong yoner sentedalo sas Shasteng hechi charitolo sas Shamdat abitolo sas Hende durate tolo sas Murabodasi ozitolo sas.
This program was arranged in the studios of Radio Moscow. It discusses the arguments for and against the war in Vietnam. The quintessence of the arguments for continuing the war was contained in a recent letter to the New York Journal American over the signature of 20 American scientists and scholars. What are their arguments, and how much do they correspond to the facts? This war was started by the Viet Cong, they say. The Communists were the first to violate the Geneva Agreements, and they have violated them repeatedly ever since.
That's not true. It was dictator Ngo Dinh Diem who started the war against the South Vietnamese people after the United States Central Intelligence Agency made him president in 1955. He began by putting 30,000 of his political opponents behind prison bars. He received $300 million from the United States in the very first year to conduct the war. Washington also prodded the dictator to violate the Geneva Agreements. One of the chief provisions of the agreements was that free elections should be held in the North and the South. Mr. Diem, encouraged by the United States, refused to accept this clause. The people thus lost all hope of freely expressing their will or uniting the country by peaceful means. The dictator tried to wipe out all opposition in the South by executing or massacring 160,000 persons and imprisoning another 370,000, using American weapons, money, and advisors for the purpose. Driven to despair, the people took up arms, as any other people would have done, as the Americans did in the 18th century, when they could no longer stand British colonial oppression. The only difference in this case is that the descendants of the men who fought for American independence are now themselves doing the oppressing.
Washington has long since admitted that Ngo Dinh Diem was a dictator and an adventurer. And yet the authors of that letter to the New York Journal American say that Vietnam has had a genuinely national government since 1954 and that it is now fighting to preserve its independence.
South Vietnam has never had a real national government. Today, as in 1954, it is just a collection of corrupt politicians and military, altogether divorced from the people. Saigon has seen 11 military coups since Mr. Diem, but none of them have made the regime any more representative. And we are not the only ones to think so. Your own Professor Henry Kissinger, who has been associated with various government bodies, and Clark Clifford, chairman of the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, concluded after a recent visit to South Vietnam that the Saigon government was neither democratic nor representative. Vietnamese citizens told Professor Kissinger that the men at the top were taking bribes and making fortunes on American food supplies sent as aid.
While whitewashing the Saigon regime, the advocates of America's war also tried to blacken the regime's political opponents. And so they would have you believe that South Vietnam's National Liberation Front does not represent the people. The Viet Cong, they say, was organized, equipped, and trained in North Vietnam. How true is that?
Well, the answer to that may be found in the composition of the National Liberation Front. No less than 20 political parties and organizations are represented, including South Vietnam's 3 largest parties, the Democratic Party, the Social Radical Party, and the People's Revolutionary Party. The Democratic Party, organized in 1944, represents the interests of South Vietnam's businessmen and landowners. The Social Radical Party has a membership of intellectuals. The People's Revolutionary Party represents the interests of the working class and other segments of South Vietnam's working folk. Among the other bodies comprising the National Liberation Front are the Labor Association, the Peasant Association, Youth, Women's, and Student Alliances, writers, artists, teachers, and journalists' unions, and veterans of the War of Resistance. With its 7 million members and sympathizers, the Front can rightly say it represents the vast majority of South Vietnam's adult population. The chairman of the Front's Central Committee, Mr. Nguyen Kieu Tho, is a well-known lawyer and public figure. The leadership consists of doctors, teachers, writers, newspapermen, Buddhist leaders, and other clergymen. Thus, what is known as the Viet Cong in the United States is actually a national movement, representing and deeply rooted in all sections of South Vietnam's population. It came into being many years ago, when the people were fighting for national independence against the Japanese invaders and French colonial authorities. Supporters of American interference in South Vietnam talk about instigation from the North, but they deliberately ignore the fact that Vietnam is the ancient land of the Vietnamese. And what is more natural than that the people in the North should give moral, political, and other backing to their fellow countrymen in the South?
The Viet Cong wants to establish a dictatorship in South Vietnam, say the advocates of American interference. How true is that?
Well, we'll let the program of the National Liberation Front speak for itself. It says that it is fighting, 1, to overthrow America's colonial regime in disguise and replace it with a coalition government on a broad national and democratic basis, with representatives from all sections of the population, all nationalities, parties, religious bodies, and all patriotic citizens. 2, it is fighting for a genuinely democratic regime that would guarantee freedom of speech, assembly, and press, freedom for the trade unions and parties and religious bodies. 3, creation of an independent national economy and a better life for the people. 4, lower land rents and solution of the agrarian problem by giving the land to those who work it. 5, a national democratic system of education with free tuition right through college for the children of the poor. Also, Medicare. 6, organization of an army to defend the motherland and the people. 7, equality for men and women of all nationalities. 8, a foreign policy of peace and neutrality. Diplomatic relations with all countries, no matter what their social system, based on peaceful coexistence. Non-participation in military alliances. 9, resumption of normal relations between North and South Vietnam and the country's peaceful reunification. 10, action for world peace against aggressive wars. That is the program for which South Vietnam's National Liberation Front is fighting. It's a program of peace and moderate democratic reforms.
The letter to the New York Journal-American charges that the Viet Cong uses terror, torture, and downright murder reminiscent of Axis atrocities in the last World War, but in lesser dimensions.
That certainly is turning things upside down. South Vietnam's guerrillas are fighting to drive out the invaders, and their struggle is just as sacred as that of the resistance movement in France or the guerrillas in Poland and the Ukraine when the Nazis overran their country. The guerrillas use all the means at their disposal to free their land. If anything can be compared to Axis atrocities, it is what the American troops are doing. They are slaughtering large numbers of the population, carrying out a scorched earth policy, and even using poison gas, which is more than Hitler dared. American strategic aircraft make overall raids, wiping out all humans, animals, homes, and crops in entire regions. Reports of this have appeared in newspapers all over the world.
And now about the negotiations. The letter recalls that President Johnson offered to conduct unconditional negotiations with Hanoi, but, say the authors, Hanoi and Peking repeatedly turned down the offer. The responsibility now lies with the communists.
This is not true either. The United States has had numerous opportunities to negotiate a peaceful adjustment in Vietnam. Look magazine wrote in November that United Nations Secretary General U Thant made several efforts to arrange talks last year. Talks were possible in Rangoon, but Washington refused. The State Department admits this now. The trouble is that those who make American policy refuse to honor the freedom and independence of the Vietnamese. They refuse to settle the problems in keeping with the Geneva Agreements of 1954. Those agreements forbade alien troops in Vietnam and called for general elections both in the North and in the South. Secretary General U Thant recently pointed out correctly that the only alternative to a return to the Geneva Agreements was more escalation, exterminating more and more people and destroying property on a gigantic scale. Yet that is what the United States banks on. It intends to keep up the annihilating war, not seeking negotiation by any means, but the surrender of the Vietnam Liberation Movement.
Those in favor of Washington's policies say that America can't get out of Vietnam. The authors of the letter to the New York paper explain why. They say that if the communists get South Vietnam, it will inevitably weaken resistance to communism throughout South and Southeast Asia.
But are the guerrillas in South Vietnam really fighting to spread communism? We have seen that the National Liberation Front pursues no such aims. As for uniting the two parts of the country, both the South Vietnam Liberation Front and Democratic Vietnam have repeatedly advised that it be done gradually, by mutual consent, with consideration for the special features of both zones, based on equality, without any annexations on either side. Whoever gave an alien power the right to decide what a nation wants and how it wants to be governed? What business is it of the United States to settle the problem for the Vietnamese and the other Asian nations? The American strategists do not even disguise the fact that their war in Vietnam is in America's interests. It's important to see what those interests are. Washington confuses America's interests with the interests of narrow political, military, and economic groups. In the interests of those groups, the war is being fought to preserve the outlying districts of a vast empire of Western spheres of influence. Let's call things by their names and admit that this is bold imperialism. The dilemma posed the American people by the makers of foreign policy, either to conquer communism or be conquered by it, is a falsehood. The liberation fight in South Vietnam is not directed against America, and certainly not against the American people. It is against suppression of sovereignty and the system of colonialism that is being imposed there by Washington, by the American brass, and by American corporations. Is there any honorable way out of the Vietnam adventure for the United States? Yes, there decidedly is. The way out is to recognize the right of the South Vietnamese to choose their own way of life, to pull all troops out of Vietnam, and to scrupulously observe the Geneva Agreements for self-determination. Respect for the rights of other nations and for their sovereignty is the only sensible alternative to Washington's mad, irresponsible course of suppressing national liberation movements. This alternative is to the greatest advantage of the American people.
That program was arranged in the studios of Radio Moscow. We welcome any continuation of this important discussion. We invite any listener to join it. Give us your point of view. Please write to us so that we can arrange an opinion forum on Vietnam. Our address is Radio Moscow, Moscow, the USSR. Radio Moscow, Moscow, the USSR.
This is your program, Moscow Mailbag. Here is Joe Adamov again to answer your questions. William Miller of Hazard, Kentucky. It's been claimed in my country that the reason most Soviet women work is because wages are pitifully low and both partners must work to survive so that the state can indoctrinate the children while their mothers work. What's your opinion?
Well, I think the communists are very smart indeed. The parents work to survive, and in the meantime, the children are indoctrinated.
Can't you be serious, Joe?
I am being serious. I read the United States News and World Report for January the 15th, and there it says that in the United States, 42% of the mothers with children under age 6 are employed. 42%. Then there's a photograph in that very same magazine, and the caption says, daycare centers like this one in Detroit are mushrooming around the country as more mothers with small children work full-time. The same magazine tells me that there are 37 million women employed in the United States. Well, if you were to analyze this whole situation, I think you'd come to the conclusion that this is subversive Soviet influence. I think that the Soviets should be told in no uncertain terms that unless they stop influencing American women, SALT II will not be signed. Well, since there are more daycare centers in the Soviet Union, and if SALT II is signed, then that leaves the Soviet children with more toy pistols than the American children have. But seriously speaking, occupation for occupation, that same magazine tells me, American women earn very much less than the American men do. Well, Lucy, wait till the United States women learn that Soviet women earn just the same as their menfolk, and that there are hundreds of thousands of Soviet women in managerial posts. Now, if the American women learn that, they'll be open prey to communism. And then I wouldn't wonder if they look to see if the flag's still there. You know, last year when I was in Canada, I was guest of two upper middle class families, very well off indeed. And in both families, the wives worked. I wonder, did they do that to survive?
Baxter Hensley of El Paso, Texas. How do you keep the passenger cars warm on the Trans-Siberian Express?
The same as on most of the other railroads. There's a system of central heating with hot water circulating through the various compartments. The hot water is heated in a boiler by electricity. Mind you, on the Trans-Siberian Express, practically all the way it's electric traction. It's the same thing on the other railroads too, as I've said. Then all the cars, the railroad cars, have an independent system which uses coal just in case, if they, for instance, are on a line where there is no electricity. You know, I personally find our trains a bit too hot and stuffy in the winter.
Mark Lukasevich of Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. Does the Soviet Union have diplomatic relations with Honduras, Guatemala, or El Salvador?
No, we do not, just as we do not have any diplomatic relations with such a fascist regime as Chile.
Does the USSR plan to send economic aid to the new government in Nicaragua?
The government of Nicaragua has not asked us for any aid. If it does, this is my personal opinion, I suppose we will render it. Now, what I'm going to say has nothing to do with Nicaragua, but it has direct bearing on the way we render aid to the developing countries. We grant aid for a period of 8 to 12 years or more at an interest rate which is half the rate charged in the international financial market, that is, by the Western countries. The Soviet Union neither owns nor controls a single project built abroad with our assistance. They're all owned solely by the country concerned. Besides, we train experts from among the local population so they would be able to run the projects on their own. You may ask us, why do we do this? Well, because their interests agree with our interests, and we consider it our internationalist duty.
Patrick McAllister of Homewood, Illinois, and Dennis Rutowski of Toledo, Ohio, both ask whether the youth of the USSR have a choice of joining the military service or not.
No, they do not have a choice. All able-bodied males have to serve in the Army. If they have a college education, they serve 1 year. Otherwise, they serve 2 years. It's 3 years in the Navy. And say a student, whilst he's studying in college or university, can be deferred.
Patrick McAllister again. Are women drafted for Soviet military service?
Only in wartime, by decree of the government, may women whose occupation is medicine, for instance, or doctors, in other words, may be drafted into the auxiliary services. Don't forget that 3/4 of our doctors are women. In peacetime, women doctors may be registered in the reserve. And also in peacetime, women doctors may serve on a voluntary basis. But I don't remember seeing a woman doctor in uniform. I forgot when I saw one last.
Theodore Spriggs of St. Paris, Ohio. I'd like to know if football is played in the USSR and also golf.
American football, no. We play soccer, and we also play rugby, English rugby, which is, a cousin of American football.
How far is it from Kiev in the Ukraine to Moscow?
Mr. Spriggs, it's about 536 miles.
Greg Wright of Irondale, Alabama. I visited Moscow with my family once a few years ago and would like to know how a city as big as Moscow has such a low crime rate and controls vandalism and litter.
I'll begin with the litter. Well, any foreigner that comes to Moscow is usually struck by the spotless condition of the floors in the subway. Why? I suppose people were brought up that way. It's the moral climate. When it was first built in 1935, it was something of their own, something they were proud of, these wonderful underground palatial stations. And, the way you don't throw a stub on the carpet of your living room, I suppose they wanted to keep it clean. They were brought up that way. As for vandalism, well, I don't know. We sometimes see youngsters writing on the walls of our stairwells in our apartment houses, and you see writing on the walls of telephone booths. I'm afraid we haven't tackled that yet. As for the reasons for the low crime, well, we do have a low crime rate. I think the reason for that is the whole complex of our crime prevention program. It's the efforts by the government, it's the efforts by the public organizations, including such measures as the network of teenage interest clubs, the summer vacation camps. Well, the working teenagers are usually supervised by skilled and qualified workers. Then there are millions of people in the Soviet Union that belong to the volunteer people's patrols. And when they're around, you better behave. Then we have, this is very important, what we call crime prevention centers in residential neighborhoods where the police is assisted by the public. And this crime prevention program is very effective indeed. Wherever possible, we use persuasion and education rather than coercion. And it seems to work. Not only does it seem, it really does work.
Christopher Hill of Potosi, Missouri. Do blind children go to school with sighted students in Russia, or do they go to a school for the blind?
Well, before I answer that, I'd like to say hi to Christopher all the way in Missouri. I'm doing that because I think Christopher, in my judgment, is the youngest listener that we've had whose question we've answered on the mailbag show. We've had one that was 11 years old, but never did we have a listener who was 10, and I think Christopher deserves some sort of a souvenir. I'll send you something, Christopher. Now, to answer your question, the education of all blind children usually takes place at special schools. It is free, like all schools in the Soviet Union, and it's compulsory, like all education is in the Soviet Union. We also have schools for children with impaired sight, schools that are equipped with special lighting and other features. Well, what can I say about the schools for the blind? They receive a general education, in other words, same as the sighted children do, and they also get vocational training there. Then they're trained in occupations that they have chosen at the various educational production institutions, we call them, under the auspices of the Societies for the Blind. Well, Christopher, that's the way it is in our country. I, many years ago, visited a school for the blind, and I was very much struck by the way the children there behave just the way ordinary children do, the ordinary sighted children. And I also remember that back in the 50s, when Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt was here, she visited a school for the blind, and she was very much impressed by the way the education was conducted there.
David Margritz of Omaha, Nebraska. What was it that hit Siberia from the sky in 1908?
Well, there have been lots of various theories. Some people thought it may have been a nuclear-powered spaceship from outer space, sort of a flying saucer. Others in the States even had a theory, some scientists did, that it was a small black hole that went right through the Earth. Others thought it was a meteorite. But most of our scientists seem to agree that it was the head of a comet that hit Siberia in June 1908. It felled trees in an area of something like 1,000 square miles. It came at an angle towards the Earth's surface. Then there was a fantastic ballistic bang, followed by an explosion. A sort of a shock wave came first. It exploded at a height of something like 4 miles. And scientists tell us that it had the power, the explosion did, of a hydrogen bomb of 6.2 megatons. Our scientists have figured out that the weight of the head of the comet that entered the atmosphere was something like 200,000 tons. We're told that there was practically nothing left of it but some silica dust and maybe a ton or so of metallic admixtures, but no splinters, no parts of any kind. And what's fantastic about the whole thing is that there's no crater. Well, there are a lot of questions that are still unanswered, and our scientists are still working on this problem.
Mark Ruprich of Sterling Heights, Michigan. I'm sure that everything is not as rosy in the USSR as you make it to be on Radio Moscow.
Do we, Mark? Well, I don't think it's rosy because I've had my rear view window broken on my car by the kids in our yard. They did it accidentally. I don't blame them. They were just playing there. And, you know, 12 days have passed and I still can't get it fixed. Then just the other day, I remember the Minister of Trade was on television and he admitted that the customers' complaints are justified about there being lines in our stores and some quality goods being very scarce. We know our faults, don't you worry.
If it were not for capitalism, I probably wouldn't even have a shortwave set.
Oh, I've got you there, Mark. I'd say that if it wasn't for socialism, people in the Soviet Union would not have very many more shortwave sets than you do in the States. That's a fact.
Peter Spaziano of Bricktown, New Jersey. What are Moscow's relations with East Germany?
Very good indeed. I think we have a very close union with the German Democratic Republic. We are successfully developing all-round cooperation with them under a program drawn up until the year 1990. We both stand for lessening tensions. We are both for real disarmament, for lessening confrontation in Europe, and so on.
Have there been any Nazi war criminals convicted in the USSR?
Well, quite a few were convicted after the war, and then you hear every year or so some collaborator that took part in shooting innocent civilians and so on being apprehended. My government firmly believes that there should be no time limit for people that have committed war crimes during the Second World War.
David Pishik of Grand Island, New York. Roller skating to disco music is the hottest thing going here in the United States. Is this popular in the USSR?
David, roller skating in general is not popular in the Soviet Union, though right next to my house there's a sports goods store and they do sell roller skates. Very few children go in for it, and teenagers included. But I will say this, it has always been the custom when we ice skate in our parks, in these enormous parks in winter, there's always music playing there, and they sort of, skate along to the rhythm of the music. That has been done for I don't know how many years.
What age is the minimum for driver's licenses?
2 years more than yours. It's 18 years in the Soviet Union. I personally think it's a good thing.
And there we end today's mailbag.
You will now hear a talk about the three Baltic republics of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia as they are today. We shall try to give you some idea of modern developments over a territory of some 68,000 square miles with a population of 6,200,000. This program was prepared for you by Radio Moscow reporter Vadim Golovanov.
Tallinn, capital of Estonia, and Riga, capital of Latvia, are on the seacoast, and perhaps that's why these two republics have on their national flags white silhouettes of sea waves. Fishing is an important part of the Baltic economy. Lithuania has on its flag a bright green strip by which its people wish to show that nature has endowed their republic with a lovely countryside. 23 years ago, when the large landowners and capitalists were in power in the Baltic republics, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia were described as potato republics or dairy farms. Here's the view expressed by the Daily Herald of London at the time.
We held the Baltic provinces in the palm of our hand. All these states are bankrupts. They all expect from us credits, subsidies, recognition, and economic and diplomatic support. Their independence is of a very qualified nature.
"25 years ago, it was customary to regard the plain Baltic dweller as a poor unfortunate in a baggy tweed suit. And indeed, one might well have formed such an impression of the average Lithuanian, Let, or Estonian in those days. From Lithuania alone, from 70 to 80,000 persons left their country annually for different parts of the world in search of work. The potato republics were full of unemployed. The peoples of the Baltic republics, who 23 years ago joined the Soviet Union of their own free will, have converted their countries during that period into powerful industrial republics. They have built up a first-class industry in a short time. The three republics now produce, in a month, more than was formerly produced in a year. 57 countries of the world now buy the products of the Baltic countries: electronic computers, precision instruments, electric locomotives and rolling stock, radio sets, and steam turbines. Former unemployed have, under the new conditions, become engineers. They've built for themselves so many schools that you'd think they were afraid that suddenly they might be left without sufficient vacancies for all their children. There are today in the Baltic republics twice as many school children as there were before Soviet times. Former unemployed have built national academies of science, theaters, art schools, and research institutes, all of which were things formerly unheard of. Former unemployed are empowered today. They're sitting in the parliaments of their republics discussing affairs of state. They're planning their life for 20 years ahead. Most of the cities of the Baltic countries have an air of antiquity. You can study the history of architecture standing in the streets. Gothic and Empire, Baroque and Constructivist styles rub shoulders with one another. The combination is not always pleasing to the eye, but that's how the towns have developed. It's strange sometimes to see side by side with an ancient, much repaired church the ultra-modern outlines of a planetarium. The Lithuanian town of Elektrinai, which I visited, has none of these combinations. Elektrinai is one of the new towns. It is not yet even marked on the map, and its first locally born citizens are only learning to walk. This young modern town has a population of 3,000. Different colored blocks of houses emerge from a background of the greenery with which the town abounds. Elektrinai is a town of electricity. Young workers who settle here are building one of the largest district stations in Europe. It'll give nearly 100 times as much energy as all the power stations in Lithuania in 1939. The first section has already opened and is supplying current. All Lithuania is helping in its construction. The ferro-concrete blocks with which the buildings of the station are being constructed are made in the Lithuanian capital, Vilnius. The metal comes from an iron foundry opened last year in Kaunas. All the Baltic countries supply precision instruments, and the fuel used is natural gas brought from a source 500 miles away in the western Ukraine. It's likely that very soon gas will be replaced by oil byproducts. When I arrived in Lithuania, a great deal was being spoken about oil. In fact, it's the latest sensation in those parts. Lithuanian geologists recently found oil deposits over a very large area, extending right under the Baltic Sea. When the survey of the industrial possibilities of this discovery is complete, Lithuania will have the second largest offshore oil workings after those of Azerbaijan. You're struck by the very smart shops and cafes in Elektrinai. Their furnishing and interior decoration are the work of the famous workshops of the Experimental Designing Office of Lithuania. The furniture shops in Elektrinai are always full of purchasers. Young couples who've just got a new apartment come here to buy on credit. The Lithuanian designers have reached perfection in making furniture which you can take to pieces and put together again. 28-year-old furniture designer Eugenius Cukermanas, examples of whose work can be seen in many Elektrinai homes, was recently awarded first prize for the whole Soviet Union for home furniture. Eugenius told me that he likes best designing furniture for the home and for restaurants. That's to say, places which we most frequent. He likes least of all designing for hospitals. I asked Eugenius what article of furniture gave him most trouble as a designer, and you'll now hear his answer.
Iš visų gaminių projektuoti įdomiausia turbūt yra kėdė. Galbūt todėl, kad projektuoti yra sunkiausia, todėl ir yra įdomu. Suprojektuoti gerą kėdę yra žymiai sunkiau negu padaryti, pavyzdžiui.
A chair, I think, is the most difficult and perhaps the most interesting thing I have to design. It is much more difficult to make a chair than, say, a cupboard or a table. The chair is the most important article of furniture. You see, it is the article with which people most often come into contact. What worries me is the lack of logic in many details of modern chair designing, and also the large number of furniture legs in an average apartment. I am trying to the best of my ability to solve these problems.
It is not without pride. Any Lithuanian will tell you that his republic produces more furniture per citizen than any other country in the world. Lithuania was the first Soviet republic to make furniture for export. Large Lithuanian factories often apply to furniture designers for advice. The designers have to put their minds to such problems as to how to make an original case for a television or radio set, or how to make a wooden refrigerator with plastic insides. A new Lithuanian factory making plastic goods has begun supplying materials for furniture making. Elektronai is sending out its transmission lines to the new industrial enterprises of the Republic and to the new furniture factories that are being built. One of these, and a very large one, will be the Baldai factory, but that's only part of the Lithuanian plans in this field. You'll now hear Vytautas Beiga, chief designer of one furniture factory, speaking.
Dažnai architektai ir konstruktoriai svajoja apie mūsų eksperimentės konstravimo biurų bazės, bazėje sukurti buities institutą, kad apimtų visus.
We are putting the formation of a domestic needs institute on the agenda. We want to combine in a single organization the production of furniture, carpets, wallpapers, chinaware and lamps, so that everything in a modern apartment may harmonize.
When the plane leaves Lithuania and brings you over its neighbor Republic of Latvia, you do not notice any sudden changes. Perhaps the woods thin out a bit and there's more plowed land. Then, of course, there's that most characteristic feature, the broad ribbon of the Daugava River winding towards the sea. Since I've already emphasized electric stations, I'd mention here the Plavin hydroelectric station, which is being built on the Daugava. This is one of a future cascade of stations. It will provide energy for the developing agriculture of Latvia, which is famed for its pedigree stock. It will also supply the large machine building enterprises which are being constructed on an increasing scale. The machine builders of Latvia are recognized as masters at their job. Comfortable electric rail cars made in Latvia run on the railroads of the world. They come from the locomotive and rolling stock plant in Riga, capital of the Republic. Not long ago, this plant turned out the first electric locomotive in the world, in which an electric control machine took the place of a driver. You're listening to a pocket radio receiver made with 7 transistors. There are several models of such sets made in Latvia. The 2 radio factories in Riga turn out about 2,000 different shortwave receivers and radio phonographs. Latvia was the first of the Baltic republics to make miniature transistor sets. And Latvia was also the first to build an atomic research center. It was lunch hour at one of the plants I visited, and the factory workers were applauding some dress designers from Riga's fashion house. This dress designing center has been in existence for 13 years, and its artists make some 300 journeys a year to different towns of Latvia, popularizing the new fashion. Riga designers are among the leaders of Soviet fashion. They turn out some 2,000 styles each year for children's, men's, and women's clothing. Designer Erika Palzere spoke to me about the style of clothing which is preferred in the Baltic republics.
Dzīves ritms, laikmetu problēmas, strauja attīstība uz priekšu nosaka arī modes attīstību, tās virzība.
Ours is such a business-like age, and people nowadays go in so much for sport that the demand is for practical, convenient clothing. People like a change of fashion even when it is from one extreme to another. Modern man is always looking for something new. In my view, the desire for changing fashions is closely bound up with the achievements and experiments that are being made in all spheres of life.
Latvians and also Lithuanians are fond of having a bottle of milk or yogurt for breakfast and before going to bed. Milk is served everywhere, in open-air cafes, at the railroad stations, and on the beach. The consumption of milk in Latvia is 1,100 pounds per person annually, which is above the scientifically established nutrition standards. In all the Baltic republics, apart from milk and meat, there is a very high consumption of vegetables. They like to eat well and to enjoy their free time. Latvians spend much of their free time on the silver strands of their coast. The coastal town of Jūrmala is entirely given over to catering for holiday makers. On a warm Sunday, its population of 42,000 increases to 250,000. I had an interview with the assistant mayor of Jūrmala, Vladimir Kudryavtsev. Before Soviet times, he told me, this was an exclusive resort, frequented only by a few rich people and the aristocracy. Today, the workers and farmers are the aristocracy. The majority of the visitors are workers and farmers, and it could not be otherwise, as they are a majority in the Republic. The workers and farmers also form a majority as deputies in our parliament. I asked the assistant mayor how many people will spend their vacation in Jūrmala this summer.
Tā šogad, pēc aptuveniem aprēķiniem, mūsu pilsētā atpūtīsies organizēti sanatorijās un atpūtas namos ap 180,000 cilvēku. This
year, we shall have 180,000 visitors, some of whom will come from other Soviet republics. I include only those that will come to our trade union vacation centers, sanatoriums, and boarding houses. There are 50 of these in Yurmala. The nearer we come to Estonia, the more water could be seen. Under the wing of the plane there were lakes, canals, and parts of the bogland not yet drained. From the air, Estonia looks like a sports ground with its clearly etched network of arterial roads and canals. Estonia has thousands of islands scattered about the Gulf of Finland. Most of them are merely a heap of sandhills where a few trees, juniper, fern, pine, have taken precarious root. Six islands in 1,000 are inhabited. These have been the home of fishermen for centuries. I had an opportunity of speaking to one of them, and here's what he said.
I'm an old fisherman. My son says to me, "Now you've caught fish in the sea, but you've hardly seen the sea." My son's also a fisherman, only he's catching fish somewhere near Africa. In a large vessel, it's a regular floating factory. Now I get a pension, and I'm waiting for my son to return from the fishing grounds. Oh, he'll have something to tell me about. I remember the miserable boats we old men used to have. Oh, you'd nearly kill yourself rowing before you could bring your fish ashore. The fish lost its freshness, its eyes had grown dim, and, nobody wanted to buy it. But the fishermen today have no such worries. They're collecting points for the catches and local fish canneries and curing factories. And the state has built trawlers for us, which fish in distant waters. And we old people get pensions. Well, how could we long for the old days?
Estonia catches more fish in proportion to its population than any other country except Japan. I don't suppose you'll guess the subject of that song. I heard it on the radio on a building site and tried to imagine what it was that made the young men sing in such a lyric strain, whether love, the sea, or their native land. It didn't enter my head that it was a builder's song. All Estonia is building today. The Baltic State District Power Station is the pride of those who are building modern Estonia. Its chimneys rise up into the sky on what only 5 years ago was the famous Soldin Bog. When the two power stations that are being built in Lithuania and Latvia are linked up with it, the Baltic republics will be producing more electricity in proportion to their population than any other country in the world. The Estonian power station works on shale, a fuel which the republic possesses in enormous quantities. The Estonians have now learned to produce almost anything under the sun from shale. From it they make cement of various grades and building blocks. Shale gas is burnt in Estonian homes. There are a number of large plants processing the shale. I noticed that construction is a theme very much in evidence in the pictures of Estonian artists. And when I visited the May Art Exhibition, I asked the painters and graphic artists why there were so many industrial landscapes. Probably because wherever you go, you see building, the artist joked. You can't escape it. Pictures of muscular workers ready to move mountains dominated the exhibition. The conception of an artist working in an attic and painting nudes is long since out of date, said Ilmar Torn, secretary of the Union of Estonian Artists. I made a recording of what he then said.
Meie kunstnike liit kasvab aasta-aastalt. Keskmiselt aastas me võtame vastu umbes 10 noort kunstnikku. Näiteks möödunud aastal võtsime liikmeteks vastu.
We recently admitted 10 new members who are working at applied art. They are designing objects for everyday use and decorating public buildings. The artist has become an influential figure in modern Estonia. He does not merely paint and draw, his job is to maintain aesthetic standards. The design of all consumers' goods has to be approved by art advisory councils.
A group of Estonian workers have come to a concert hall after their shift to hear an organ recital of fugues by Johann Sebastian Bach. Young people today are drawn by the music of Bach. This is what the art director of the Estonian State Philharmonia, Olga Rudneva, told me.
Peab ütlema, et viimasel ajal meie noorsoo hulgas on tunduvalt kasvanud huvi Bachi ja teiste 18. sajandi heliloojate loomingu vastu.
Modern youth are drawn by the stern rationalism of Bach's music, its intellectuality and austerity, which is very much in tune with the spirit of our age, an age of thinking people, an age of cybernetics and atomic energy. That is how I explain the appeal of Bach. He is jokingly called the composer of the 20th century. Chopin, early Rachmaninoff, and even Tchaikovsky often seem sentimental to the modern man.
Baltic republics are small countries, but they're rich in talent.
You've just heard a program about the three Soviet Baltic republics, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, as they are today. This program was prepared for you by our reporter Vadim Golovanov. This is Radio Moscow.
Radio Moscow presents a special program about the history of the Bolshoi Theater, whose ballet is now on a concert tour of your country. Bolshoi Theater is over 200 years old. In these more than 2 centuries, it amassed a wealth of opera and ballet tradition and formed prodigious singers and dancers who had a great impact on world scenic art. The Bolshoi created its own artistic mode, its own preeminent style. It won worldwide renown, and every performance brings warm response from audiences and critics. Such star ballet dancers as Galina Ulanova, Maya Plisetskaya, Ekaterina Maximova, Vladimir Vasilyev, and such opera singers as Alexander Ognevtsev, Irina Arhipova, and Elena Obraztsova have become world famous. The Bolshoi Theater has become synonymous with words like fantastic, superb, the world's best. And so here are the milestones of the celebrated Bolshoi.
March the 17th, 1776, is considered to be the founding date of the Bolshoi. On that day, Prince Urusov, an ardent theater admirer, obtained the privilege from Empress Catherine the Great to be, as the decree read, the custodian of all theatrical performances in Moscow. In his turn, Prince Urusov pledged, as he put it, to procure good Russian actors and, in time, God willing, to establish good ballet as well. Together with the Englishman Maddox, he set up a permanent theater, the forerunner of the present-day Bolshoi. The annals of Russian classical ballet date back to Adam Glushkovsky, one of the best dancers of the early 19th century. A man of versatile parts, he came to the theater in 1812 and acted as premier danseur, choreographer, and teacher. Adam Glushkovsky was the first to commission full-evening, many-act ballets instead of the customary dance suites in operas. He was the father of the realistic, true-to-life ballet, and the founder of the Russian Ballet School. Marked by the virtuosity of the Italian school and by the aerial elegance of the French, it also focused on dance technique as expressive means. Every pas, every movement was meant to incarnate human characters, human emotions. In January 1825, the Bolshoi moved into a new opera house built by architect Beauvais. In size, the building was second only to La Scala in Milan, and that's why it's called Bolshoi, the Russian word for big or great. 1840s were of particular significance for opera. In 1842, the Bolshoi staged Ivan Susanin by the Russian composer Mikhail Glinka. The plot recounted the feat of a Russian peasant, Ivan Susanin, who during the Polish invasion of 1612 led a Polish detachment into impenetrable, dense woods instead of Moscow. The Poles killed him on learning they had been duped, but they perished too, unable to get out of the thicket. Ivan Susanin was a radical departure from the vapid comic and lyric opera then in vogue. After Glinka, his traditions were developed by Russian composers Alexander Dargamirsky, Modest Mussorgsky, Alexander Borodin, Peter Tchaikovsky, and Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov. This constellation of Russian composers spelled an emergence of the Russian opera school, the youngest in Europe, and highly distinctive by nature. Here's what Julius Engel, a Russian music critic of the late 19th century, wrote to this effect. Russian opera has never been a costume concert. Insofar as it is capable, it brings living people on stage, living sentiments and emotions. Maturity of music technique is coupled as a rule with an original novelty of content. For all its reverence for the magic of sound, Russian opera does not sacrifice other vital demands to this operatic Moloch. It turns not only to the spectators' ears, but also to their souls. Susanin's aria from the opera by the same name by Mikhail Glinka. Russian opera to the Bolshoi stage was not an easy one. It had to counteract public taste, profiled by the aristocrats who constituted most of the theater audiences. The Bolshoi administrators, subservient to the current fads, preferred to import foreign opera. Many progressive-minded musicians strove to reverse the trend, and among them was Tchaikovsky, who in 1881 encountered great difficulties before he could stage his Eugene Onegin in the Bolshoi. Was destined to jolt the public into recognition of the national operatic art. A new page was turned in its history. Russian ballet, too, owes a great deal to Tchaikovsky. His first ballet, Swan Lake, choreographed in 1877 by Marius Petipa, caused a reversal in dance tradition. Prior to that, for nearly 100 years, the ballet master had been a virtual dictator who choreographed the dances and ordered the scores. The composers had been drudges for the most part, not caring about expressive music. They simply saw to it that it fit snugly in a measure. Swan Lake, The Sleeping Beauty, The Nutcracker, marked by the profundity and expressiveness of their music, brought a change about. Music was now on a par with the dance. Moreover, it spurred choreographers to search for correspondingly expressive means. The Russian ballet school, founded by Adam Glushkovsky, made a major stride forward. At last, the form found a worthy substance. Century marked another milestone in the history of the Bolshoi. Sergei Rachmaninoff, its conductor, contributed much to stage production of operas by Mikhail Glinka, Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov, Modest Mussorgsky. He also did much to develop the Bolshoi choir and orchestra, so admired in this country and abroad. By that time, the Bolshoi had produced a long line of accomplished singers and dancers. Among them, Fyodor Shalyapin won preeminence, by bringing to life the hidden potentialities of Russian opera and displaying its grace and purport. Endowed with a marvelously resonant voice, Shaliapin was a peerless dramatic opera singer. His contemporaries called him the great teacher of truthful music.
Как нежно, кланясь ко мне, в пустынной тишине часы ночные проводила, как часто милым лепетанием.
Aleko's aria from the opera by the same name by Sergei Rachmaninoff, and the recording was made by Fyodor Shaliapin during his lifetime.
Я помню снегой, полной страсти, шептала мне она тогда: люблю тебя в твоей власти. Твоя Леко навсегда. И все тогда я забывал, когда речам ее внимал, и как безумный целовал ее чарующие очи, костюмных прядь темнее ночи, Она вся негой страстью полна, прильнув ко мне, в глаза глядела, и что? Земфира неверна, Земфира неверна, моя Земфира, охладе.
The 1917 Socialist Revolution ushered in a new era for the Bolshoi. Under the government decree of November the 21st, 1917, the theater was integrated within the system of public education, and its task was, as the decree ran, to slack a great cultural thirst of the working people. This meant that the Bolshoi was to bring opera and ballet within reach of millions, to realize what great composers like Tchaikovsky and Mussorgsky had dreamed about. A new repertory was required to reflect the grandeur of the epoch and the spiritual beauty of man, establishing a new mode of life. At the same time, millions of spectators were to get acquainted with the gems of the Russian and foreign classics, with the operas and ballets which had not been staged before the revolution, or else slaughtered by Tsarist censorship. It was at that time, in the 20s, that such tours de force were revived as ballets Swan Lake, Giselle, The Sleeping Beauty, and the opera Boris Godunov. That's an excerpt from the People's Uprising scene from Mussorgsky's opera Boris Godunov. The 1930s saw the first Soviet-written operas and ballets. The Flames of Paris, about the Great French Revolution of 1789, is a major landmark. It combined artistic innovation with the best traditions of the Russian ballet school by molding the dramatic historic events into a hitherto novel form. Male dances, for instance, were assigned an independent role for the first time ever. The same technique was later developed prodigiously in Aram Khachaturian's Spartacus. Soviet opera is linked first and foremost with Sergei Prokofiev. One of his operas, War and Peace, based on Leo Tolstoy's novel, was produced by the Bolshoi in 1959. It was a success, and to this day it enjoys unflagging popularity. The great Prokofiev's music brought a string of superb performers to the forefront. It was his Romeo and Juliet that brought unfading fame to the peerless Galina Ulanova. The theater has two opera houses at its disposal, the Old Bolshoi Opera and the Kremlin Palace of Congresses. Daily, 8,000 people can enjoy its performances. The tickets are cheap. They cost 4 rubles at the most, or about $5. However, it's not so easy to get to the performances. Any day, you may see crowds waiting for their chance to get an extra ticket from the lucky ones. Do you have an extra ticket? Is the usual question. So great is the theater's popularity. Originally a Russian theater, the Bolshoi has now accumulated the music culture of other nationalities of the USSR. Operas and ballets written by homegrown composers are included in its repertory. The Bolshoi keeps a watchful eye over developments at the musical theaters of the Union Republics. They're assisted by Bolshoi actors, directors, designers, musicians, and choreographers. Their singers and dancers often solo on the Bolshoi stage. The company also maintains ties with theaters abroad, assisting them in opera and ballet productions. Thus, under Soviet government, the Bolshoi has evolved into a real academy of opera and ballet. In this lies its inestimable contribution to Soviet and world music.
A special Radio Moscow program devoted to the Bolshoi Theater, whose ballet is now on a concert tour of your country.
globen arvici ariciano Şenki genat svale şena şen magreram dagam şvena ay har
This is your program, Moscow Mailbag. And here is Joe Adamoff to answer your questions. Christopher Beener of Sanford, Florida. What are the relations of the Soviet Union with the Rockefeller family and other wealthy families?
I know that the Chase Manhattan Bank has a branch here in Moscow. What are our relations? Well, if the what you call wealthy families want to play ball with us, we're absolutely ready to play ball with them. I think we both stand to gain, as long as there are no political strings attached. I think that is the essence of peaceful coexistence. Peaceful coexistence does not mean an absence of war. It means active trade, active cultural relations. Back in 1920, the founder of our nation, Lenin, said, "I know of no reason why a socialist commonwealth like ours cannot do business indefinitely with capitalist countries."
How easy is it for a Soviet citizen to purchase a firearm and have it in his home or car?
If you mean a sidearm, that is a revolver or a pistol, you're out of luck. They're forbidden, and I think it's a good thing, although I know a lot of people in the States do not agree with me. You may have a shotgun or a small caliber rifle for sporting reasons, but you have to have a permit issued by the local police. You have to have a hunter's card if it's a hunting weapon, or the membership card of a sports club if you're buying a sporting gun. That is required, and you must not be under 18, and you have to know how to handle guns.
What can you tell me about the KGB?
Well, I'll tell you this. I answered that question in detail a couple of shows ago. If you come to the Soviet Union and if you abide by the laws of the country, you wouldn't even know they exist. When you come to the Soviet Union, if you do not start photographing military objectives, if you do not distribute anti-Soviet leaflets, and if you do not engage in black market operations with, say, currency, or try to obtain classified information, they'll give you no more trouble than the man in the moon. They've never troubled me. I don't see why they should trouble you. I think I've given you all that there is to know about them, in a nutshell.
By what percent do you increase armament spending annually?
If you take 1970 for a start, you'll see that the sum that we spend on defense has been practically the same since 1970 or so. If you take it percentage-wise, actually the spending has decreased because our overall budget expenditures have grown, but the sum spent on defense has remained the same. So percentage-wise, it becomes less.
Pierre Lafrance of Montreal, Quebec. Do you think it's more important to explore space than to explore the bottom of the sea?
Hello, Pierre. I'm saying hello because I think I've answered your questions before. I think both are important. And I don't think you can compare or counterpose these two things. You know, back in 1909, when Blériot flew across the English Channel, would you have said, at that time, is it more important to develop aviation or to develop highways? I think both are important, and both have a future. Space is important, and so is the exploration of the seabed.
Can you tell me the place of sea exploration in the Soviet Union?
Well, I think it ranks very high. We have quite a lot of ships engaged in oceanographic study and studying the bottom of the seas. But of course, I see in your letter you're interested in actually using the sea bottom for the benefit of man in the immediate future. I remember reading an article in our newspaper Izvestia on the subject, written by a Soviet scientist, and he said that man can take from the sea an immense amount of plankton without harming the biological balance. The plankton will be used as food for domestic animals, thus making it possible to sharply increase their numbers, he thinks. He also says that there's a great deal of talk about it being possible to cultivate edible algae and mollusks on the seabed. Of course, where it's not too deep, you realize that. And he says that I presume that from catching fish, man will go over to farming sea fish in special pastures, just as he now breeds carp and perch pike. Unfortunately, the scientist says, the governments of some countries are advancing proposals directed at limiting freedom of research in the world ocean, which in turn can slow down the exploitation of the sea wealth.
Ken Kramer of New Martinsville, West Virginia. Are young people of the Soviet Union selected for college?
Certainly not. It's their own choice. They decide where they want to go, to what college they want to go, or if they want to go at all. The only thing they have to do is pass the competitive entrance exams. A girl I know, she's the daughter of our neighbors, just recently was not accepted in one college because they demanded very good health there. So she went to another college, and there were 2 applications to a vacancy, and she got in. Had she not entered that college, she could have tried next year, or she could have taken a correspondence course or an evening course.
How are people assigned to different jobs?
They're not assigned to different jobs, my friend. After college, the only thing that you do have to do is work in your chosen profession for 3 years, sort of in a way to thank the government for giving you free education. And they give you a choice of several places, and you pick the one you like, and you work off those 3 years in that chosen profession or skill. After that, you can go anywhere you like. And in every residential area, here in Moscow, for instance, we have job placement bureaus which will give you lists of vacancies at various enterprises, factories, offices. If you're an engineer, a doctor, or just a lathe operator, you'll get the job you want.
Are Russian folk songs of the 19th century popular in your country today?
Well, we hear them on the stage, on television, on the radio. And I think many of them form the backbone of the more modern musical idiom of today. I think listening to some of our programs from Radio Moscow, you will hear the old folk songs as a sort of backbone or the background to many of the modern groups.
Clinton Crow of Cumberland, Maryland. Do you have a Social Security plan for disabled and unemployed, like unemployment insurance?
We have no unemployment insurance because we forgot when we had the last unemployed in the Soviet Union. In fact, I was just talking about job placement. There is a shortage of labor in this country. As for insurance for those that are disabled, yes, we have disability insurance. And people are entitled to disablement pensions. Mind you, they're not contributory. They're all financed by the state, regardless of age. And where disablement results from occupational ailment, the pension is granted regardless of the period of employment. Of course, the pension directly depends on the worker's wages before disablement, as well as on conditions under which he worked. Those invalids who cannot work are entitled to larger pensions. Those disabled or invalided by occupational injury or occupational ailment are entitled to higher pensions than people who lose their health through other injuries.
Michael Redwin of London, Great Britain. What role do the mineral resources play in the economy of Siberia?
An enormous role. Siberia is the second most important coal mining area in our country. They have the largest hydropower stations in the world that produce energy for smelting aluminum and other metals. West Siberia is the largest oil and gas center in the country. It is the major supplier, that is Siberia is, of non-ferrous and precious metals, of diamonds. The large Norilsk combine within the Arctic Circle, incidentally, smelts copper, smelts nickel, cobalt, platinum, what have you. Tungsten, molybdenum, tin, and zinc are mined and processed in various parts of Siberia. But don't get the idea that Siberia is only a source of raw materials and of minerals. I suppose it would be interesting for you to learn that Siberian factories produce such things as aircraft, as generators, boilers, machine tools. They produce tractors, harvester combines. They produce heavy equipment, and they produce precision instruments. Besides such things as fertilizers or artificial fibers, plastics, automobile tires. I could go on and on.
Greg Spire of Madison, Wisconsin. Does the state have any say in controlling your birth rate?
That is the private affair of every family. Of course, the state does encourage large families. They get grants from the state. They get better housing, priority in child care centers, that sort of thing. Of course, there are moral awards, too. They get write-ups in the papers. They're awarded special decorations, that is, mothers of large families. They're held in esteem. So we do try to encourage large families.
Joe Talley of Indianapolis, Indiana. What is your monthly electricity bill?
You mean mine? Well, I pay something like 4 rubles. That's about $6 according to the official rate of exchange every month. And I have, the usual thing, the color television set, the refrigerator, the vacuum cleaner, all the appliances, and we have 3 rooms and a kitchen.
How much does gasoline cost per gallon?
Well, it's gone up. It's actually been doubled. It costs, in your money, it would be about $1.14 a gallon.
What are your major cash crops?
Our major cash crops are spring and winter wheat, rye, because we make excellent rye bread. It's very popular here and very tasty. We grow corn, mostly for fodder. Then we produce something like 2/5 of the world's sugar beet. We hold second place in the world in the gross output of cotton. We grow it down south, and the areas are extensively irrigated. Of course, there's sunflower. We make oil out of sunflower seeds, and it is a custom, especially in the rural areas, to eat those sunflower seeds. A sort of 19th century chewing gum, I would say. The habit is something like that. We produce flax, a lot of vegetables, potatoes, and of course tea in the Caucasus.
Gary Brogan of Sydney Mines, Nova Scotia. Do people in the USSR have the right to go everywhere in the country?
I wish I would have counted how many times I've had that question asked. Any Soviet citizen can travel anywhere in the country that he feels like. He does not need any pass, any permission, or anything else. All he needs is an airplane ticket, a railroad ticket, or his own car. There is restriction as far as permanent residence is concerned. In order to get permanent residence in this or that place, you have to first have a home. It's either given to you by a place of work, or you can exchange your home from the old place for a home at the new place. Or you can get it through the local Soviet or council.
J.A. Hill of Pittsfield, Pennsylvania. What do your small farmers raise?
Well, Mr. Hill, I don't think we have any small farmers as you know them. Most of our farmers are either collective farmers or they're members of the big state farms. Although both the collective and state farmers have their small private plots of land. What do they grow on them? Well, they grow vegetables, they grow fruit, they grow flowers, and the surplus of what they grow they sell on the open market. Incidentally, speaking of our farmers, when I interviewed the governor of Texas a couple of weeks ago, he found the yields, the cattle operation, the hog operation in the Krasnodar area of the Soviet Union very similar, and yields too, to what he was used to in Texas.
Do individual farmers raise their own hogs and cattle?
Yes, they do. A small amount they do naturally. And speaking of these small plots, I think there's a completely wrong notion in the West that most of the marketable products are produced by these small plots of land, which is not so. 100% of the grain, of the cotton, of the beets, 90% of the potatoes are produced by the collective and state farms. These plots do not produce the quantity of agricultural products that's ascribed to them by some of the mass media in the West. This is a fact, incidentally.
Phil Clinard of Nashville, Tennessee. In the Soviet Union, what is the ratio of an automobile to a person?
Well, in the house I live in, I counted it. Every fifth family has a car. I suppose nationwide it will be something like every 9th or 10th family. Mind you, we do not make it our aim to have every family have their own car. We believe in developing mass transit and public transit.
What is the most favorite hobby for the average person in the Soviet Union?
I don't think there is such a thing as an average person and an average hobby. Some people read, some people watch television all evening, some people chase after girls, some people collect things like stamps, coins, what have you. My favorite hobby, I suppose, is answering your questions, but there is a difference. I get paid for it.
And there we end Mailbag for today.
This program is devoted to Kurmangazi, the famous Kazakh bard. It has been arranged by Radio Moscow. Kazakhstan lies in Asia, south of the Ural Mountains. It stretches east from the Caspian Sea to the Tian Shan Mountains. Today, the name of Kurmangazi is known throughout that Soviet republic. In his day, there was no Soviet government, for he lived in the 19th century. He was unsurpassed at improvisations on the dombra, a national instrument beloved by the Cossacks. Although he never learned composition, his melodies were popular even in his day. Now, the pride of Kazakhstan, they are frequently played in the Republic and beyond its borders too. Classic of Kazakh music in which the bard expressed his love for his native land. This fertile valley is as dear to the heart of the Kazakh people as the Texas prairies to the American cowboy. When the Kazakh Orchestra played this piece in Bucharest in 1953 during the World Youth Festival, the spectators rose to their feet, applauding and shouting encore. To the members of the orchestra, this was gratifying recognition of their art and their national bard, Kurmangazi. For almost a century, his name has been kept alive in Kazakh legends as a national hero as well as a bard. Like Robin Hood in Old England, he defended the poor and rebellious, for which he was hounded. 60 years of his long life were spent wandering from place to place. Here are some of the legends about him. Kurmangazi Sagirbayev, to give him his full name, came from a poor family. While still a child, he was hired out as a shepherd to the landed proprietor. He made himself a dombra, a small, pear-shaped, two-stringed instrument with a long neck, very popular among Kazakhs. And he carried it with him wherever he went, even when driving the sheep out to pasture. No one ever taught him. He just learned to play by reproducing shepherd songs and the other sounds around him that filled his soul with enchantment. When he was 18, an uprising broke out against the landed proprietors of Kazakhstan. Being a rebellious spirit himself, he soon joined the insurgents. That is when he produced his first piece of music, dedicated to the heroic leader of the uprising who died in the fighting. This piece was well known among the common people. Musical pictures had long been a traditional and favorite form of improvisation with Kazakh bards. Kurmangazi wrote several with a wealth of melodies which soon became renowned. They were handed down from father to son, thanks to which they have survived to this day. Here is one of the best known, called Akbay. In his day, it was taken as a hymn of protest against the oppression of the landed proprietors. Kurmangazi's well-known musical pictures is called The Red Birch. He himself spoke of it as a poem about the tree that hid him from his pursuers, about his native plains and the horsemen who saved him from sure death. Songs about his mother have a special place in Kurmangazi's compositions. She was a strong-willed woman with a vivid personality. Being illiterate, he could only express his feelings for her in music. This piece, Farewell, Mother, Farewell, is a favorite in Kazakhstan. It is said that in the last years of his life, Kurmangazi was surrounded by gifted pupils to whom he passed on his music and whom he taught to play the dombra. Shortly before his death in 1889, a Russian traveler, Ivan Savichev, heard him play. Here is how he described it in the press. From the dombra there issued the purest of tones, comparable to the finest music ever written. For Kurmangazi's playing also stems from the same source, the gift of inspiration. I would compare his playing to the free song of the skylark or the nightingale. But the comparison is too narrow, despite the fact that the primitive instrument restricts the performer's flights of fancy. In a word, the writer concluded, Kurmangazi is a rare musical soul. Had he received a European education, he would have been a star of the first magnitude in the musical world. Today, Kurmangazi has indeed become a star of the first magnitude. Professional musicians, some of whom you hear in this program, include his music in their concerts. His monophonic improvisations sound quite different when arranged for Kazakh folk instruments, which include a modern version of the dombra. Listen to this orchestral arrangement of Bal Brown. And here is how Kurmangazi's well-known tunes sound as played by a symphony orchestra. The symphonic poem, which the State Symphony Orchestra of Kazakhstan now plays, was composed by Makalim Koyshebaev, a young Kazakh, in memory of the great bard. have heard the symphonic poem by Makalim Koyshebayev. The Kurman-Gazi Kazakh Folk Instrument Orchestra has made a name for itself throughout the Soviet Union and abroad. It won a prize in 1953 at the World Youth Festival in Bucharest. Soviet Kazakhstan now has many folk instrument orchestras, both professional and amateur, and they all play Kurman-Gazi's music. The College of Arts in Alma-Ata, the capital, is named after Kurman-Gazi. So is a street in every town and village in the Republic. This program, dedicated to Kurman-Gazi Sagirbayev, the Kazakh bard, was arranged by Radio Moscow. It was presented by Sergei Rudin.
In this program, prepared in the studios of Radio Moscow, you'll hear the home news, a commentary, and some reminiscences by a top-flight Soviet comedian, Yuri Timoshenko. This is Radio Moscow, and here's the home news.
Every 5 weeks, 1 million people move to new apartments in this country, according to Deputy Prime Minister Ignatiy Novikov. The greater part of the housing construction is government-financed. None of the cost is included in the rent. For the past 3 decades, rent has remained at 5% or less of the average family budget. Colleges and universities are holding open house days for high school seniors. This year's graduating class has a choice of 753 schools of higher learning. Tuition is free, and there are no restrictions for reasons of race, nationality, or social standing. Industry will be spending more money on professional training under this year's collective bargains with the unions. The training courses are free and entitle a worker to a higher-paid job on graduation. Millions of industrial employees are completing their education at evening and correspondence schools. Managements are required by law to give them special vacations with pay for study and examinations. Nationwide, some 8 million men and women are taking evening and correspondence courses. Villagers in the Ural Mountains were surprised to see a small lake in the vicinity disappear overnight, leaving fish gasping at the bottom. Experts found that the water had dissolved most of the lime of the bed. A Central Asian shepherd whose hobby is verse writing has joined the Writers' Union of the Kyrgyz Republic. 40-year-old Mashtai Kudayev has had several collections published. Another book of his verses and longer poems is due to come out this year. The Soviet Union's biggest diamond-cutting factory has been completed in the city of Smolensk, just west of Moscow. The rough stones coming from the big fields in Siberia are often larger than anything obtained in the Congo. Some go up to 50 carats. The Soviet Union now produces enough diamonds to meet all home requirements and to sell abroad. Telescopes, soon to be installed on orbiting satellites, open up tremendous opportunities for astronomical studies without atmospheric interference, according to Soviet physicist Vitaly Ginzburg. Instruments with mirrors more than 3 feet in diameter will be used to study the moon and planets and the corona of the sun. The physicist believes the moon will be an ideal site for observatories because it has no atmosphere. With the onset of spring, the first foreign motorists have arrived here. The tourists can take in any number of 100 cities offered this year, stopping en route at hotels, motels, or camping sites. 40 more motels are building in the Baltic area, the Ukraine, and along the roads leading from central Russia to the southern resorts on the Black Sea. Many Soviet motorists, in turn, will be touring European countries this year. Wage and salary earners in all Soviet industries are in line for pay raises under this year's collective bargains with the unions. The agreements also call for increased opportunities for housing construction and the improvement of working conditions. A spokesman for the Central Trades Council has told our reporter there were no cases of major violations of last year's collective bargains. School science clubs in the Ural Mountains city of Chelyabinsk have held a joint convention to discuss scientific problems. Local scientists provide the guidance to the City Association of School Clubs. And nationwide, there are more than 4,000 children's recreation centers that specialize in scientific and technical hobbies. The government finances all club work. One of the medical researchers that has won a 1965 Lenin Prize suggests a surgical cure for bone tuberculosis. Doctors throughout the world had already prescribed drugs and curative baths for this disease. The treatment improved the patient's well-being, but brought no radical cure. Dr. Pyotr Korneyev has merited the Lenin Prize for developing a surgical cure. The affected tissues are removed by an operation. A private collector living in central Russia is publishing a book about the museum that he's donated to the city of Tambov. The collection includes rare stamps, books, manuscripts, and engravings, and also old china. Many of the items were acquired during trips to Britain, France, Austria, Finland, Sweden, and Czechoslovakia. Mr. Nikolai Nikiforov is an honorary member of many foreign collectors' clubs. And lastly, a woman who was worrying about her figure shed 33 of her 198 pounds in 3 months without any change in her diet. She did it by drinking nothing but melted snow, according to a definite regime. The doctors suggest that remnants of ice crystals may stimulate biochemical reactions in the human body.
That was the home news from Radio Moscow. Commentary concerns the claim of members of the United States Congress that there is anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union. Here's what our news analyst writes.
Such a claim can only be viewed as a deliberate Cold War move. It is a complete distortion of the facts. The congressmen claim that Soviet Jews have no opportunity to hold high official positions or work as teachers or scientists. Allow me to give you a few figures. Of the 2 million Jews living in the Soviet Union, 427,000 have high school or college educations. 77,000 are currently enrolled in the country's colleges and universities. In the Soviet scientific world, there are 36,000. Though the Jewish community represents less than 1% of the population, its members account for 14% of the Soviet Union's doctors, 20% of its teachers, and 23% of its composers. The share of Jews prominent in various fields of endeavor is much greater than that of many other nationalities. It is greater, for example, than that of such a big nationality group as the Belarusians, who, for total number in the Soviet Union's population, exceed the Jews by 4 times. There are Jews among our government officials, top-ranking military, industrial executives, and other important groups. I can mention the Vice Premier of the Soviet Union and Chairman of the National Economic Council, Benjamin Dimshitz, Army General Yakov Kraser, who holds the title of Hero of the Soviet Union, Lieutenant General David Dragunsky, twice named Hero of the Soviet Union, the writer Ilya Ehrenburg, and such eminent musicians as pianist Emil Gilels, violinist David Oistrakh, and Leonid Kogan. Americans will remember them from their tours of the United States. Some 2,000 Jews are elected members of the national legislature, the legislatures of the republics, and the local councils. The group of congressmen claim that Soviet Jews, unlike other people, are given marked passports indicating their nationality. Now, this is a wild distortion of the truth. Every passport held by a Soviet citizen indicates his nationality, no matter whether he is Russian, Ukrainian, Georgian, Jewish, or a member of any other of the 100 nationality groups in this country. The passport is the identification card of a Soviet citizen. It ensures him equal rights and opportunities with his fellow citizens. The congressman also charged that the Soviet Union imposes restrictions on the Jewish religion. I can answer this with the following facts. There are 97 Jewish religious communities in this country. 27 of them are in the Ukraine. There is a school to train rabbis, and many cities have synagogues. 4 are to be found in Moscow and its environs. There are also synagogues in Leningrad, Kiev, Minsk, Vilnius, and Riga. Jews have full freedom to hold religious services and perform all ceremonial rites. It is true that there are fewer synagogues than there were. There are fewer religious Jews, so the number of synagogues would naturally decline. But the American congressmen deliberately ignore the great changes in the life and status of the Jews that have come about in Soviet times. Half a century ago, the Jews were probably the most impoverished and disfranchised section of the population of this country. Forbidden to live in the big cities, they existed in what was virtually a vast ghetto. Today, this small nationality group occupies a worthy position in society and makes a valuable contribution. Under the Soviet-American Cultural Exchange Agreement, Radio Moscow sent the State Department a recorded feature about the life of Jews prepared by Jews. The State Department refused to air it for listeners in the United States.
Now you'll hear a well-known singer of Jewish songs, Emil Gorovitz, with his orchestra. This recording was made in one of Moscow's concert halls. The song he sings is a Jewish peace song.
Mir klezmorim lach anim der wecken soll frei der wecken frieden und alle großen klein sollen können ihr verstehen vom Moil zu Moil das Liedele soll gehen a Liedele und 17 und Tränen spiel so als alle sollen hören als alle sollen sein ich lebe und singen kann besser noch und schöner wie gewähnt Spiel, Spiel, Klezmer, Spiel weißt du, was ich meine und was ich will Spiel, Spiel, Spiel ein Nigel vor mir Spiel ein Liedele mit Herz und mit Gefühl Spiel, Gemir, ein Liedele von Scholem Es soll schon sein a Scholem, nicht kein Volem. Und Völker groß und klein, sollen können sie verstehen. Und kriegen Milchome sie begehen. Spiel, Spiel, Klezmer, Spiel, weißt du, was ich meine, was ich will. Spiel, Spiel, spiel ein Nigel vor mir, spiel ein Liedele mit Herz und mit Gefühl. Lass mir singen Liedele zusammen, wie gute Freund, wie Kinder von einer Mama. Mein einziger Verlang soll klingen frei und frank. In allem Gesang, euch mein Gesang. Spielst mir a Liedele in Jiddisch. Der Wecken soll es Fried und nicht kein Chiddisch. Und alle Groß und Klein sollen können es verstehen. Von Mäul zu Mäul das Liedele soll.
That was a Jewish peace song recorded during a concert. Next, a Jewish wedding song, also sung by Emil Gorovitz.
Der Hassene gekommen, man hat mich aufgenommen. Die Gäste sitzen ungeduldig dort. Die kalle Aschemeide, im weißen Kuppekleid, sitzen ungeduldig auf ihr Ort. Silbersteinen, Goldenstein, Dinkelsteinen, Polakop, Kupfersteinen, Eisenstein, alle Menschen maselt auf den Winkel, die Klisemorim, wo seinen Kinschikorim, willen zu der Kuppe gehen. Me viert raus die Kalle, die Mechatonen laufen alle, der Batzen singt Schinkale in Wein. Der Rebbe kuscht der Kuppe geduschen, der Hossen zu des Ringlon, alle Tuen im Begrüßen, wünschen gleich im Zias und die Mama schmeichelt Freilach, der Tate wie am Melach, der weiß nicht, wie sie seinen Heintreich. Der Hossen nimmt die Kalle, kuscht doch für alle, sein Kusch ist doch mit Gonnet nicht vergleich. Silbersteinen, Goldenstein, Pinkelstein und Polakop, Kupferstein und Eisenstein, alle Wünschen madelt auf der Hossen und der Kalle, die Mechatonen schmeicheln alle, und ich vermitten Freila, wie mit Leid. Man setzt sich zu den Tischen, man holt sich von zu wünschen, Lechaim und das Gläserle Adrei. Hey, Silbersteinen, Goldenstein, Pinkelstein und Polakop, Kupferstein und Eisenstein, alle Wünschen madelt auf, wir trinken da alle heim, Tonen alle schreien, und singen, springen, tanzen mit Aberein. Da gleich mehr auf sein Fiedel, küsst uns auf Freitag Lieder, sag Hassele, Eide, Schickerwein. Hey, was damit? Silbersteinen, Goldstein, Fingersteinen, Polakop, Kupfersteinen, Eisenstein, alle Wünschen maselt auf, wir trinken alle heim, Tonnen alle schreien, und singen, springen, tanzen mit Aberein. Da gleich mehr auf sein Fiedel, hilft uns am Freilach Liedel, sag Hassene, Eide, Schögewein.
You just heard two recordings by the well-known singer of Jewish songs, Emil Gorovitz. This is Radio Moscow. Top-flight Soviet comedian Yuri Timoshenko, in published reminiscences about World War II, describes his meeting with American troops at the Elbe River in Germany. Mr. Timoshenko served as a private in an army song and dance company that marched with the Soviet troops from the Ukraine to Berlin. You'll now hear his view of the famous link-up.
The last month of the war was a busy one for our song and dance group. We performed 3 and 4 times a day for the men storming Berlin. It was tiring, but we were enthusiastic. After one of the concerts, we were suddenly told we'd be performing for the United States Army and should make thorough preparations. Our song and dance group would be the first emissary to the Allies as soon as the link-up was made with General Eisenhower's forces. Our choir leader, a real master in his field, decided to astound the Americans. He'd turn a simple American song into a work of art. Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree was the song. He'd make it as light as a feather and as delicate as embroidery. There was a long search for just the key that would show up the song to advantage. The orchestration was changed 3 times. And instead of resting, the chorus rehearsed that one song from morning till night until all the men hated it. I wouldn't have been surprised if the singers had up and devoured the conductor in a fit of rage. But on the very day that might have happened, the order came to be ready to start for the Elbe River in an hour, in dress uniform and without weapons. When we lined up for final scrutiny, we got a lengthy briefing. It began with matters of etiquette and ended up with everything but a brief survey of American history. The commander had drawn up a list of the men that were overfond of drink, and the men that would see that they didn't overdo it among foreigners. Alongside these 2 columns in his notebook was a third, containing the names of America's presidents. Reading from left to right, I was coupled with President Lincoln and trumpeter Nikolai Rudoy, who the commander thought couldn't be trusted when there were drinks around, and I was to keep him on the straight and narrow. We all climbed into buses and started for the Elbe. An American landing craft was waiting for us near a demolished bridge. On the bank stood an American soldier, chewing gum and smiling. Here was my chance to show off my English, I thought to myself as we gathered round him. I racked my brain to remember all the highly intelligent questions I'd learned, and came up with, "How are you? How old are you? Where do you live? What time is it?" Since I prefaced every question with Mr., I felt I made quite an impression. The GI answered at length. I couldn't understand 3/4 of what he said, but I shook my head up and down and smiled. The American made a few tries to ask me something, but I was so afraid I wouldn't be able to answer that I interrupted with another question. "Whom do you love more, Mama or Papa?" The men in my group, at any rate, were tremendously impressed by my conversation. I felt I was running low on English words when I suddenly noticed the word Krochak on the soldier's uniform. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember what it meant, so I asked him. That was his name, the GI said. I immediately recalled I'd known a student in the Ukraine before the war, and his surname was Krochak. "Why the Ukrainian name?" I asked the GI. He couldn't by any chance be a Ukrainian, could he? And that's just what he was, and he said so in Ukrainian. There was a roar of laughter, and the GI explained that his father had emigrated to the United States from the Ukraine before the First World War. Traveling in American trucks with armored car escort, we came to a small town and drew up near a barn that had been turned into a theater. The hall was already crowded, and there were still more officers and men outside. They greeted us with cheers and looked us up and down. When the generals arrived and took their seats in the front row, our group was summoned behind stage. The concert began with the 2 anthems. While waiting my turn, I found a peephole and watched the audience of 1,500 men keeping their jaws going rhythmically with chewing gum. When a singer leaped to a high note or a dancer did an unusual stunt, the jaws would suddenly come to a halt. Every song and every dance drew thunderous applause, shouts, and whistling. Most of the numbers had to be repeated. My partner and I had gotten up a comic skit in English, and that too went down big. Finally, the American song was announced. Our conductor whispered to the basses not to forget the legato in the second line of the third verse, and he reminded the trombones to use the pianissimo on the first note of the second repeat. Then up went his hands, and the orchestra started off brightly. Keyed up with anticipation at the promise of an American song, the whole suddenly relaxed with a rustle of movement. Heads began to wag in time to the music, and then the chorus came in with a brilliant chord. Within 2 measures, the entire hall was singing in hoarse, unpolished voices. The conductor shuddered as though he'd been knifed in the back. He stopped conducting, but the song went on. Generals and all were clapping in rhythm and bawling at the top of their lungs, "Don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me." The chorus had rehearsed this surprise for the Americans for 2 whole weeks. For 2 weeks the conductor and choirmaster had worked to give it polish and grace. It was love's labor lost. The combined choir of Russian performers and American audience roared loud enough to bring the walls down. When the horror on the conductor's face faded into grief, the chorus and orchestra were overcome with laughter. The trumpeters and trombonists sharped and flatted, unable to control their lips. The accordion players bit their lips to keep from laughing, but tears poured down their cheeks from the effort. No one in the audience could imagine the real cause of the tears. They were attributed to the sentimental Russian soul. Cameramen leaped onto the stage and took close-ups of the chorus and orchestra. When the song ended, all the performers whipped out their handkerchiefs and wiped away the tears. The effect was astounding. There was another burst of applause, and a top-ranking general rushed onto the stage and asked to hear the song once again. Only, would the conductor please face the audience? It would sound even better, he said. The various American unit commanders couldn't agree who'd have the honor of playing host to the Russians after the concert. So each unit prepared its own banquet, and we were asked to break up into groups of 3 or 4. I went along with trumpeter Nikolai Rudoy, since I was assigned to see that he didn't drink too much. As soon as we sat down at the table, the lights were switched off and candles were lit. The interpreter, a Pole, explained that was customary. It produced a very pleasant and romantic atmosphere. The get-together was indeed pleasant. My ward was on his best behavior. He drank nothing but a small glass of the lightest wine. I thought the briefing must have had its effect, but later I realized there was quite a different reason. He'd brought along his trumpet to show off to the Americans. The GIs were delighted. Nikolai nervously put the mouthpiece to his lips. The trumpet croaked like a frog. It bleated like a lamb. It roared and shrieked and sobbed. It finally shrieked at such a pitch that the GIs burst into applause and cheers and tossed the trumpeter up to the ceiling. Since Nikolai understood not a word of English, I acted as interpreter, hoping to rub off some of the fame of the Jazz King, as the Americans had dubbed him. They said Nikolai must be one of Russia's outstanding trumpeters. No, he said, he was only second trumpeter in the Ukrainian town of Vinnytsia. He wished they could hear the town's first trumpeter. The GIs were astounded at the level of jazz in a town that most of them had never heard of. They wanted to be told more about that remarkable place. The banquet finished at dawn. It was broad daylight when we returned to the Elbe. The officer in charge of the crossing said his men had declared a strike. They wouldn't take the Russians across to the East Bank until they got some red stars from the caps of the Red Army men. Parting with the GIs that day, we felt certain it was just the first of a great many friendly get-togethers of the two victor nations, and that the wartime friendship, sealed with blood, would become still stronger in peacetime.
You've been listening to the reminiscences of top-flight Soviet comedian Yuri Timoshenko. Mr. Timoshenko served as a private in an army song and dance company that marched with the Soviet troops from the Ukraine to Berlin. And now, to round out our program, here is a soldier's song performed by the Soviet Army Song and Dance Company. That program was prepared in the studios of Radio Moscow.
This is Radio Moscow. nothing better than to have my music played everywhere, and to have more and more people love it and find pleasure in it. So wrote Peter Tchaikovsky, Russia's great 19th century composer. And to him, Radio Moscow dedicates this program on the 125th anniversary of his birth, which was observed in May 1965. Peter Tchaikovsky was born on May the 7th, 1840, in the small town of Votkinsk in the Urals. His father, a mining engineer by profession, was in the civil service. The children in that big, close-knit family were early imbued with a love for art, literature, and music. Sometimes they would play and sing together. On summer evenings, they would go down to the lakeside to hear Russian folk songs. Years later, Tchaikovsky recalled his childhood in this backwoods, where he learned to love Russian folk music. At the age of 10, Tchaikovsky was enrolled at a law school in St. Petersburg. But he continued to take private piano lessons and enjoyed every opera or concert he heard there. On graduating, 9 years later, Tchaikovsky received a post in the Ministry of Justice. But he was dissatisfied. "They've made a clerk of me, and a poor one at that," he wrote to his father. "Sooner or later, I shall abandon the service and devote myself to music." Another year, and Tchaikovsky enrolled in music courses, which were later reorganized to form the St. Petersburg Conservatory of Music. He became a full-time student of composition in the class of Anton Rubinstein, the world-renowned pianist and composer. He studied diligently, finishing the conservatory in 3 years with a silver medal. In the summer of his graduation year, his characteristic dance for orchestra was performed at a symphony concert, with Johann Strauss, the Viennese waltz king, conducting. In 1866, when he was 26, Tchaikovsky moved to Moscow to take up a teaching post at the conservatory. Fame was not long in coming. His first symphony in G minor, subtitled Winter Dreams, had its first public performance in February 1868. The music seems to evoke memories of his childhood, the landscape in the Urals, the folk melodies he heard as a child, the sleigh rides. Here now is the first movement, titled Dreams on a Wintry Road. The conductor is Konstantin Ivanov. That was the first movement from Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 1 in G minor. Inspired by this success, the composer now wrote in quick succession 3 operas, the Oprichnik, the Voyevoda, and Vakula the Smith, his second and third symphonies, the symphonic fantasies and overtures Francesca da Rimini and Romeo and Juliet and The Tempest after Shakespeare, a piano piece, The Seasons, and his first quartet. During his 11 years in Moscow, he produced over 30 compositions, including his first ballet, Swan Lake, now a world classic. We have heard the intermezzo to the second act of the ballet Swan Lake. When Moscow was his home, Tchaikovsky always spent the summer months with his sister in a Ukrainian village. Under the influence of the beautiful, colorful folk songs in which the Ukraine abounds, he wrote several works there, including his famous first piano concerto in B-flat minor. The finale incorporates the popular Vesnyanka, an ancient ritual song sung in the spring. Listen to this movement with Emil Gilels at the piano. playing the finale of Tchaikovsky's first piano concerto. In the 70s of the last century, Nadezhda von Meck, a rich widow and admirer of Tchaikovsky's music, provided him with a regular income. This enabled him to give up teaching and devote himself entirely to creative work. By 1877, he was already engaged on 2 large-scale works simultaneously, the Fourth Symphony and the opera Eugene Onegin, based on Pushkin's poem of the same name. He never met his patroness, but carried on a long correspondence, sharing all his creative ideas with her. Of Eugene Onegin he wrote, "I have always sought subjects with real, live people who feel as I do." In 1878, when he was 38, Tchaikovsky spent much time abroad. He made his home now in Italy, now in Switzerland, with occasional visits to Russia. While living far from his native land, Tchaikovsky still felt himself a Russian with every fiber of his being. "Why is it," he wrote in a letter, "that a simple Russian country scene, a walk in the summer through the fields or the village, reduced me to such a state that I had to lie down on the ground, exhausted by this flood of love for nature?" In 1885, Tchaikovsky returned to Russia, choosing the countryside around Moscow for his home. At first, he lived in the village of Frolovskaya and Maidanovo, then moved to the outskirts of Klin, a small town north of Moscow. It was there he wrote his opera The Enchantress, the symphony Manfred after Byron, the ballet Sleeping Beauty, and his Fifth Symphony. Russian scenery, which the composer loved so much, is presented in this symphony with great lyricism and charm. Listen now to an excerpt from the second movement of Symphony No. 5. Although he lived an isolated life and worked hard, Tchaikovsky kept in touch with the music world. He toured Europe periodically, conducting his own works and scoring triumphs everywhere. In 1891, he went to the United States for the opening of Carnegie Hall, during which he conducted his own music. He also performed in Philadelphia and Baltimore, as well as New York. During the last years of his life, Tchaikovsky produced Symphony No. 6, a ballet, The Nutcracker, and two operas, Iolanthe and The Queen of Spades. This latter was written in Florence. If I'm not mistaken, he wrote to his brother Modeste, who supplied his librettos, "The Queen of Spades is really going to be my work of art." His speed in composing the opera was phenomenal. The piano score took him just 44 days. Never before in his operatic music had he risen to such heights of tragedy, such soul-searing psychological insight. The epigraph to Pushkin's story, on which the opera is based, says the Queen of Spades means secret malevolence. But all the principal characters in the opera meet a cruel fate. German, the impoverished officer, tries to learn the three-card combination from the Duchess so that he may win a fortune at the gambling table and marry Lisa, a girl from an aristocratic family. Himself the unwitting cause of both women's death, he goes mad and also dies. In the scene at the officers' quarters, German, just returned from the Duchess's funeral, receives a sad letter from Lisa. His mind is unhinged with despair at having caused her so much suffering. He looks out of the window at the snowstorm. The howling of the wind becomes for him the strains of the funeral dirge, and the whirling snowflakes seem the ghost of the Duchess, who at last tells him the secret of the three-card combination. Symphony No. 6 in B minor was Tchaikovsky's last production. In one of the last letters to his brother, he wrote, "I really consider it my best, and especially the most sincere, of all my works. I love it more than any of my other compositions." The premiere of the Sixth Symphony, which he personally conducted in St. Petersburg on October the 16th, 1893, was a huge success. 9 days later, he was dead. Although he died more than 70 years ago, everything has been preserved in that house in Klin as it was in his lifetime. The big maple tree, which he planted with his own hands, still grows near the house. The brass tablet at the entrance still says, Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky, visiting days Monday and Thursday. But no matter what day of the week it is, you will always find crowds of visitors from all over the Soviet Union and other countries. They linger longest in the big room on the second floor, where his piano still stands, and all the symbols of his world fame are gathered. The gown of honorary doctor of Cambridge University, numerous diplomas from international music societies, laurel wreaths, picture albums, and laudatory addresses. In the bedroom next to it, on a plain wooden table, lies the open score of the original manuscript of the Sixth Symphony as it did 72 years ago. As he himself said, He had put his whole heart and soul into this work. This program was arranged by Radio Moscow for the 125th anniversary of the birth of Peter Tchaikovsky, Russia's great 19th century composer, which fell in May 1965. It was presented by Sergei Rudin.
This is your program, Moscow Mailbag. It's mailbag time, and here is Joe Adamoff to answer your questions. Daniel Boatwright of Norman, Oklahoma writes, why was an area as remote as Kazakhstan chosen for the landing site of the space crew that orbited the Earth for almost half a year?
Well, because Kazakhstan is a land of limitless plains or steppes. I suppose you'd call them prairies. In springtime, some of them are covered with grass interspersed with such beautiful flowers as tulips and poppies. Of course, there's semi-desert there too, similar to flatlands in many parts of the world. It is for its flatness that it was chosen. This is the site of the new lands that were plowed up a couple of decades ago. It's flat as a tabletop, that's why. It's sparsely populated, no trees and no high-rise buildings. An ideal site for a landing.
From where do you launch your manned space shots, and do you have nationwide television coverage as we do?
We launched them from the Baikonur Cosmodrome, which is not far from the place where our cosmonauts land. I think that not only we, but you've seen our launching and landing during the famous Soyuz Apollo test flight and docking. We invariably watch our space flights on our screens, and almost daily we watched our men in orbit telling us about the goings-on in the space lab. We watched them being interviewed. We saw them coming down on their giant yellow and red parachute, and the puff of dust as the soft landing engines fired just before touchdown. The hatch is opened and we see the familiar faces back on Earth again. It is, of course, more convenient to watch this during prime viewing time in the evening because the launching and landing sometimes take place at odd hours.
Have other Russian space efforts terminated in the Kazakhstan area?
As far as I can remember, yes. Though in 1975, one Soyuz craft made a forced landing in the Gorny Altai area that's in West Siberia. The flight was terminated after the third stage was fired. You see, it went off course.
Kevin Tile of Pittsford, New York. Do you support the new Islamic government in Iran?
Well, we have supported the Iranian Revolution all along. We've expressed readiness to cooperate with the new Iran in a spirit of good neighborliness, to mutual advantage, so that there'd be no interference in each other's internal affairs, and we wished Iran well all along, and we still do.
How do you expect Israel to negotiate with the PLO, which doesn't even recognize Israel's right to exist?
Let's start from the beginning. The General Assembly resolution, which set up the State of Israel, also foresaw the setting up of a Palestinian state. But Israel never recognized the Palestinian state. The State of Israel, set up by the United Nations, had a territory very much smaller than it has today. This is because Israel occupied lands which should have belonged to a Palestinian state, lands belonging to the Arabs. The root of the problem lies in the fact that Israel never recognized the Palestinians. If Israel withdrew from the occupied lands and recognized the right of the Palestinians to a homeland, I am sure, and this is my opinion, that the Palestinians would have to recognize Israel. Incidentally, the Soviet Union has all along recognized the right of both to exist.
Are so-called soap operas shown on Soviet television?
Not as you know, but we have drama, we have movies, we have serials, and some very good serials at that. I think some are even higher than what I'd call world standards.
Is golf played at all in the USSR?
No, it is not, and I don't know why. Just the way baseball is not played in Europe, or English cricket in the United States. We have a national game that I don't think is played anywhere in the world called Gorodki. There's a square with some cylindrical blocks in it placed in a certain pattern or design, and the idea is to throw a stick about the size of a baseball bat at these wooden cylinders and try to knock them out with one blow.
Jerry Sporl of Sherrill, Iowa. Does the USSR have the death sentence?
Yes, we consider the death sentence an exceptional measure that's applied for the gravest crimes. When I say gravest crimes, I mean such crimes as espionage, wrecking, terrorist acts, banditry, making counterfeit money, willful murder, and so on. Not long ago, a Russian woman was sentenced to death. She had voluntarily served as executioner for the Nazis during World War II. She had machine-gunned no end of innocent people to death.
Are police scanners legal in the USSR? If not, why?
Tell you the truth, I don't quite know what police scanners are. If you mean television cameras placed secretly to watch certain people or crowds, if that's what you mean by police scanners, we do have them. I've seen them in our supermarkets. I've seen them in subways. I've seen them, well, in the subways there to watch the flow of crowds so as to switch on an extra escalator on time. And I've seen them on some of our highways so the traffic police would know what's going on.
Gary McElhenney of Rowena, Ohio. Are many books by American authors translated and read in the USSR?
Well, the list would be so long that I'm afraid this show would not be long enough to name them all. I'll just say that in the past years, or maybe in the post-war years would be more correct, more than 6,000 works by American authors have been published in the USSR, which is very much more than the number of Soviet authors that are published in America. In fact, statistics tell us that 10 times less Soviet authors are published in the United States. Then, if you take the theater, you'll find that the Soviet theaters, repertory theaters, show plays by something like 35 American authors. I won't mention, well, the classics like, say, Faulkner or Hemingway or Dreiser, but here are some of the names of the more modern authors that people are reading in the Soviet Union in translation. Kurt Vonnegut, John Updike, then William Styron, Philip Roth, Truman Capote, who else? Robert Warren, and Arthur Haley, although Arthur Haley, I understand, is a Canadian.
What type of car is most popular in your country?
As I've said on many occasions before, the Lada, which in the Soviet Union is known as the Zhiguli, it's a 1,500cc car, small car, very fast, sturdy, durable, maneuverable, very well appointed inside for its price, warm in winter, and is exported to quite a few countries. Although, of course, we don't meet the demand at home, we do export it because, you know, we need hard currency and we need some of the goods that are in even greater demand than the automobile.
How many different languages are spoken in the USSR?
Over 100. Sometimes the dividing line between what is a language and what is a dialect is rather vague. There are some languages, like Russian, which is spoken by the absolute majority of the people, and some languages which are spoken by a few thousand or even a few hundred, like in that famous Republic of Dagestan in the Caucasus. Some of the nations in the Soviet Union have acquired a written language only in Soviet times, and other nations have had a written language for even 1,500 years. To give you an idea, I'll just conclude by saying that we telecast in 67 languages of the Soviet people.
Is Russian taught in all schools?
Yes, it is taught in all schools because it is a link that joins all the nationalities together. That is, for instance, if an Uzbek meets a Ukrainian or a Latvian, he'll naturally use Russian as a go-between language. But in the republics, Russian is an elective subject, although, of course, naturally, most students do take it. Speaking of teaching in the republics, they have 2 or 3 hours extra every week in their schools because they have to study the literature, the history, and the geography of the given republic, too.
Scott McClellan of Battle Creek, Michigan. How soon in school do you offer kids musical instruction?
Well, music and singing is taught from the 1st to the 6th grade. Mind you, our secondary school is 10 years, not 12 like yours.
Besides hockey and basketball, what are the most popular team sports in the USSR?
Well, I'd say soccer. And that's about the biggest spectator sports, too. I just bought a color TV set, and I find it much more enjoyable to watch it in color. The second team sport, I suppose, is volleyball. It's played everywhere by old and young.
John Court of Birmingham, the United Kingdom. If people in the USSR object on religious grounds to join your armed forces, what do the various Soviet authorities do?
You see, we believe that religious freedom must not clash with the laws of the country. If you're a citizen of the USSR, you have to obey its laws. And the fact that you're a conscientious objector does not excuse you from service in the army. If you refuse to serve, well, you may have to face a court trial and a sentence of anywhere from 1 to 3 years. You see, there are sects in the Soviet Union that believe that children should not go to school. That is against the law in the Soviet Union because secondary school education is compulsory in the land. There is freedom and freedom, you must understand that. I mean, if a person decides he wants to drive on the left side of the road because that's what he wants, or his conscience or religion, whatever it is, prompts him to, he can't do it. He has to abide by the laws. Just like you can't go around nude in the street if you feel like it, or if your belief prompts you to do so. There are laws, and these laws have to be obeyed.
Brian Alexander of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. What are Russia's future plans for space exploration? Do you plan to go to the moon or explore other planets like the United States is presently doing?
We believe that the main line of research in space are the long-term orbital stations, like the latest crew that stayed up in the Salyut 6 lab for half a year. And we also believe in automatic means of studying the planets, like the moon rover that we had, or the Lunnik that brought back samples of moon rock to Earth automatically, or like the Mars and Venus probes that we have launched. Well, I think that sums it up for you, but since we're on the subject of space exploration, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the American engineers and technicians that have made possible this brilliant study of the planet Saturn.
Neil Hauser of Etowah, North Carolina. Does the Soviet Union have a feast day?
What is a feast day? I looked it up. I couldn't find it anywhere. As far as I'm concerned, anytime somebody comes to see you in a Russian home, they sit down to a 4 or 5 course meal and, fill themselves up until they're almost reached the bursting point. So you see, I think there's at least one feast day every week in a Russian home. Not that it's good for you.
Kevin Wilson of East Haddam, Connecticut. How does your government justify their stand on religion if Karl Marx wrote once that religion is the opiate of the masses?
Well, no one challenges that definition of religion, But that doesn't mean you can stamp it out by a decree or by force. If it's in the people's minds for centuries, it's in their conscience, it's not so easy to get rid of it. Mind you, the Surgeon General has determined that smoking is detrimental to your health, but that doesn't mean you're going to put every smoker behind bars, does it? You quoted Marx, let me quote Lenin. It was Lenin who said that you have to be very careful in fighting religion, and much harm, Lenin said, could be done by hurting the religious feelings of people. He said, you have to fight religion by conviction, through the press, by word of mouth, and not by any decree.
I was watching the opening ceremonies of your national games, the Spartakiad, on my old television, and what was the jingle or signature tune that I heard and that you often play? Is it the opening notes of the national anthem? It bothers me.
Well, so we wouldn't bother you, Kevin. I'll tell you what it was. Those are the opening bars of our patriotic song, Song of the Homeland, similar to your America the Beautiful. We play it very often as a call tune at Radio Moscow. You must have heard it before. So you go ahead and sing America the Beautiful, we'll sing Song of the Homeland, and on this note of peaceful coexistence, I'll say goodbye.
And there we end today's mailbag.
örücüren sana han dörbidi yaladunda nınçarnav tavanlı töle nokta yaçın bol hogo tansıgı yalla hogi nırganda talcalayın kırılda örücüren sana han tavin yalla songa sa gidava zorgan laytala nokta çim bol hogo zorum yalla hoge nırganda zorlay vallasa örücüren sana han zosullun giyelzenga martagna dolanlı tela nokta çim bol hogo doldun yalla hoge nırganda doldun lay dolliga örücüren sana han doğru kıllı gazıram hatona
alemne yişedenya ayo bedegvey altan koyurka ilgal bedegvey kedimne yişedenya kebedegvey kenyan hayırka ilgal bedegvey çiğit nişeddenya çiğ bedegvey çiğman hayırkan ilgal bedegvey
Biçkin ala kerelegin ala meriyan çingin avelli vili yıksın dola yıksın yavdu vanka vilalay vili yıksın dola yıksın yavdu vanka vilal Biçkin ala kükün ala çağan içingin avelli viğen daxına bolğullallı bolğullap viğen daxına bolğullallı bolğullap Görgün ala möngün büsü çingin avelli verçin on mahından yaşıgıda digili vilallay yerçin mahından yaşıgıda digili vilal öngü talla çira tallı çağan çingin avelli veren sona bolğullallı bolğullap veren sona bolğullallı bolğullap Haralagin ala şemegin ne büşmüdü çingin avelli khadmudan Norxunlarım demise qardı gülalla Kadmudan orxlarında misagardı gülal Karılagın alı bulangın aytsagan için ginne belli haccudan sona bolğullar haccudan sona bolğullar
şütkəd vəddəm bəy Bavğağa qarağa giğə xatxa şütkəd əddəm bəy Qədğərə vişətə dombar çəginəlo Geldə qar xokço yalı güldüngdən yəzəqqəsta Geldə qar xokço yalı güldüngdən yəzəqqəsta Tutku təqasa ota dügəndə kəvənyo Dombrənə demnə qır tavcın nadla vənələy Dombrənə demnə qır tavcın nadla vənələy Nədələksən uxata namcəligə yağda ço Geldə qar xokço yalı güldüngigə yağına ço Geldə qar xokço yalı güldüngigə yağına ço
Sayoglu sarrolun merinçinigin Allah Sanna genda khasan yoldan tavillallah Sanna genda khasan yoldan tavillallah Sen rizallul varin baldır to Sadin şu ganu gavolcilgen ülladan Sadin şu ganu gavolcilgen ülladan Kökölli torrogun ölsizligin Allah kölden ömsidi garada kotoşlu kükün kölden ömsidi garada kotuşlu kükün kölden ömsidi garada kotuşligin Allah kövde kükadun dünya künde tala vallova kövde kükadun danya künde ta vallova Hölli sarrenin narvanin dallandı salikini kevtala khurla gadan Hülla salikini kevtala khurla gadan Hü salikini kevtala khurluk sin kotoş Hürmin zengi son saat khurla gadaja Hürmin zengi son saat khurla gadaja Hargalını madalını dambır çinigin Allah harga vasin hüdünden künkünlerli ben alır harga vasin hüdenden künkenneden harralını bullanlı kotuş çinigin Allah harga vasin hüdünnesin da hadıgarraden harga vasin hüdünnesin da hadıgarraden Şigide çilverre zitçinigin Allah şilve şirin yorra cilgen ölleden şilve şirin yorra cilgen ölleden şinkan dilverresini kotuş çinigin Allah şiirli gıllı khotsundan şiltin durladan şiirli gıllı khotsundan şiltin durladan
Karadalı gidin yala şovun çınla Karaçı nükarın cirgenna Hemen yala gidin yala bini gambe khallaga Khansegim şagalca yakılça Hemen yala gidin yala bini gambe khallaga Khansegim şagalca yakılça Dola yala tüdüktala noktu çınla Dunalı gazırtın cirgenna Duçayı biçayı namaganla dambartan orula jahımtak Duçayı biçayı namaganla dambartan orula jahımtak Boruyalı boğşurganya buralı beteken yazarta Bolawsın teveksin terali arutun bulasın bişeli dahulsin Bolawsın teveksin teralar utun bulasın bir şeyler dahulsin. hurdam burega dai o no zaya dai dai zaya thaya Snorigo bad tensulaya Padiyo o zukuştala dair zata yala Lavşkega dai oy kedrlala dair vaktir gudu Doksunlu dai o zugnerin sağa oy to sinyala lo velala Zalma barintalla ya dai ay toslo dair bajla ya Snortla dai o zug bir khinya bagla zug zaya vikta yala Cemina dai oy sanog dvala lo gezelay saglarla khargantan Nam çadece Allah sareden tolanda mandal nalay Сахалжай соксаңла ақнырлай дүніргіт әлі сареднат туршаня Надырлай харғантын намчадыне аладнарнея толянда Narıljay soksаңла ақнырлай дүніргіт ай наснея туршарня
Radio Moscow presents a program about the balalaika, one of the most popular of Russian instruments. The Russian balalaika. In appearance, it's a very simple musical instrument, the characteristic shape of the body being triangular, with 3 strings stretched the length of the fingerboard. The balalaika player strums on the strings with his index finger or the tips of 3 fingers of the right hand, with rapid swoops of the wrist. It can also be played, however, by plucking the strings with one's fingers or striking them with a pliable plectrum. The choice is up to the player and depends also upon the nature of the music being played. What you're listening to now is the modern concert balalaika, which became well known in the middle of the 80s. This was preceded by a long and curious history. The balalaika is an ancient folk instrument, and it's hard to establish precisely when it first appeared. The first mention of the balalaika is found in historical documents of the 17th century, but it was known among the people, especially the peasants, much earlier than that. No one was seriously concerned in those distant times about the development of musical art. Music lovers made their own primitive instruments and played on them as best they could. Among the peasantry, the balalaika was used both as a solo instrument and for accompaniment. Dance tunes were played with especial success since the instrument provided a vivid rhythmical beat that was highly original. Anyone familiar with Russian history knows that merry buffoons were part of the scene at the court of the Moscow Tsars during the 17th century. These were talented musicians from among the people. They entertained the Tsar and his court with their dancing, songs, and playing on various instruments, the balalaika among them. Their songs frequently contained pointed satire, unadorned ridicule, and sharp words that hit their mark, all addressed to boyars who had earned the Tsar's displeasure. Nor were these court buffoons unsparing of jokes at the expense of certain greedy personages in the church. This provided the Russian church with a reason for persecuting the buffoons. A special decree exiled them from Moscow to distant areas in the far north of Russia. Their musical instruments, branded as tools of the devil, were publicly burned on the squares of the capital. The balalaika and other instruments could now be found only in remote villages. In spite of the ban, the art of the buffoons continued to thrive among the people. Their jolly songs and dance melodies have come down to our day. One of them, the dance of the buffoons you hear now, played on the balalaika. That was Dance of the Buffoons, played on the balalaika. Events of the 17th century, then, and the exile of the buffoons from central Russia had an effect on the future of the balalaika. In fact, there was so little interest in it that for the next 2 centuries it was practically forgotten. During this period, the guitar and the small accordion were gaining popularity among music lovers of the towns, while the primitive, homemade balalaika could be heard only in rural areas. It was waiting, as it were, for the time and the craftsman who would set about perfecting it. And such a master did indeed appear. He was Vasily Andreev, a well-known musician and devoted advocate of Russian folk music. The further history of the balalaika is connected with his name, since he was responsible for the genuine resurrection of the balalaika, which now became a professional concert instrument. This is how it came about. Vasily Andreev, then 19, spent the summer of 1880 at the estate of his parents in the village of Marino, Tver province, approximately 100 miles northwest of Moscow. One evening, as he was strolling through the village, he heard faint strains of music. In the courtyard of a small house, Andreev saw a peasant with a strange-looking instrument in his hands. Holding the instrument on his lap, the man continued strumming the strings. The familiar melody of an old Russian song poured forth, free and uninterrupted. Vasily Andreev, greatly interested, listened for a long time to this village musician, and then the two began talking. This was the first time Andreev saw a Russian balalaika. He wanted to know all about it and asked to be taught to play. They now spent nearly every evening together, the young musician from St. Petersburg and the village balalaika player. Very soon the gifted youth began to outshine his teacher. Now that he had learned to play the balalaika, Andreev realized the great possibilities of this primitive folk instrument with its unreliable structure and weak sound. Vasily Andreev set about trying to perfect the instrument. He devoted a great deal of work and used his personal funds in order to make a professional instrument out of the simple homemade balalaika. His task was the harder, since well-known instrument makers refused to do any experimental work, saying they would be disgraced by having anything to do with what was termed a peasant instrument. But Andreev did not give up. He induced his friends, connoisseurs of Russian folk music, to help him. Together they fashioned a new type of concert balalaika in the middle of the 1880s. It had a chromatic scale, a range of 2 octaves, and the strong and pleasing sound. The new instrument retained all the charm of the original balalaika and was still a genuine folk instrument. It has remained so to our own day. Vasily Andreev was the first professional musician to play the balalaika. His first recital was given in St. Petersburg in 1886. The appearance of an artiste wearing tails and carrying a balalaika aroused no little ridicule and scorn among the aristocratic public. But when Andreev began to play, the audience was astounded. He played one of the best-known Russian songs, The Peddlers. After that first concert, Vasily Andreev was the talk of St. Petersburg. In the hands of this artiste, wrote the Petersburg Gazette, this simple instrument makes one forget its lowly origin. A new period now began in the history of the Russian balalaika. Andreev soon had pupils and followers who formed the first balalaika ensemble. A good deal of ingenuity and invention went into the project. With the aid of instrument makers, new kinds of balalaikas were designed and built, varying in size and tonals. Andreev's now famous balalaika, the Prima, played the leading role in the ensemble and was used as a solo concert instrument. The ensemble included a miniature balalaika with a high tonal range, the piccolo, 2 balalaikas having a medium register known as the secunda and alto, and finally the largest of the instruments, both low in tone, the bass and counterbass. Full and rich harmony was thus assured. Every appearance of the group was unfailingly successful, and audiences were enthusiastic. Famous Russian composers listened with pleasure. It was Tchaikovsky who wrote, "What wonderful things these balalaikas are! What an amazing effect they can produce in an orchestra!" The performance of a contemporary balalaika sextet will give you an idea of how Andreev and his group of musicians sounded in their day. Performers too gained in mastery. Andreev and his followers revealed new possibilities in the instrument, enriched it with more complex methods of playing and virtuoso techniques. The repertory was likewise extended. In addition to Russian folk melodies arranged for the balalaika, programs now included original works and numerous transcriptions of popular compositions. Vasily Andreev himself left a large musical heritage. Unsurpassed as a concert artist, he also wrote some 40 works for the balalaika and folk instruments orchestra. They are still popular today, and one of them is the waltz you now hear. to Vasily Andreev, the Russian balalaika took an important place in musical art. It was now heard far beyond the confines of Russia, and people spoke about it in Paris, London, Berlin, New York, and other cities of Europe and America. In 1913, when Vasily Andreev was celebrating the 25th anniversary of his musical career, the famous Fyodor Shalapin congratulated him in these words: "You took the orphan balalaika to your kind heart. Thanks to your love and care, it has matured into a wonderful Russian beauty whose loveliness has conquered the world." It was Vasily Andreev's intention, when he reconstructed the homemade balalaika, to return to the people their popular instrument in a more perfect form. The dream cherished by this outstanding Russian musician came true during the Soviet years, when for the first time the broad masses were able to get a musical education. The Soviet Union has a great many children's music schools, academies, and conservatories where gifted young people receive a thorough grounding in music and the theory of music, as well as the performing arts. The high professional level of Soviet balalaika players, both soloists and members of chamber ensembles and orchestras, is recognized in the musical world. The names of leading virtuosos like Nikolai Osipov, Pavel Nechiporenko, Yevgeny Avksentiev, Boris Feoktistov, Yevgeny Blinov, and Mikhail Rojkov are well known in our country and abroad. Many of them were heard in the recordings used in this program. The Soviet Union also has a very large number of amateur musicians who play the balalaika. They study at clubs for students, workers, and farmers, and often form amateur orchestras that make a good showing in folk music competitions and festivals. Here's a group of amateurs who love the balalaika.
The balalaika has come into its own and is today a popular concert instrument, often to be heard in concert halls and over the radio. Special works for it have been written by such well-known Soviet composers as Glier, Vasilenko, Budashkin, Novikov, and Tulikov. Our young composers are also writing for the balalaika. We round out this program with a concert piece for balalaika and folk instruments orchestra by Pavel Kulikov. It's played by Nikolai Vyazmin. Program about the balalaika, one of the most popular of Russian instruments, has come to you from Radio Moscow.
Our next program was arranged in the studios of Radio Moscow. It brings you music by composers in the Soviet Union's Central Asian republics and Kazakhstan. The Concerto for Violin and Orchestra by Mrs. Gaziza Zhubanova of Kazakhstan, a symphonic poem, The Golden Village, by Sharofiddin Saifiddinov of Tajikistan, and the Sixth Concerto for Piano and Orchestra by Georgy Mushel of Uzbekistan. Kazakhstan and the Central Asian republics have only had professional music for a mere 40 years. Before that, printed music, polyphony, and choral singing were unknown, nor were there any professional composers. Bards and minstrels, called akins, still sang their songs and declaimed their verses, accompanying themselves on their national instruments, as their forefathers had done before them. This form of folk art, thousands of years old, had been handed down by word of mouth from one generation to the next. Today, all these republics stage ballets and operas in the national language and arrange concerts of symphony orchestras, national instruments orchestras, and a cappella choirs. A galaxy of gifted composers and performers has grown up there in the past 35 years, whose professional skill and artistry determine the standards of musical culture in the republics. Today's program acquaints you with some of them. Gaziza Zhubanova is the first and thus far the only woman composer of renown in Kazakhstan. She now lives in Almaty, the capital of the republic. But she received her musical education at the Moscow Conservatory in the class of Yuri Shaporin, himself a noted composer. During her student years, she leaned strongly towards instrumental music, and also sought to put Kazakh musical folklore into symphonic form. These traits became more marked with the years. One of Mrs. Zhubanova's best-known works, the Concerto for Violin and Orchestra in D major, is written in the traditional 3 movements. She uses the colorful Kazakh tunes in a number of variations. Here now is the concerto recorded by Mark Lubotsky, international prize-winning violinist, with August Joraitis conducting. The first movement, Allegro Moderato, is in the lyrical dramatic mood. Mark Lubotsky playing the first movement of Gaziza Zhubanova's concerto for violin and orchestra. And now the second movement, an intermezzo, Andante sostenuto. Mark Lubotsky and the orchestra under Algis Juraitis now play the finale of Gaziza Zhubanova's violin concerto, Allegro Molto. We have heard the concerto for violin and orchestra in D major by Gaziza Zhubanova of Kazakhstan, with Mark Lubotsky playing the violin solo and Algis Joraitis conducting. Our next number, a symphonic poem entitled The Golden Village, comes from the pen of Sharafiddin Saifidinov. At 35, he is one of Tajikistan's best-known composers. He began his music studies in Dushanbe, the capital of the republic. The school had just opened, and he was the first student to enroll. Like Gaziza Zhubanova, he went on to the Moscow Conservatory to complete his education. And, on his return to his native Tajikistan, he soon made a name for himself with his opera Pulat and Gulru, the first Tajik opera ever written. 2 years ago, he turned to the symphonic form of music with his poem The Golden Village. This is a program work based on an ancient Tajik legend about man's wanderings in search of happiness. The Tajik's age-old dream of justice and equality lives on in this legend of a wonderful village where the generous do not grow poor and joy asks no payment. The programmatic content of Sharafiddin Saifidinov's symphonic poem is that after many trials and tribulations, man finally reaches this golden village and finds happiness in the midst of friends. Here now is the Golden Village with Edward Airapetyants conducting. a symphonic poem by the Tajik composer Sharofiddin Saifedinov. This program has been arranged in the studios of Radio Moscow, and it features music by Soviet composers of the Central Asian republics and Kazakhstan. Georgy Mushel ranks among the older composers of Uzbekistan. 30 of his 56 years have been devoted to Uzbek national culture. Born in the Russian city of Tambov, he moved to Tashkent, the capital of Uzbekistan, immediately after graduating from the Moscow Conservatory in 1936. After studying Uzbek folklore in collaboration with Uspensky, the noted ethnographer, he wrote his first musical works based on Uzbek folklore. They were a great success in the Republic, especially the musical drama Farhad and Shirin. Everything he wrote after that, symphonies, ballets, instrumental sets, piano concertos, or incidental music to plays and moving pictures, was entirely based on Uzbek folk melodies. You can hear the bright, colorful tones of these melodies in his sixth piano concerto, which we now present. Mr. Mushel himself is at the piano, and the Uzbek Philharmonic Orchestra is conducted by Alexei Kozlovsky. The first movement is an allegretto. The second movement of Gheorghe Mouchel's Concerto for Piano and Orchestra, number 6, is Andante. And now listen to the finale of Georgy Mushel's Sixth Piano Concerto. Georgy Mushel's Sixth Concerto for Piano and Orchestra, with a composer at the piano, and the Uzbek Philharmonic Orchestra conducted by Alexei Kozlovsky. And that ends this program of music from the Soviet Union's Central Asian republics and Kazakhstan. It was arranged in the studios of Radio Moscow and presented by Sergei Rudin.
This is your program, Moscow Mailbag. And here is Joe Adamoff to answer your questions. Doug Moffat of Goderich, Ontario. Canada has the CN Tower, the tallest freestanding structure in the world. I've read that the USSR has the second tallest. Tell us about your tower.
Well, our tower was built quite a few years before the CN Tower. It is only 44 feet lower than the CN Tower in Toronto. Our tower, of course, is higher than even the Sears Tower in Chicago. But we'll have to give Canada the honor of having the tallest freestanding structure, although it's only 44 feet. You have a restaurant on top of your tower called Top of Toronto, where I had the pleasure of lunching in '78. Incidentally, I was atop of the tower before it was open, just about a month before the Montreal Olympics. You have Top of Toronto. We have a restaurant, also a revolving restaurant called Seventh Heaven. I think it's the only restaurant in Moscow where you pay a cover charge. But I'll be honest with you, ours, the profile, I think looks better than the CN Tower. It's more needle-like. It's more like a rapier. It's like a hollow concrete tube. But our elevators are inside, and you can't see anything when going up, whereas on the CN Tower you have a glass shaft, and the elevator is glass too, so you can see everything going up. I think that is an advantage. Right next to our tower in Ostankino, we have the largest television center in Europe, and the building, incidentally, is the largest building in volume in Europe.
James Zacabe of Applegate, Oregon. The song Volga Boatman seems to remind me of the greatest man that ever ruled Russia, Nicholas II. I take my hat off to him.
James, I would like to, before answering this statement, quote what the Encyclopedia Britannica says about Nicholas II. His reactionary attitude, coupled with his generally inept handling of domestic and foreign affairs, contributed much to his downfall. Neither by upbringing nor by temperament was he fitted for the complex tasks that awaited him as a ruler. He patronized an extremist right-wing organization, the Union of Russian People, which sanctioned terrorist methods and disseminated anti-Semitic propaganda. That, my friend, is the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now, I have a book which is rabidly anti-Soviet called The Meaning of Communism. It was published by Simon & Schuster, and here's what that book says about Nicholas II. After World War I, it says, trains broke down, food supplies fell off to a trickle, and long lines of people formed in every Russian town, only to find no food. But the Tsar paid little attention. The country was actually being governed by the Empress Alexandra and a succession of half-mad or totally incompetent ministers. While the Tsar's whole empire crumbled around his head, he himself seemed totally unable to act. Well, James, you say he was the greatest man that ever ruled Russia, and you take your hat off to him. Well, the hat's yours. You can do what you like with it.
How many hours a day and days a week do your people work in the factories?
They work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Saturdays and Sundays are usually off. Although some categories of workers, like miners, have a 30-hour working week. Besides, such professions as teachers, doctors, say workers in the chemical industry, and announcers on the radio have a 36-hour working week.
Do farmers in Russia have to irrigate their farms and orchards, or do they depend on the rain?
Well, in some areas, irrigation is the main form of farming. That's mostly in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan, in the Transcaucasian republics, in the arid zones of the Volga basin, and in the southern Ukraine. You'll find irrigation in the North Caucasus and in Moldavia, too. As a rule, large-scale irrigation work is conducted by state agencies and at state expense. What else? With every year, our irrigated lands produce more and more produce, whereas they comprise rather comparatively a small percent of the total farm area. They yield, nevertheless, nearly 1/4 of the entire output of crop farming. Their output substantially diminishes the fluctuations in the gross farm output due to weather conditions, which as a whole are not too favorable in the Soviet Union.
Robert Hamilton of Jasper, Georgia. Are the canals in your country used for irrigation or navigation?
Well, I've spoken about irrigation already. As for navigation, we have a lot of canals that are used for navigation. In fact, our White Sea-Baltic Canal and the Volga-Baltic Canal are much longer than any one of them is much longer than the Suez Canal. And if you take, for instance, the Moscow-Volga Canal and the Volga-Don Canal, they're much longer than the Panama Canal. In fact, all the seas in the European part of the Soviet Union are now interconnected by a system of rivers and canals. And from Moscow, you can sail to Leningrad on the Baltic Sea, to Archangel up in the Arctic, to Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea, to Rostov, that's on the Azov Sea, and to Odessa on the Black Sea. So you see the system of canals is very great indeed.
Are new canals under construction?
Well, the canals that are under construction today are mostly irrigation canals. We're building powerful irrigation systems, primarily in the Volga Basin and in the southern Ukraine. Construction is going ahead at full speed. Today we have a total of something like 62 million acres that are irrigated.
Is the use of canals decreasing?
No, just the other way around. The freight turnover on our rivers, and that includes the canals, is increasing with every year, and so is the number of passengers that is carried by our river boats. I myself was surprised to learn that the number of passengers carried annually on our rivers is even greater than by our airlines, strange as it may seem.
Elroy Christopher of Campbellton, New Brunswick. Do your cars burn unleaded gas?
Unleaded gas, yes. In Moscow we use unleaded gas, but I know in some areas they do use leaded gas and they color it to make it safer.
What is the price of gas in the USSR? Is it hard to get?
It's not hard to get. The price is $1.14 American dollars a gallon. Well, sometimes on a Friday there will be 5, 6, or 8 cars standing in line, but that's, just before the weekend.
Jacob Carolinian of Montreal, province of Quebec. Why not relay Radio Yerevan in Armenia from Moscow? Remember, Armenia is indeed the smallest republic in the USSR, but made the greatest sacrifices during World War II.
Well, Jacob, or should I call you Hakop? I understand that Radio Yerevan is contemplating broadcasting to the American continent. As for making the greatest sacrifices, I cannot agree with you there. Although I myself am 100% Armenian all the way up to my great-grandparents, and my grandfather was burnt alive during this genocide that took place at the beginning of the century. The republic that made the greatest sacrifice, my friend, is Belarusia. They lost every 4th person, every 4th citizen. Mind you, Armenia was not occupied by the Germans, thank God. But of course it made an enormous contribution during the war. It gave the country scores of generals, and 4 marshals, something no small republic did. I can name Marshal Bagramyan, who's still living, Admiral of the Fleet Isakov, Air Marshal Hudyakov, and the late Chief of the Tank Forces of the Soviet Union, Marshal Babajanyan. Despite the fact that, of course, like all the republics, Armenia did its share, and we're proud to say that there are over 100 heroes of the Soviet Union, and one pilot, Nelson Stepanyan, was awarded this high title twice.
Michael House of Glendale, Arizona. As I'm an attorney for the city of Phoenix, I'd like to know about procedures for filing lawsuits by citizens against government agencies to redress grievances and resolve damage claims.
In our country, as a rule, civil proceedings are initiated by the statement of a claim that a right of the plaintiff is being violated or has already been violated by another person. Of course, the court will see whether the claim comes under the competence of the court, or maybe it comes under the competence of some administrative body. Some disputes, although eventually settled in court, may be brought into court only after examination by other bodies. This helps settle most of the disputes out of court, and it stimulates mass organizations, like the trade unions, for instance, to protect the working people's rights, and to eliminate conflicts and violations of labor laws. Labor disputes, for instance, that is, disputes involving wages, discharge of a worker by reason of his being unfit for the job and so on, may be tried in court only after the dispute is examined by a labor disputes board at the enterprise. There's one at every enterprise. Or by the factory or office trade union committee. If the worker concerned does not agree with their decision, then he files suit in court, which hears the case in an open sitting. And let me tell you, more often than not, he wins the case.
Krishna Rath, Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Are tourists allowed to move about freely in the USSR?
Well, we have 140 cities and areas open to tourists in the Soviet Union, all the way from the Pacific coast to our western borders. You have a choice of any of these places, 140. Of course, you have to abide by the laws of the country. You cannot go into a classified enterprise or factory, but then neither can I. People come to Moscow, they call us up, they visit us, they walk into stores, movies, cafes, theaters, they talk to people. They're absolutely free to do what they want. I think it's free enough. What else do you want? Of course, I will say this about tourism. It is not more expensive to come to our country than it is to other countries.
Byron O. of Santa Rosa, California. I'd like information on visiting your country.
Byron, I think the best thing to do is to apply at any major travel agency, and they'll give you all the details you want, or people might think I'm turning capitalist and putting on commercials. We do have many types of tours: recreation tours, health tours, business tours. You can come in your own car, or you can rent a car. There are about 7,000 miles of highway open to tourists from abroad. There are camping tours, hunting tours, and what have you.
People believe you can't travel alone, but must be with a tour group.
That is not so. As in other countries, we have individual tourism. It's divided into 3 types: deluxe, first class, and tourist class. And you can obtain bed and breakfast vouchers. You'll be escorted from the airport to the hotel, given breakfast as a minimum, and offered at least one excursion in every city. The rest of the time, you do anything you like.
They also claim your agents are everywhere and watching all the tourists. Is this correct?
You know, we have a legendary figure, Major Pronin, the great detective, and there's a joke about a fellow walking into the bathroom of his hotel, washing himself in the wash basin, and he sees the tired eyes of Major Pronin staring out at him from inside the drain. What you're asking is up the same alley. Don't forget, we have something like 5 million tourists come to the Soviet Union annually. I wonder what size of an army of sleuths you'd need to go following all of them.
And there we end Mailbag for today.
Жарың құтты болсын, ардақ дедім, ардақ дедім, қоянды, ту көтерген думан дедім. Қар қарал сұлу көкшау, жер шоқтығы, жер шоқтығы, сарыарқа, сарыарқа, алтыннан асқар белім. Жер шоқтығы Көкшетау, Талғарай бақшабау, бауырыңды бір сексен гүл, желің жұпараң дейді. Бауырыңды бір сексен гүл, желің жұпараң дейді. Мөлтеткен көз жасындай, көміскөдім, көміскөдім, май дескен, май дескен, қоңыр салқын жібек желім. Оқ жетпес Көкшетауда, мекендеген, мекендеген, тел қара, ел қатанып өскен жерім. Жер шоқтығы Көкшетау, Талғарай бақшабау, бауырыңды бір сексен гүл, желің жұпараң дейді. Бауырыңды бір сексен гүл, желің жұпараң дейді.
Жайықтың арғы жағы, бергі жақай шайқалғаны, жағасын жапырағы. Еріксіз бір жаманымын, сені көткен сон ішімнің ай, тауда ярман жатыр аудай. Ой жаным-ай, бұл дәурен қайта айналып келмей саған. Dünyada әркім жүрер, кең болғансын ойнайды. Екі ай құрбау тең болғансын. назымдау саған айтпай кімға етаяр сүйгенім-ау жалғыз ай жан сен болғансың-ау ай жаным-ай бұл дәурен қайта айналып келмей саған-ау сенен сұлу сәулелің-ау көктем ай жоқ іздемеске сағынадым менде жай жоқ-ау ғаде іздеп барғандың-ау елемесең махаббатқа болған ең атқандай оқ айналайын бал жаным жан жарым сенсіз ғана арманым ардақтау сүйгенім аман бейіш мал жаның оймаға қыз қиғашқа сау бір көре алмай зарладым ботагөз бұраңып бел ендігісіне көзің айналайын қарағым-ау көз жанарым туған күнде аспандау бетаж жарым-ай кішкентайдан бір көшкен-ау едің құрбау сенсіз жерде жүрмей тұр менің балым айналайын бал жаным жан жарым сенсіз ғана арманым ардақтау сүйгенім аман бейіш мал жаның оймаға қыз қиғашқа сау бір көре алмай зарладым ботагөз бұраң бел ендігісіне өзім сәуле той сылаңға қебау бұраңдайсың сұм жарығын көтер десем тіл алмайсың дариға-ау алтайы құмнан қашқан-ау түлкіден қалқатау қолға түспей бұлғаңдайсың дариға-ау сәулетай алтын айымсың бақытымсың барымсың дариға мынау жалғаннан таңдап сүйген жанымсың нұрысың сен дүниенің-ау алып тұрған күрсінсең күйгін қой зарып тұрған дариға-ау сәулем-ай сезбедің ғой сенің үшін кеудеде жалын бар жанып тұрған дариға-ау сәулетай алтын айымсың бақытым сенсің барымсың дариға мынау жалғаннан таңдап сүйген жанымсың белде, мынау белде, анау белде, білмейді ау кім өтірде. Кешір мендей дүниеде ер тоқымсыз бір жұрғат соңынан соның қуып жүрер пәндау дария. Өнер дөнер, шын жүйрік көрді салсың өршеленер, барында ұрадың ойнады күн, шапшырақ мұңғы жаңғаны бір күн сөнер дүние. Жігітке кедейшілік бір сәргілдің жоқ болса жалғыз атың өлгенмен тең ай. Үйіңе құрбың келіп құраттансаң не бар бұл дүниеден үміттенген ай. Жігітке ашу жаманы лапсайы жауың алдыңды ақыл деген асқар тауың ай. Көңліңе бір зар еді тұсау қайғың тәніңнен біле алмайсың ауру сауын Мен 80-нен асқанда шабытым шалығып тасқанда тереңнен сүңгіп алғандай теңізден терген маржандай сөз қазынасын аралап асын алып саралап ақыл ойдың асқара өлшеусіз биік аспана коммунизм шыңына бақытты өмір жолына ұлыленен соңынан жасампазғалық бірлікпен батырлықпен ерлікпен қарыштап алға басуда асулардан асуда күрес жеңіс табыстың салтанатын мадақтап ұл қызымды ордақтап ейді қуанышпен жырладым дәулеті қазақ ауылы бағыта ұлы бүлінді әперіп тұр бұл күнде аспан толған өнерлі сәулеттен дау аймағым егін еккен ерлерім туырлатып алып тұр. Қара жердің қаймағын алуан күндер табылды, сансыз байлық алынды. Қой толған қазына жондарынан жарылды. Отанның игі іші үшін мүлген жанда бір тілек. Ленин туы астында бақыт жаттық табылды. Өндірісте даладой ауыл менен қалада жеңіл үшін күрестің айдай. Дабылың ей, күшті қағылдың ай, айналайын-ау жанарынан сеземін қуаныштың кеу қабағынан. Жер басып дүниедегі жүрермедім, айрылсам сендей асыл-ау қарағымнан-ау. Көзіңнен айнадай сәулеленген сәуле-ау, көрген адам-ау әуреленген. Sen үшін кешке таман ей шарықтатып жетер бол, салған алымай ау деп жерден ай. Көзіңнен айнадай деу, от секілді-ау күн көрген, ғашықтықтың дау бұл секілді. Қарасам ту сыртыңнан ей, ешмінің жоқ садақ бол, жонып салған ақ ол секілдің ау. sırrın aytmayıp sırtından talay gırben жүргün şara savurdağı burdurda tömürükte tömürükte Muzdayı parlava Kitpi gal Ucurunde usrajar Nasıl tengri bilen Gidin şandoza Köngülden Götürüle Vakıl oynama Çıktım keşke kara usaman barada söz aytmam kadir bilmez jamandır Jaz kezde arıstandaydı aybar dedim karadayı yaş yetkensin aydayı Amal barman hava kundirmay Jazavrin götürümdü bilmedim Jazavrin meni gaydana Bastamadım bir kez de yerik verme Otur men şaş yetken sınavlarday Şoğu basından götken ansın aydayı Jastıq şağım hava kundirmay Jastavrin götürüngdü bilmedim Buluştum gözümün kayrada jastık Asık oylap jas kezi dau tayrak tastık Sabah kamşı tayaktau atıp menip Jelmen ırşıp şan menen bir jarıstık au kaydan jastık Kaygı vayım var mı dau jas günümde Keşkeleyin oylauşu tas tübünde Yiluminen alpıskau kelgen onsun Yerin şettik kez buldau kas günümün au kaydan jastau Kelin tilim dalmaydau kirden kağıp Bağla tilim dalmaydau bittin alıp Kempirim de solarga kosulup Oturamın alaşı жалғыз қалып қайдан жастық.
Radio Moscow presents a musical program featuring the traditional Russian instrument known as the domra. This is a plucked stringed instrument with a round body. In order to introduce you to the characteristic tone of the domra, we open our program with a Russian song played on this instrument. domra was a familiar feature in the people's life even in very ancient times. Unfortunately, Russian history has not handed down the names of those skilled craftsmen who were the first to produce this instrument, for in those days no one made a serious study of the rise of folk art. As in the case of other popular instruments, for example the balalaika, the psaltery, and the bagpipes, it was among the peasantry that the domra came into use, and that the traditions associated with playing this instrument grew up. Incidentally, it's a very simple instrument, and it does not take long to learn to play it. The ordinary domra consists of a wooden bowl-shaped box with a short fingerboard on which 3 strings are stretched, tuned in fourths. The strings are attached to pegs at the end of the fingerboard. By pressing the strings with the fingers of the left hand against different parts of the fingerboard, notes of various pitch can be produced. The sound is elicited with the right hand by means of a flexible plectrum. With this, the strings are struck with varying degrees of frequency and pressure. The domra has a mellow tone and the peculiar timbre characteristic of Russian folk music. At the end of last century, these qualities attracted the attention of the famous Russian musician Vasily Andreev. A passionate lover and popularizer of Russian folk music, he was the first professional musician in Russia to collect primitive folk instruments, perfect them, and form an orchestra of them. In this work, Vasily Andreev enlisted the help of his pupils and some great performers. Considerable improvements were made in the domra. A special mechanism added to the fingerboard enabled the player to raise or lower the key. In addition, in order to give the orchestra a wider range of harmony, domras of various sizes were made: treble, alto, piccolo, and bass domras. The main part is taken by the treble domra. In orchestras of national instruments, it takes the part of the violin in a symphony orchestra. The treble domra has equal sonority over its whole range of notes. It's constructed in such a way that the most difficult works can be played on it. Both flowing melodies and virtuoso concert pieces sound well on it. You will now hear a concert fantasy by Sarasate, based on themes from Carmen by Bizet. It's played by Vladimir Yakovlev on the domra. As we've said, the damra is a very simple instrument and not difficult to play. After a few weeks' practice, beginners are able to play easy pieces. But at the same time, the instrument has such great potentialities that the training of professional damra players in music schools and conservatories takes many years. So that you may form an idea of the difficult manipulations and the heights of technique that are attained by skilled damra players, we invite you to hear a damra concerto by Soviet composer Nikolai Budashkin. It's played by Anatoly Alexandrov and an orchestra of national instruments. just heard a Domra concerto by the Soviet composer Nikolai Budashkin. And now a few words about the other members of the Domra family of instruments. In large orchestras of national instruments, 6 types of 3-string domras are used. They are the piccolo domra, a small instrument with a very high register, the alto domra, which is slightly larger than the treble instrument and plays an octave lower, the bass and double bass domras, and the mezzo-soprano and tenor instruments. They all have the same construction as the treble domra, but the lower the register, the larger the instrument. Each instrument has a range of 2.5 octaves. The domra blends well with the other traditional instruments. Its rich and mellow timbre can be easily distinguished against the background of balalaikas and accordions. Here now is a Russian folk song called Beside the River, played by a quintet consisting of treble and alto domras, accordion, and treble and bass balalaikas. You've just heard an instrumental quintet of 3-string domras. 4-string domras are also made. They differ in size and pitch, and have a range of more than 3 octaves. These instruments are used both for solo and orchestral playing. In the piece you'll hear now, the leading instruments are 4-string domras. You'll be able to recognize the instruments of various sizes and also the happy combination of the domras with the other national instruments. The piece is a Russian song arranged by Vasily Khvatov. Soviet Union today, a great many amateur musicians play the domra. Many of them play in orchestras formed in factory, collective farm, and student clubs. However, only professional musicians are able to reach the heights of the performer's art. Among professionals who play in the various orchestras and ensembles, there are many virtuosos who have become complete masters of the instrument. One of the best known among modern domra players is Vladimir Yakovlev, whom we will now hear playing Dance by Yuri Shishakov. With that, we conclude our musical program, in which you were introduced by Radio Moscow to the popular traditional Russian instrument, the domra. We present Youth Parade. In the program today, you will hear about the young people working in Siberia. Picture to yourself a cafe with 20 small tables. There are 4 people at each table. On the platform, where there is usually an orchestra playing, a young man is standing. He is of athletic build, and the stand carrying the microphone, which he holds in his hand, is like a thin, bright straw.
Насколько я смогу, мечта у меня такая, постараться в этих поэмах отобразить, рассказать о главных чертах нашего времени.
The young man tells the people sitting in the cafe that he is going to write a poem. He wishes to express in it the characteristic features of our day and the typical modern young man. Vladlen Belkin is the young poet's name. He is not a professional poet, but a bricklayer, and is 30 years of age. According to our last census, there are about 4 million 30-year-olds in our country. They're not all bricklayers, they do not all write poetry, and they are not all of such athletic build as Vladlen. But in many respects they resemble him and one another. It's about these common qualities possessed by his generation that he proposes to write, and we in our turn will tell you about him.
Vladlen's father was
also a bricklayer. 30 years ago, he helped to build the power station on the Dnieper in the west of the Soviet Union. This Dnieper gas station, as it was called, was then not only the largest in the Soviet Union, it was the largest in Europe. The boy was born in April on Lenin's birthday, and the father, in honor of the leader of our revolution, called him Vladlen, as short for Vladimir Lenin. The Dnieper gas station was the first superpower station in the Soviet Union. Its high white dam seemed to the young Vladlen the hugest and most beautiful structure on earth. Then the war began. The Germans approached their town. Vladlen's father went to the front, and the boy was sure that his father had gone to defend their beautiful white dam. And he himself would have run off to fight, but as he was only 7, his mother, fearing for his safety, would not let him out of her sight. His father was killed. The dam was destroyed. The boy used to cry during the night, thinking of his father and the dam. After that, he went to school for 10 years. His mother earned little, and life was a hard struggle. Nevertheless, when the boy left school, he did not go to work, but entered college. He trained to be a teacher. During that time, he lived on a stipend and casual earnings during vacations. In due course, he graduated as a teacher, and he was going to teach literature in his hometown. But then he heard talk about Siberia, about its virgin lands which must be plowed, its diamonds, gold, and oil which must be mined, about its rivers whose power must be harnessed. He heard about young people going to Siberia to work. That was in 1954. Vladlen realized that teachers were needed everywhere, and as he wanted to see Siberia, he also decided to go there.
Who has not heard of Siberia? It's the name given to the eastern part of the Soviet Union beyond the Ural Mountains. In territory, Siberia is bigger than the United States. The winter is colder than in the north of Canada, and over the greater part of it, the summer is as warm as in Nebraska. No other part of the world is so rich in natural resources, minerals, timber, and water power. After 1954, the whole country was stirred by the romance of the pioneer builders. 600,000 young people went to Siberia to plow up the virgin soil, lay roads, and build power stations, factories, and cities. The power stations were all of supercapacity, and the factories huge combined enterprises. Siberia lavishly repaid the work men did there. The newly plowed up lands were soon giving 40% of all our marketable grain. Siberian power stations nearly a fifth of our electricity supply. These power stations have become the pride of Siberia. Of those already built, the largest is the Bratsk station on the Angara. Indeed, this station is the largest in the world, and still more powerful ones are now being built. One of these is at Krasnoyarsk on the Yenisei.
Vladlen Belkin arrived on the site of the Krasnoyarsk power station with his teacher's diploma in his pocket and a suitcase in his hands. That's all he had. The builders lived in tents, but still they had a school. Not a school for children, there were no children as yet, but a school for young men and women who had not completed their secondary education. They worked and studied. They built the power station and the city beside it, and the first 4-storied stone house they built there was a school. Vladlen married a teacher. When their son was born, they moved into a new 2-room cottage. In 5 years' time, their son, like Vladlen himself at the same age, ran to the river, looked up at the dam, amazed at its size. He thought it was the hugest thing there could be on earth.
The dam of the Krasnoyarsk hydropower station is indeed an imposing structure, although it has not yet been half built. So far it has reached the height of a 10-story building and stretches for some 2/3 of a mile. In another 2 years or so, it'll be 430 feet high, that is the height of a 40-story skyscraper, or about twice the height of Niagara Falls. It stands between the river and the huge reservoir, white with foam and spray, between red rocks. Its turbines will be 3 times more powerful than those of the Grand Coulee, which was formerly the largest power station in the world. They will supply current to the aluminum works which are being built near Krasnoyarsk.
For 5 years, Vladlen walked from his home to the school and back through the whole building site. It was like making his way through a giant ant heap. People were felling timber, digging foundations on the banks of the Yenisei and blasting rocks. Their heavy trucks roared as they stuck on the rough roads. Everywhere there was a noise of pneumatic drills, and sparks flew where the welders were working. During the first period, however, the bare rocks and forests of pine and cedar dominated the whole scene. Whatever men did, nature held its own. But after 5 years or so, nature had retreated, and the forests had submitted to roads of concrete. So far, only a quarter of the dam had been built, but still the landscape now consisted of tall buildings in place of rocks and pines. The city was still being built, but it had already been named Divnogorsk, from the Divni Gori, meaning Wonder Mountains, in the vicinity. Vladlen was greatly impressed by this rapid change. One day he wrote some verses about it. He showed them to a friend, and he in his turn showed them to the editor of the local newspaper. Very soon they appeared in the newspaper's literary supplement, which had been started to publish prose and verse written by workers on the building site. Vladlen's pupils learnt these verses by their teacher off by heart. They were all workers who came to evening classes. They were completing their general education to qualify for entering technical school or college. Others were studying because they thought life dull without education. Others still merely did not want to be behind the others, as nearly everyone was studying somewhere. 18,000 persons are building the Krasnoyarsk power station and the city of Divnogorsk. And they are all young. Vladlen had been in many towns, but he had never been in one like this before. Wherever he went, he saw nothing but young, healthy, strong young men and women, and heard young people's voices. Such company intoxicated like wine, especially as all these young, healthy, strong people were raising up with their own hands a wonderful new city and power station in this wild spot. One day, Vladlen came to his school principal and placed an application form on his desk. The principal read it, and the following conversation then took place. "What's wrong, Vladlen? You want to leave us? Are you tired of working with us?"
Well, please don't get me wrong. I like my job very much, but I've been hankering for manual work.
Well, what sort of work do you want to do?
Well, I want to be a bricklayer. That was my father's trade.
You're an odd sort of person. You realize, I suppose, that at first you'll earn less than as a teacher.
I know, but not for long, I hope. I'll soon master the job.
Well, what about your wife? What does she say about it?
Well, she says I'm a romantic.
Well, I think she's quite right. There's a kind of epidemic today. Everyone wants to be building. But you're making a mistake if you think that teachers are any less needed than bricklayers.
Well, I don't imagine they are, but in fact, I'm sure I'll come back to this school in about 2 or 3 years. But I think you can understand a person wanting to take a direct part in building when it's going on such a huge scale. I want to do something with my own hands.
Well, I suppose that's how they all feel. And that's why they come to Siberia.
Well, I feel so anyway. I'm healthy and strong, as you can see.
You won't say that I'm any weaker than you are, and yet I'm not mad to get on another job.
Yes, but people are different.
Well, who'll take your place here?
Well, I'll go to Krasnoyarsk and discuss it with the education department. I think I'll be able to find a substitute soon enough. Plenty of people are anxious to come to Siberia nowadays.
That was the conversation that took place between literature teacher Vladlen Belkin and the principal of his school. A week later, he had been taken on as a bricklayer on the building site. He had found someone to teach literature in his stead. This was a former pupil of his, a qualified bricklayer who had started to train for a new profession. A year later, Vladlen had been appointed leader of a brigade of bricklayers. He could be seen most of the time in rubber boots and a work tunic, and it was not often he put on a suit with collar and tie. But to his own and his wife's surprise, he began writing a lot of verse. It is said in Divnogorsk that builder poets pass through several stages on the way to fame. First of all, they are printed in the local paper. Then they recite their poems in the Vera Cafe in Divnogorsk. After that, they are printed in Krasnoyarsk literary periodicals. Then, finally, they make their appearance in Moscow publications. Only a few of the most gifted qualify for that honor. As for Vladlen, he has only reached the second stage, that of reciting in the Vera Cafe.
It's only in a town inhabited exclusively by young people that one of the first things to be built is a cafe. There was a cafe in Divnogorsk long before all families in the town were living in separate apartments. Built in as modern a style as any cafe on the main street of our capital, it was given the name of Vera. This is not a girl's name, but the word used by Russian seamen and workers when they want to give the command to a crane operator to hoist a load. The cafe is only 5 years old, but many of the famous writers and artists who are so fond of visiting Siberia these days have been there. In fact, as many famous people have probably been in this cafe as in the Paris Rotunda in any 5 years since it was built. The service in the Vera Cafe is not very elaborate, just dancing, coffee, and verses there.
Vladlen Belkin himself recently recited some of his verses in the Vera Cafe.
Свежий юн, как травы, походка легка, по крутому трапу взлетаю на леса, настоянный на соснах, цветах, росе.
I am as young as the grass. I run up the steep plank of the scaffolding lightly. I drink in odors of pine, flowers, and dew. Full of vigor I can move mountains. Give me Russia, I'll carry her to the sun. Vladlen then told his comrades sitting in the cafe that he was planning to write a big poem. He wanted to tell about the young man of today, one of his own age, a 30-year-older.
There are about 4 million 30-year-olds in our country. The poem that Vladlen is going to write will tell us about one of them. Meanwhile, we've told you something about Vladlen himself. This has been Youth Parade from Radio Moscow.
This is your program, Moscow Mailbag. And here is Joe Adamoff to answer your questions. Dan Gendron of West Warwick, Rhode Island. Now that there is so much bad-mouthing about the combat troops in Cuba, and some people on Capitol Hill are saying they will withhold their ratification of SALT II, what will the leaders of the USSR do if these threats are carried out?
Well, first of all, one might think that the United States does not need peace, or that the Soviet Union needs peace much more than the United States does. You see, I'm saying this because we constantly hear that the Senate might not ratify SALT II, first for one reason, then for another reason, then for a third reason. You get the impression that somebody thinks they're doing us a favor by ratifying SALT II. One prominent American politician told me, "You have to understand this," he said. "This is part of our electioneering." Well, I want to ask, does electioneering come before the destiny of peace? What is more important, electioneering or peace, may I ask? Now you ask, what will our leaders do if it's not ratified? First of all, I cannot imagine it not being ratified. I believe in the sanity of your great nation. If it is not ratified, why, there'll be a new spiral to the arms race. The danger of a world holocaust breaking out will be greater. We might slip back to the period of the Cold War. Don't forget, this agreement, the SALT II, took 7 years to work out in greatest detail. It takes a lot of time to start working on another or a new treaty. We can't spare all those years all over again, you know. What will happen? Our leaders will naturally see to it that the balance of forces which exists today, the parity of forces, is not upset in favor of the United States or NATO. That's what they'll have to do if it is not signed.
Bill Behe of Altoona, Pennsylvania. Why is most of Russia a God-hating country?
We're not a God-hating country. We are atheists, yes, because our philosophy of dialectical materialism is an atheistic philosophy. We respect the beliefs of believers, whatever their faith. Just like I think believers should respect the beliefs, the philosophy of atheists. If we are atheists, it does not mean that we're some sort of monsters, you know. After all, I personally believe that the ethical and moral values of atheists sometimes, in many cases, are very much higher than the moral and ethical values of some believers. Don't forget, take the question of war. Practically all wars in human history were fought between whom? Between believers. Take the First World War. The Germans were Lutherans and Catholics, and they fought the believers of France, of England, of the United States, of Holy Russia, don't you know? Or the Second World War. It's the same thing. You get believers fighting believers. So you see, being a believer does not necessarily make a person an angel. That's what I'm trying to drive at.
If I lived in Russia, and a member of the Communist Party told me to do something and I refused, what would happen?
That's a rather naive question, the way you put it. What do you think, members of the Communist Party are some sort of slave drivers ordering everybody around, telling him what to do and what not to do? Well, take my editor-in-chief. He's a member of the Communist Party. If he tells me to do something, well, I will argue it out with him. He may get the upper hand, or he may think he gets the upper hand, but that is not always so. Well, he has practically the same powers as the head or editor of any newspaper, radio, or television station in the West, too. If just somebody else tells me what to do and he's just simply a member of the Communist Party and I don't agree with him, I'll just tell him where to get off. You see, the Communist Party in our country, yes, it does set the guidelines of our economy, of our development, of our foreign policy of peaceful coexistence. That, yes, but it doesn't order anybody around. Its policies are based on the interests of the desires of the absolute majority of the people, and in that lies its strength.
Robert Carberry of San Anselmo, California. What is the average temperature in January in Moscow in degrees Fahrenheit? Do you know the lowest temperature recorded in Moscow?
The average January temperature here is 13 degrees Fahrenheit. Strange as it may seem, the lowest recorded temperature in the environs of Moscow, that includes the city too, was last winter. It was minus 44 degrees Fahrenheit, would you believe it?
Miss Arlene Luskin of Silver Springs, Maryland. Does Joe Adamov on Mailbag answer all the questions he gets or just special ones? How'd you go about it, Joe?
I answer an average of about 60 questions every month. Of course, we get hundreds of other questions, too, besides those. I pick them myself. Well, I pick those that I personally believe would be of interest to the absolute majority of our listeners. I may be wrong at times, and I may be right at other times. But anyway, that is my criteria.
When a friend of mine was at my house the other day, we talked about Joe, and being like the majority of people, I wonder what he looks like.
Arlene, I wish you wouldn't ask that. I'll be 59 soon. I weigh, way over 200 pounds. As one American newspaper put it, I have a basso profundo body. Dark eyes and graying hair. Maybe that'll give you a picture.
Robert Carberry again. What do you think of Jimmy Carter?
Well, from Joe to Jimmy, that makes me kind of feel important. He is the president which you have chosen, after all. It's not for me to comment on him, but since you've asked me the question, I guess I have to answer it. Well, I won't touch upon his home policies. That's your business. You know, inflation, energy crisis, and all the rest of it, that's for you to decide. We are more concerned with his foreign policy. Well, we certainly think that he is doing the right thing by wanting to sign SALT II. We do not agree with his Middle East policy because we believe that an overall agreement should be decided upon there, not a bilateral agreement, that the Israelis should withdraw from all the lands they occupied in '67 and the Palestinians should have a homeland of their own. Well, we certainly didn't think much of Mr. Carter blowing up the presence of Soviet servicemen on Cuba, because a person in such high office certainly understands that they pose absolutely no threat to any American security, and this was again done, as I've said in a previous answer, I have a feeling for, because of electioneering and that sort of thing, and because of the pressure of some of the right-wing elements in the States. That's my opinion at any rate. Well, I think that gives you an idea of what we think of Jimmy Carter.
What United States presidential candidate would you like to see win the election in 1980?
Well, again, that's for you to choose, not for us. But since you're asking whom we'd like to see, well, we'd like to see a person that would work for peaceful coexistence, for lessening of tensions, a person that would work for disarmament in deeds and not in words, and a person that would be ready to work for a SALT III treaty. A person that would have his administration work for more trade with the Soviet Union. Incidentally, all these things that I've mentioned interest not only us, but certainly do interest. They are in the interests of the United States, too.
Thurston Costner of Brecksville, Ohio. I'm an educational psychologist. How do the Russian schools measure intelligence? And how do they approach the problem of different levels of ability?
You see, our efforts are directed not at exploring the ability of this or that student, but at creating an environment that is conducive to a student's development. A teacher will study his marks, his life at home. We widely make use of a system where better students help those lagging behind. The brighter students get harder assignments, for instance, and a harder homework. We believe that the decisive factor is the environment and the upbringing of a student, though of course we do not deny such things as an inborn ability. Those who want to study more subjects may take some electives. Up to grade 5, we have about 12% of the subjects that are elective, and after grade 5, 20% of the subjects are elective subjects. So you see, we do not divide children into talented children and those that are not so talented. Our groups are heterogeneous. We believe that all children should study together and are certainly capable of finishing a secondary school. Our secondary school is 10 years, not 12. We have no IQ tests. Thurston, you see, we do have some schools for children with an aptitude or an inclination towards mathematics, physics, the arts. They're experimental schools, and we're having a lot of arguments about them. Another thing, for those with greater interests, with greater ability, there's a wide network of various hobby clubs where they can study physics, astronomy, music, and what have you. And we also like to draw upon the help from parents, from public bodies, and so on in educating our children too, and we do that on a wide scale too.
Ron Tull of Whitehorse, Yukon Territory. When Skylab was falling to Earth, was your country worried that it might crash in your country?
No, we didn't worry about that at all. Another thing I want to say is that we don't go in for this sort of sensationalism. There wasn't a word about such a possibility in our press, I assure you.
In your country, which of the following is the biggest problem? Energy crisis, crime, inflation, language rights?
Actually, Ron, none of these are a problem. Our scientists, our planners tell us we're not faced with an energy crisis, although, of course, our resources are not infinite, mind you. We're going to develop nuclear energy, and we're also going to use coal for the production of electricity on a very much wider scale. We're increasing our oil output, and in fact we hold first place in the world in the output of oil today. As for crime, we have no organized crime. Our cities are safe in the daytime and at night. We do have a problem with alcoholism, yes, and the crime that we do have is a result, in most cases, of alcoholism. As for inflation, it has not touched us. Our prices on the basic products are stable. Rent has been the same for about 50 years already. In fact, our real incomes are constantly going up. As for language rights, well, I don't know what exactly you mean, because it's odd to hear you ask a question like that. We pride ourselves on our nationalities policy. Each nation has its schools, its colleges, its newspapers in its own language, its theaters, its television. Business is conducted in the language of this or that republic. I could sum it all up by saying that we telecast in 67 languages within the country.
Brent Gale of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Is it true that you are not allowed to own a rifle to hunt game in the USSR?
If you mean a rifle and not a shotgun, well, you have to have a special permit to use a rifle. But then you have to have a permit from the local police too to buy a shotgun or a sporting gun for, target shooting, like a small caliber rifle. You must have a hunter's card and, of course, a membership card of a sports society to buy that. I think it's a good thing. Less crime.
Miss Suzanne Hawkins of Digby, Nova Scotia. Is the Soviet Union experiencing overcrowding in the cities?
Well, we have 16 cities with a population of over 1 million, and some areas in our country are as densely populated as the countries of Western Europe. Others are very sparsely populated, almost like in North Canada. You realize that we've had many homes destroyed during the war, and after the war there was an influx of the rural population into the cities. We had to rebuild whole cities from the ground up. And despite the fact that we are every 2 years moving what amounts to the total population of Canada into new homes, every 2 years, we still do have a housing problem. That, yes. In the condominium where I live, there are families that have 2 rooms and a kitchen, and the family consists of father, mother, and 2 children. Of course they're crowded. We still haven't solved the housing problem, despite those fantastic rates at which we're building homes.
And there we end Moscow Mailbag for today.
We present Youth Parade, a weekly feature from Radio Moscow. On today's program, you will meet several students from one of the oldest technical schools in the Soviet Union, the Moscow Institute of Technology, and you will hear several of the students interviewed and learn how they live, study, and relax.
An unusual evening party was recently held at the Moscow Institute of Technology. Like many other student evening parties, it was called an evening of entertainment. But unlike all the others, it was conducted in the English language. It was organized by the undergraduates studying English. Our reporter, Georgia Gorov, was present at that party, and here he is now to tell you all about it.
Well, first of all, the party was a great success. Plenty of fun, music, and noise. All those studying English packed the auditorium and the surrounding halls. And from what I understood, they had all agreed to speak only in English that evening. Of course, it wasn't easy for some of the students, but anyway, they kept to their word. The concert that was presented that evening was also in English. The program was both diverse and interesting. The students staged a scene from David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. They also acted out skits from student life. One student recited the verses of Longfellow. The audience enjoyed American, English, and Negro songs. And after the concert, the students were shown the American movie called Letter from an Unknown Woman. And though this film has been dubbed in Russian by a Moscow film studio, it was shown in the original that night. Most popular at the concert were the skits of student life. There were plenty of laughs, and that's only natural, for the students watched parodies about themselves. I recorded one such skit. It was examination time, and seated in front of the professor is a student who has been loafing most of the year.
Before we begin our examination, have you any questions?
I have only one question. What is the name of this course?
What is the difference between an active verb and a passive verb?
The passive verb, the active verb shows action, and a passive verb shows passion. But I don't think I deserve an absolute zero.
Neither do I, but it is the lowest mark I can give you.
Well, another hit at that evening party was Larisa Loginova, who sang several American pop songs. Larisa is taking a postgraduate course in chemistry, but she loves singing no less than she does her subject. Here she is singing Love Me Tender. Larisa Loginova, who just gave us that fine rendition of Love Me Tender, is sitting in the studio right next to me now. Larisa, how long have you been singing?
Well, I began by singing at concerts and evening parties at our school. Later on, I sang with a vocal group at our institute. At present, I am taking a night course at a music school that's on top of my regular postgrad work. But I must confess that my husband is against my singing.
Is he also a graduate from your institute?
Yes, he is an engineer and he works at a machine engineering plant. His main interest in life, I believe, is machines, because he spends all his spare time tinkering with machines.
You said, Larisa, that your husband is against your singing. Now, does that mean that you don't sing at home at all?
Well, I sing at home now and again, but I don't think my husband enjoys it. In general, he doesn't like the idea of my singing in public. He says it would be much better if I joined him in studying English.
Well, and what is your attitude to that, Larisa?
I am determined to continue my singing lessons.
Well, the best of luck to you, and thank you.
You're welcome.
You are listening to Youth Parade, a weekly feature from Radio Moscow. Our program today is about the Moscow Institute of Technology and the life of its student body.
The Moscow Institute of Technology is one of the oldest technical schools in the country. It was founded 130 years ago. The institute turns out mechanical engineers, designing engineers, and technologists. In general, it trains engineers of 50 different professions in various fields of machine engineering and toolmaking. Today it has a student body of over 16,000 enrolled in its 5 day and 4 evening departments. The term of study at all departments is 6 years. The Institute is well known for the high caliber of specialists it puts out. The graduates from this establishment are in big demand at major factories and research centers all over the country. During the years of Soviet government, that is, since 1917, the Institute has graduated over 30,000 specialists. The alumni boasts many a famous scientist, designer, and plant director. The prominent aircraft designer, Andrei Tupolev, for example, is a graduate of this establishment. His airliners now fly on international lines linking the USSR with 29 countries of the world. And now, back again to George Yegorov.
2 students from the Moscow Institute of Technology are in the studio with me now. They are Valery Yasinsky and Natasha Andreyashova. They are happy-looking young people, and with a bit of coaxing on my part, I hope I can get them to tell you about their life and studies. Valery, my first question goes to you. How many hours a day do you study at the Institute? That is, if you don't skip lessons.
Well, I try not to cut classes. We study 6 hours a day, excluding Sunday, of course. This includes both lectures and lab work. But we also have some industrial training.
Does your industrial training begin in the first year, Valery?
No, in our 4th. We study theory during the first 3 years.
Well, how much time do you spend on studying at home, then?
Usually a couple of hours, sometimes more. It all depends on the student's abilities.
Now, you mentioned industrial training, Valery. Where does that take place? Inside or outside the walls of your institute?
Well, both, I'd say. We have plenty of laboratories and workshops at our institutes, and of course, they're equipped with the newest machines and instruments. So, actually, we make our first contact with modern science and engineering right in the walls of our institute. Then, the seniors undergo their industrial training at major machine engineering factories.
Well, that's quite clear, Valery. I know from what people say that your Institute of Technology is considered a very difficult place to study. I mean, it's no walkover. Most probably the majority of students are young men, am I right?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think almost half the students' body is made up of girls.
Well, that's interesting. But don't they find it hard to study there?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't give you an answer to a question like that. But I do know that some girls find it easier to study than the boys.
I believe, Valery, that you have a students' scientific technical society at your institute. Is that right?
Almost. You see, we have such societies at every department. In such societies, the student can, if he wishes, work on this or that scientific problem independently. I know that some of the scientific breakthroughs discovered by our students have been applied in industry. Besides, we have students designing bureaus at our institute, where we can pick up pointers in designing. Then there's another movement at our institute that is very popular. They are called Olympiads, but actually they are contests in various subjects such as mathematics, theoretical mechanics, and the resistance of materials. The winners of such contests are awarded prizes and they get their pictures in our students' newspaper.
That's interesting, Valery. Now, what is the situation with technical literature at your place of learning?
We have a library at our institute, one of the best technical libraries in the country. It contains over 1 million books and magazines. Besides, we have a large reading room.
Now, Valery, I suppose you do get a stipend. How big is it?
Well, as a fourth-year student, I receive 55 rubles a month. It is the same in the third year.
And what about the students of other years?
Freshmen receive 45 rubles, sophomores 50, and seniors in their fifth and sixth years receive 60 rubles a month. Students who get top grades regularly receive a special Lenin stipend which amounts to 80 rubles a month.
So you receive 55 rubles, you say. Is that enough to keep you going the whole month, Valery, or do you have to pinch kopecks or pennies, as they say?
Well, I get along quite comfortably on this sum. Besides, we pay no tuition fees.
Are you from Moscow, incidentally, Valery?
No, I come from the city of Gorky on the Volga River.
So you probably live in the students' dormitory?
Yes, that's right. In fact, all out-of-towners get accommodation at such dormitories.
And do all such out-of-towners, as you call them, live in one dormitory?
No, the institute operates 6 big dormitories.
And now I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, Natasha. I know I should have started with you, and as the saying goes, ladies first. But then again, I could say age before beauty, so I hope you're not offended.
No, of course not.
Well, my question is this, Natasha. When I visited your institute, I noticed a huge billboard on the second floor covered with snapshots of athletes. So I suppose many of your students go in for sports, am I right?
Many is the wrong word. I'd say all of them go in for sports, and in a big way too. Our institute ranks first among other colleges and universities, both in the number of sportsmen and the number of sports covered.
And what sport do you go in for yourself, Natasha?
Track and field, and in particular racing.
What other sports can a student of your establishment take up?
Well, there is volleyball, basketball, rugby, tennis, mountain climbing, rowing, boxing, and wrestling.
Natasha, while we are still on the subject of sports, do you happen to know just how many sports sections there are at your institute?
Well, I don't know the exact figure, but my guess would be about 30. We have our own stadium, 6 gymnasiums, a yacht club, and an auto club.
Judging from the snapshots I saw on the billboards of your establishment, Natasha, I get the impression that you have quite a few amateur photographers. Am I right?
Yes, many of us go in amateur photography. We usually set aside a whole floor at the main building for photo displays. Some of our students go in for collecting stamps and matchbox covers. 2 such exhibitions were recently organized at our institute.
Now, what other hobbies or pastimes do your students go in for, Natasha?
Well, of course, we have amateur singers, dancers, actors, and poets. In fact, we have special amateur clubs in many of these fields. We often hold concerts staged by our talented youth. We also have evening parties and literary gatherings or musical get-togethers where we invite our favorite poets, singers, and actors.
Well, thank you, Natasha, and thank you, Valerie.
It was at one such evening party that we began today's program about the students at the Moscow Institute of Technology.
And so we come to the end of Youth Parade, a weekly feature from Radio Moscow.
Tiyanşanın çokun asman boynunda, eteklerin maykol sütke boydunda. Yöngü tüzün nurga balkıp kulpundoy, öktürdün örgü çapkan dorunda. Akın çıktı biginde kalkıgan, akıl çıktı aygu çaktap jarkıgan. Zerger çıktı kazanan doyun üdep, askaz ongun tüpkürünün kaltığın. Yüzününden oktorulat narının, ölçü bulba sörköştün narının. Türmögünen çömüp alıp jatabız, atal iştin alolungun ey jarım. Aksay son köllar pasök törlerin, adır cıvıt koktu kolu törlerin. Mal gindikti çalkıgan jeri emes boy, baylık martık damın tatırın benim. Cıvıl cıtıp tulan çöptü kırlardan, cıldız takkan malcı dozu mırdagan. Daloşonun kolundağı bere koydan tandırıp el kök üçün çiğneğen. Yıllar ötür aylar uçar sozulup, cırgal gündün şiresine koşulup. Kara geçe kalasından oy gelir biz, yumuşak vagon kupesinden ey multu. Son kölümdün kılasında kılaktap, müsüzüm al kız jigitler bulaktap. Kurort toşup seyir kurar seründür, malçın işçi maşı kanar çıraktı. Toğurundan min kansala kurular, cumuşşinim dankın menen sulular. Koynun açkan tiyanşandın gülkü soy, ayalamga bir canırar uğular. Tiyanşanın günden erten kulpunup, baktalaydın terenine kolsunup. Kulaşayıp dürkürögün gesegin, komünizm seresine umtulur. Aşıktık kanamilde de sende. Armandu gana buldum da jetelbayım ey yükecimez milletin oy millire Kudalu gana jılkın Kurdaştık kana milde ta sender Kusadar gana buldum da jetelbayım ey yükecin kup milletin oy millire Narvak kana turate Aylına gana versem de geçinde Altınga gana okşoştun ükeyim Tetigin akkar duda tonun oy Gümüşüm gana turate yesimden Gülüge gana versem de geçinde Gümüşke gana okşoştan ükeyim Tetigi gün tigene tonun oy Yetine Arzımdın aytar ey zamancuk Aydamdı tabarı çamacuk Aydanıp gelsem 10 yılda Artımda жалғыз balamcuk Artımda жалғыз balamcuk Qara qıldap qaldırı göl saqtayt Qarılaçını çöl saqtayt Qara tayıp ketken at eken Eni qayaqa barıp can saqtayt Oy qayaqa barıp can saqtayt Qulda pulare göl saqtayt Qulaçını çöl saqtayt Qura palgana teken Emi buyuğu qayda can saqtayt Buyuğu qayda can saqtayt Qalqımda qalğan qaranım Qarmanar jarğıp anarım Qamodan qaytıp kelgende Mintep qaygızın tartım balanım Oy qaygızın tartım balanım Turumda qalğan qaranım Tengizin jarğıp anarım Türmeden qaytıp kelgende Mintep kuyutun tartım balanım Oy kuyutun tartım balanım Gül
Gülde kırgızı yurtumdu görür bekem o degemin Gükügüm çırkabe aldımdan gelir beken o degemin Güyüttümün çıkarıp katı günüdür bekem degemin Yüdür bekem degemin Altından çedere yörbedim Abaktan konume boşanıp Ağayın yurtkanı gelbedim Amandaşıp koştuşup Calgızımdan ölbedim Calgızımdan ölbedim Gülü ola te calgızdın Güyütü güçtüne calgızdın Munu ola te calgızdın Munu güçtüne calgızdın Atar atıvı yol gelse Sıylar bolboy te calgızdın Acal yetip gün bilse Katı günüyler bolboy çalgızdın Oylar bolboy çalgızdın
Cemal'ın Zeyd'in gününde Daştığın Sayd'ın gününde Şansın ketip bilgenin aşağı da bulbul Gününde de gününde de gününde Sen bir dele gülsün şahtağın Baktağı Mungun aytıp bulbul kusamın ayva güldün ey Maktadın maktadın Zıttın bulbul dost bolot Jelki sevgüldür boş bolot Kırdalın barda oynayıp gül Kış düşse kızıla gül solut Öspevi güldün yaşarıp Yaşıl şaygi ve cazanıp Ketken son kızıl gül ötçü ve gelmegi de kıyın ey Cazalı ve cazalı ve cazalı Göçmesin güllün gülölün Güybesin kurbuna cürrögü Hazır kız şair turmuş dele bir bolutta caştın ey Dile gidet dile gidet dile gidet
Bastırıp aylim oy gelmegen jigiti beri çok Har zavaldı aytışıp bugün bugün jigiti beri çok Ağ joluktu görgöndo deydegen jigiti beri çok Deydegen jigiti beri çok Bastırır baylim oy gelmegen jigiti beri çok Köp koңuldu selkige bermegen jigiti beri çok Көк жолuktu görgöndo deydegen jigiti beri çok Deydegen jigiti beri çok Adırdın yaşıl güldünde açılgan selki beri çok Adamdın içini jandırmay asıl can selki beri çok Cevap berip kalpar türküdü yaşıl жашынбай селки бери чык жашынбай селки бери чык Күнгөйдүн эркин кулпунган күнүндөй селки бери чык келбедиң деп тарынып түңүлбөй селки бери чык жазында тиген асманда күнүндөй селки бери чык күнүндөй селки бери чык күнүндөй селки бери чык
Suyulup cıldısa birinde sulbi şamalı dirildep Ayırdın al dile terin say taşıgan özünü gürüldep Özündü boyla bir gel atsam Koyçu koyçu koyçu kantem kantem kantem on aldımdan çıktın Gülendüm Sıdırım sokkanı jelmeneni Samay çatına sengselep Canımda tursana buralı ve Jalınday çürek entelep Jara körsün tügön Koyçu kantem kantem o jaş baladay Erkelim Ezilip süygönü zalzalımı Esimde dediğin ardayım Esim bol canım mağay devi İyilip koldonu karmadın Belegim sağa usu Koyçu kantem o belestine gülüne Arnadım Hangıça çoçu boygon somi Öngmemes düşeken Hapiletten görgön tüse Kalagan selkim özeken Unutma estebi jürgünde Koyçu kantem on urmatta bana aytkani Söz ekim Atım bilive batmanın Tegi жүрөгүмө сактадым Карап туруп кубандым мына казандай ичиме чапканым Сугара берей ылдамдап эй Көрчү сугуп аттың эй бактаным Есептесем Алтайда мына 500 эмгеге тапканым Береке бар жүзүңдө деги бейлиңди мактадым Көңүлүмдүн сергиткен эй деги гүлү сенсиң эй бакчаным барып көрдүм атайы мына бат батма жандыны чарбагым көлөк көзү көңүлдү карачы сен өстүргени алманын көйкөлгөнгө кеши бердең эй деги көңүлүмө толкуп эй сайрадым жүз сентин нере жыл сайын деги түсүм алганы пахтадан колундагы кетменин көрчү болот тоңгур чей таптаган сендей бир ой батыр төрөгөн ой мына заман аммаң эй мактанам зор аттагын не өлкөмдүн дегин аяламгаң эй жар салам 5 жылдыктын милдетин мына так өзүңдө эң атарам ырымдын ой аты биринчиң ой мына сен болосуң эй батма жан Ayrılız kana dele göçübi Gepteşten Acırap kaldım yetmezden Aman bulsam görürmün Dünyeği dünyeğin oy ayrılıp Senden gitmezden Koycun ayrıldı var senden gitmezdi Yüyübüz kana dele göçübi Gepteşten Ökünüp kaldım yetmezden Ülbey yürüsem görürmün Dünyeğin oy uşulgu Boydum yetmezden Hi koycum uşu delle boydun yetmezden Arkanda kana dele şurun çok Adamda sende yazıl yok Arı çıkpaysın sanamdan Dünyeğin oy armandı Menin şayım yok İyi koycun armandı da menin şayım yok Oldu caçman çoğun şuradan Tappadım iste vurudan Vurgun sayın hiç güyüp Dünyeğin oy gönlüm Sağa vurulgan Adam tappas sendeydi Çıkmasa gana delle dilin buradan
Çaçine körüm İğoy çuğul pınasın akkeyin Ay Әйнекте жүзген ұр берген аңаш кере сұлу бемгегің Ишіңді мақта бұрдаған анда мен болсам сенің ермегің Оу бермей Топ бұлыттай жаздағы Үйгөчү тонналабаң үйіп бақты Толқынданып таңырдайсың ато бұлбұлдай шақтағы Сен еккенсің түштіктің анда күнді ұялтқанаң аппағы Оу аппағы Қышқы бері түшкен аққардай Үйгөчі қима бері көкіл ақмы Үйліп бір қойсың берметті шәгүміштен чеге қаққандай Қошпанарың балбылдайд Үйгөчі қапқар ташяныва жатқандай Оу жатқын Televi soqqun жазғы жел Үйгөчүң эппенели сага болбой Эмгектин батыр кызы деп аң эркелеткен биздин эл Жаздаттандың жарышка эми күз күрөштөр жеңип кел Оу жеңип Tarava Жердің гендерін байқасам арбын әли түшім берген Ала бұртауды үйен аң ақпақтан еткен тергенің Ақпақтанды мақтаған анда мен болсам сенің ермегің Оу ермегің
And now it's time for our weekly feature, What is Communism? On our program today, we tell you about the proceedings at a trade union meeting in the Soviet Union. In our country, trade unions do more than just protect the rights of its members. Together with the management, they steer production and distribute the income of their plant or factory. There are no private companies or factory owners in the Soviet Union. The plants, factories, and other enterprises legally belong to the state. But the work of these enterprises is actually guided by the directors or managers who are appointed by the government. And the activity of the management, in turn, is controlled by the trade union organization, which includes practically every employee. One of the ways the trade union participates in ironing out current problems and in exercising control over the management is to hold general trade union meetings. Our correspondent recently traveled to a small town of Vakhroshi in the Ural Mountains, where he attended a general trade union meeting at a shoe factory. Here's a story our correspondent sent in.
The meeting was held in the clubhouse of the factory. The trade union finances all the activities of the clubhouse and pays for its upkeep. This two-story brick building with several somewhat pompous columns at the entrance has an auditorium seating 300 people. It also has a spacious foyer and
now it's time for our weekly feature, What is Communism? On our program today, we tell you about the proceedings at a trade union meeting in the Soviet Union. In our country, trade unions do more than just protect the rights of its members. Together with the management, they steer production and distribute the income of their plant or factory. There are no private companies or factory owners in the Soviet Union. The plants, factories, and other enterprises legally belong to the state. But the work of these enterprises is actually guided by the directors or managers who are appointed by the government, and the activity of the management in turn is controlled by the trade union organization, which includes practically every employee. One of the ways the trade union participates in ironing out current problems and in exercising control over the management is to hold general trade union meetings. Our correspondent recently traveled to a small town of Vakhroshi in the Ural Mountains, where he attended a general trade union meeting at a shoe factory. Here's a story our correspondent sent in.
The meeting was held in the clubhouse of the factory. The trade union finances all the activities of the clubhouse and pays for its upkeep. This two-story brick building with several somewhat pompous columns at the entrance has an auditorium seating 300 people. It also has a spacious foyer and quite a few rooms where the trade union members practice their arts, crafts, and hobbies. The drama club and choir rehearse in the evenings. Concerts and dances are held here, and movies are shown regularly. But the day I was there, the auditorium was packed with the delegates selected by their trade union organizations. The factory employs 3,000 workers, and every delegate represented 9 other members. The meeting was chaired by Gennady Shishkin, the trade union leader, the only trade union member whose work is completely devoted to the organization. In fact, he's paid by the trade union. Before becoming the trade union leader, Mr. Shishkin worked in the pattern department, and when his term of office ends, he will return to his old job. To the left of the table of the chairman was a rostrum for the speakers. Behind the rostrum was a table for the secretaries to take down the minutes. The minutes of all meetings are kept in the trade union committee. Copies are sent to the higher trade union bodies and to the Ministry of Light Industries, to which the shoe factory belongs. The meeting was opened by Mr. Shishkin.
У нас один вопрос. Это выполнение коллективного договора за первое полугодие 1964 года. Нам необходимо избрать рабочий президиум.
The agenda, he said, includes discussion on the results of the collective agreement for the first half of the year. He proposed to elect a presidium as the meeting's steering body. Alexander Zhuikov, editor of the plant's newspaper, nominated 17 people.
Лаврушеву Клару Архиповну, мастера цеха номер 2, ударника коммунистического труда, депутата Верховного Совета нашей Федерации.
And that was Alexander Zhuikov nominating his candidates. After a vote by a show of hands, those elected took their place behind the table on the stage. Then the chairman gave the floor to Mr. Serafim Shilov, director of the factory.
За 1964 год, первое полугодие текущего года, комбинат со всеми основными показателями справился, выполнив план по выпуску кожевенных товаров.
The director pointed out that the factory had overfulfilled the government order for the first half of the year. He outlined what the management had done to improve working conditions. In particular, a conveyor had been installed to carry the wool on the mechanical line in the leather department. The management bought electric lift trucks to carry heavy loads. A ventilating system was installed in the sewing department. The factory financed the construction of an apartment house with 45 flats. 2 more kindergartens were opened. Over 500 young employees acquired new trades and improved their skills at courses organized by the management. All employees who graduated from night courses at vocational schools and institutes were provided with better jobs in their trade. The director of the shoe factory stressed that almost 200,000 rubles had been economized as a result of the suggestions and innovations put forward by the workers. But it is not in every shop and department that things are going well, said the director. The shop where Dmitry Severuhin is superintendent operated at a loss. I would also like to stress that the trade union leadership has been too lenient with employees who have violated working discipline. For example, there have been several cases of workers reporting late or not coming into work at all, and the trade union only reprimanded them. I believe, said the director, the trade union was wrong when it did not sanction the management's proposal to fire such employees. As the director spoke, some of the delegates began sending in notes to the Presidium with requests to take part in the debates. The first man to take the floor after the director was Dmitry Severyukhin, the superintendent who was criticized by Mr. Shilov.
Следовательно, Серафим Васильевич, вы хорошо знаете о том, что в июле месяце, нам, запланировали пошить 43 тысячи пар. Так, а сдавать 42...
You know, said Dmitry Severyukhin, turning to the director of the plant, that we produced 43,000 pairs of shoes, and our quota was only 42,000 pairs. In August and September, we are to produce 49,500 pair, and are to deliver only 40,000 pair to trading agencies. We have no more space to store what we produce. With such a system of planning, is it possible for our department to get out of the red? The responsibility for this lies with the management, and there is no use trying to push it off onto someone else. This caused quite a stir in the auditorium. Incidentally, the director is greatly respected at the factory. He has worked here 30 years and began his career as an ordinary worker. As I learned later on, Dmitry Severyukhin hit the nail right on the head. The management had poorly planned the list of goods to be produced and had not made the necessary arrangements with the organizations buying their shoes. As a result, certain types of shoes were left over, creating a surplus. And this is what accounts for the losses. Then the floor was given to a young employee, Valentina Shchukina. She was about 20 years old, and from the way she spoke, I could tell she was not used to public speaking.
Многие работницы из бригады учатся. Ученикам школы рабочей молодежи положено давать выходные раз в неделю. Но, конечно, этих выходных...
Many of the workers in our team, she said, are continuing their education. Those who go to night classes are entitled to an extra day off every week. But we did not get it. I also study in the evenings, but I did not get any extra day off. True, we did not complain because we know the foreman would have given us this day off if we had someone to take our place. I propose that our meeting urge the management to provide extra workers to give us another day off so that we abide by the laws. The next speaker was Mr. Ivan Petruchin, the director's administrative assistant. After a resolution of last year's meeting, said Mr. Petruchin, we opened 2 more kindergartens, but the whole thing backfired on us. We furnished the 2 buildings, hired instructors, and it turned out that there were not enough children. The lady in charge of the kindergartens is always asking me to bring in more children, but where am I to get them? Asked Mr. Petruchin. And this caused quite a few laughs in the auditorium. Well, all in all, there were a lot of questions asked at the meeting. The inspectors of the working conditions pointed out the shortcomings. The members of the Housing Commission called for more funds to build another 2 apartment houses. Amateur gardeners asked for additional plots of land. The factory's librarian asked for an assistant. The whole meeting lasted almost 3 hours. The 12th and last speaker was the chairman of the trade union, Gennady Shishkin. He summed up the results of the meeting and pointed out that the trade union's task was not to punish, but to reform those who had violated labor discipline. He said that firing a worker was only the last resort, and that the trade union would sanction such action only under exceptional circumstances. The resolution adopted debated in the collective agreement. Special emphasis was placed on the shortcomings, which both parties should try to eliminate. In particular, shop superintendents should organize their work so as to give additional days off to all those studying at night school. The management was instructed to allocate funds for 2 more apartment houses. All the remarks of the working conditions inspectors were taken into consideration. Special deadlines were set for the action to be taken in this direction. And when the final draft was ironed out, the chairman called for a vote. The resolution was passed and became a document binding both the management and the trade union.
You've been listening to our correspondent's story about the trade union meeting at a shoe factory in the town of Vakhrushi in the Ural Mountains. And that brings us to the end of What is Communism, a regular feature from Radio Moscow.
This is your program, Moscow Mailbag. And here is Joe Adamoff to answer your questions. Michael Brown of Santa Ana, California. Recently, we have a new form of entertainment in the United States. This consists of male strip shows in which male dancers disrobe until they're naked in front of women patrons. On a moral level, would this kind of entertainment be allowed in the Soviet Union?
The answer to that is certainly not. It is not our idea of entertainment, any more than sexual acts performed publicly at nightclubs. I know that you do have this sort of entertainment too. But it's not for me to criticize your way of life, but since you've asked the question, I'm answering it. If you can have male strip shows, I think the next logical step would be, why not legalize prostitution, for instance? Why not? Why not legalize houses of ill fame? Why not? I will say this, though, that we are a collective society, but we feel there are certain aspects of life which should remain private, and sex is one of them. Mind you, I have criticized our own people, too, for being too prudish. But what you quote, the type of entertainment you quote, I think is going a bit too far.
On a cultural level, would Soviet women find something like that of interest?
All depends on what you can call culture. If you lift the barriers, you will always find a few that would go in for something like that. That doesn't mean you got to have it, mind you. Many would want to see barriers to drug addiction lifted. Why do you apprehend anyone that would deem it necessary to walk down Fifth Avenue in the nude? I'm sure you'd find plenty of adherents of this sort of thing, too. You know, back in the 20s, we had a society called Down with Inhibitions. They thought it'd be okay walk down the main street naked. Why not? To sum it up, I think there should be sensible barriers. And to answer your question, I'll say this. Put to a vote, I'm absolutely sure the overwhelming majority of our women, and I'm sure that quite a lot of yours too, would vote against this sort of thing.
Tom Stowell of Alexandria, Virginia. I was wondering if anyone ever immigrates to the USSR, and what are the restrictions?
Tom, we have no immigration laws as you know them, no immigration quotas. Each case is considered individually by the presiding committee of our parliament. You ask, has anyone ever immigrated to the Soviet Union? Naturally. We have Americans right here at Radio Moscow. I suppose the biggest wave of immigration was when approximately 200,000 Armenians came to settle permanently in the Soviet Union from many countries. World, and including America too.
Ron Tull of Whitehorse, Yukon Territory, Canada. Are the gas prices high in the USSR, or about the same we are paying?
Hello, Ron, all the way up in Whitehorse, Yukon. How did you get up that high? But let me tell you that you're not alone. Out on the 60th parallel, we have a city called Leningrad with a population of 4.5 million, and it's just about on the 60th parallel. And Moscow's only a few hundred miles further south. So you're not alone up in Whitehorse, Ron. To answer your question, the price of gas, according to the official rate of exchange, would be about equal today. Not long ago, we doubled the price of gas because it takes a lot of doing to extract it in the inaccessible parts of Siberia, where there's a lot of permafrost and marshland.
Patrick Powers of Webster City, Iowa. Does the Moscow subway operate 24 hours a day, like in New York?
Oh, let me say hello to a fellow broadcaster. Patrick is an announcer. Hi, Patrick. Our subway stops running at 1 a.m. Mind you, we have no nightlife as you know it, and if it did run round the clock, I'm afraid they'd have very few passengers at night. If we stay here at Radio Moscow after 1 o'clock, we either go home in our own car. If you don't have a car, you get what you'd call a company car to take you home. We have cabs available all night, and you can phone for one if you want to.
Is Moscow the only city in the Soviet Union that has a subway system?
Oh no, far from it. We have 7 cities with subways. Moscow and Leningrad have a subway. Kiev and Kharkov in the Ukraine have subways. There's a subway in Baku, Azerbaijan on the Caspian. Tbilisi in Georgia has a subway, so has Tashkent in Central Asia. And Minsk in Belarus and Gorky on the Volga will soon get subways, and we plan to build subways in 5 more cities, even as far out as in Novosibirsk in Siberia. It's a huge city today.
What's the subway system like in Moscow?
You know, Patrick, the first lines built before the war were very ornate, a lot of mosaics, statues, stained glass. This is no exaggeration. They were really like underground palaces. Then we went to the other extreme and oversimplified everything, like the line where I live. But today I think we've struck the golden medium. There's a lot of beauty. They do use such building materials as marble, but I'd call it simplicity with beauty. And you know, the interesting thing about our subway system is that there are no 2 stations that are alike. So you can tell your own station not by the name on the wall, but just by the looks of it.
Thomas Cook of Depew, New York. How many stations does Moscow's subway system have?
103, and it carries about 5 million daily, on some days up to 7 million.
What's the tallest building in Moscow?
Well, if you call the television tower, that would be the tallest building. But if you mean a building, you know, a house, it's the Moscow University, which is 787 feet high. Moscow University has 16 departments. On the facade, we have the largest clock in the country. It has a diameter of something like 30 feet. And on a tower parallel with that, there's an enormous thermometer just as big. Well, what else can I say? There are several thousand students from abroad studying at Moscow University.
Raymond Kuchek of Chicago, Illinois. It was said on the Mailbag program that the Soviet Union did not need a massive buildup of arms.
Right.
So why are over 1,000 Soviet troops stationed in Cuba?
Raymond, you know, sometimes I wonder. Try to be fair. Try not to be prejudiced. Since when is 1,000 troops, even 2,000 troops, a massive buildup compared to the armed forces at the disposal of the powers? Besides, these are not combat troops, but servicemen working at a training center. They've been there, my friend, for 17 years. Mr. Mondale said that their number has not changed since the 60s. And Mr. Carter said they have no means of delivery either by air or by water. It was also admitted that they pose no threat to the United States security. Now, why, Raymond, all this noise, all this hullabaloo, all this campaign in the mass media? You know, one might think that men had landed from the planet Mars. We have some very famous Russian fable writers. If I were a fable writer, I'd write one about 100 American eagles sitting out on the mainland and protesting because one sparrow landed 90 miles across the ocean on a little island. The whole campaign, I'm serious, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart, the whole campaign is ludicrous. But of course, you see, the United States can have a naval base right on Cuban soil in Guantanamo. And the United States can have 2,200 bases ringing us around the world. That is also our right. Is that your idea of fair play? You know, as Mr. Brezhnev said, let us free the 80s from the war of nerves, from suspicion and fear, above all from the arms race. I suppose you've already heard and know that we are unilaterally going to withdraw 1,000 tanks and 20,000 servicemen from the German Democratic Republic. More, we are ready to cut down the number of medium-range missiles in the western areas of the Soviet Union if the West does not deploy more medium-range missiles in Europe. Now, if that isn't an act of goodwill, an act that shows our intentions, I don't know what is.
Jeff Eubank of Gordonsville, Virginia. What kinds of television broadcasts are there in the USSR?
I'd say all kinds. We have news shows, many movies that are not too old, a lot of drama, some quiz shows, some audience participation shows, many programs with a lot of amateur talent, very interesting sometimes. We have roundtable political discussions, answers to various questions by political analysts, interviews with VIPs from the West. Naturally, all major sports events are covered. One of the more popular shows is one called In the World of Animals. Movie travelogue is very popular. We have a show called Man and the Law with excerpts from courts. Excellent children's programs. No commercials. But a lot of good music, you know. Popular music, rock music, classical music, music of all types.
John Rutherdale of Anchorage, Alaska. 15 to 18 years ago, I saw several excellent Russian movies. Are there any Russian movies playing in the United States cities?
John, do you know that we had one of our announcers visit her mother in Alaska last year? I think it was in Ketchikan. Well, Russian movies. Unfortunately, very few Soviet movies reach mass distribution in the United States, that is, the mass screen, through no fault of ours, mind you. We buy very many of your films than you buy Soviet films. So if you want to see more Soviet films, talk to your distributors. There seems to be something wrong somewhere. The only film that I know of that reached, wide distribution in the States was one called Dersu Uzala, not so long ago.
Lynn Ropchand of Trinidad, West Indies. From a Soviet point of view, why do Soviet nationals defect from the USSR?
In my view, I think it's a search for la dolce vita, you know, the sweet life. They think they could make more in the West, most probably. At least that's what I think. Of course, far from all make it, and the same applies to the immigrants. I read in the New York Times not long ago that a former Soviet engineer now works as a roofer, and a vocational counselor in the New York Times wrote that if they had such status and comfortable living in the Soviet Union, they're likely to look around them and say, why can't we have it here in the United States? And then I also read in the New York Times, I'm quoting, that depression hits most all of them during the first year in the United States. And it says that there are some quick success stories at one extreme and bitter disappointments at the other.
Kenneth Mathewson of Wilmington, Delaware. I saw a movie that was made in Russia in 1925 by Sergei Eisenstein, Cruiser Potemkin. It was about a mutiny on board the cruiser in 1905. Did this really happen? And what were the causes of the mutiny?
Kenneth, it certainly did happen, and Sergei Eisenstein, I once said in this show, used to, during the war, and maybe a couple of years after the war, I think, come to Radio Moscow to give regular talks on Soviet art, and I had the pleasure to rehearse him. The events, of course, took place in June 1905. There was a mutiny. Why was there a mutiny? Well, because of the appalling labor conditions among the workers, because of the awful conditions in the countryside, a state of chronic starvation. Many died by the tens of thousands from famine and epidemics, bad harvests, which were recurrent every so many years. There were huge political strikes that set the people in motion. And in the spring and summer of 1905, the peasant revolt swept the country. And so you see the revolutionary struggle of the workers stirred the oppressed nations in Russia too. And all these revolts naturally shook the army and navy. And the growing discontent in the navy was strikingly illustrated by this mutiny on the cruiser Potemkin, which was so excellently portrayed by Sergei Eisenstein in his movie.
Joseph Maurer of Victoria, British Columbia. I'd like to know if the majority of your listeners are male or female.
Judging by the letters, they're male. I don't know, maybe they're more female listeners, but of those who do write, the absolute majority are male.
How many letters do you receive a week?
Well, something like 7,000 to 8,000.
I'd like to know the population of Moscow.
It's around 8 million. And on behalf of these 8 million citizens of Moscow, let me say, from Russia, with love.
And there we end today's mailbag.
In the following program prepared by Radio Moscow, you will hear Soviet Home News, a commentary on the 20th anniversary of victory over Nazi Germany, and a story about Nikolai Kuznetsov, a daring Soviet intelligence agent. And now here is Soviet Home News. The cooperative and government-owned farms should net over 2.5 billion rubles in extra profit this year. This has been announced by the planning authorities. The extra profit will accrue from the higher prices the government will be paying for the produce it buys. The retail prices for food remain unchanged. In the next 5 years, investments in farming should double. The farms will be getting much more machinery, and more acreage in the south will be irrigated. More than 5 million school children will vacation at summer camps this year. Children living in northern cities will summer at the seashore in the south, where many more resorts are opening. The trade unions, which have just started large-scale preparations for the children's vacations, cover the bulk of the expenses. Parents pay only a small part of the cost of room, board, and entertainment at camp. Some 600,000 boys and girls will be vacationing free of charge. Children of war invalids get priority. A new resort building on Lake Ritsa in the Caucasus Mountains is situated 1 mile above sea level. A cableway will transport vacationers in 30 minutes from year-round skiing country to the Black Sea bathing beaches. Resorts in this country accommodate 7 million people and are steadily expanding. Most of them are run by the trade unions. 80% of all resort accommodations are provided vacationers free of charge or at reduced rates. The Republic of Georgia boasts more than 2,000 citizens over 100 years old. Professor Grigory Pitzhelauri, studying longevity, compares this with only half as many in Britain, France, and Japan combined. Georgia has founded a special laboratory to study conditions conducive to long life. Prominent scientists from the neighboring republics of Azerbaijan and Armenia have joined its staff. Georgia has one of the longest lifespans in the Soviet Union. 107-year-old Saodat Zakrova of Tajikistan, Central Asia, was among the liveliest dancers at the wedding of one of her 32 grandsons. She's the head of a clan of almost 100. All her grandchildren have a higher education. In the city of Samarkand, Central Asia, a leaning minaret of a 15th century mosque has been set right and saved from destruction. Hydraulic jacks were used to lift the tall stone tower, which was believed to be doomed. The great medieval scientist Ulugh Bek used the minaret for his astronomical studies. A large freighter will be unloaded in no more than 2 hours at a new automatic port building on Lake Ladoga near the city of Leningrad. All manual operations will be performed by remote-controlled machines. A botanical